Chapter 21:31. How Bai's figure moved and instantly pounced towards Yixian. Rays of light suddenly appeared in his hand. This was not an attack that a disciple of the divine sect of myriad beasts should have. This was because what he used was an extremely powerful space-type divine ability. Those rays of light seemed to have their own personalities. As they attacked, they constantly changed their positions. Yes, after the rays of light rushed out a certain distance, it was as if they were thrown into a transmission door. When they reappeared, they had already changed positions. What the hell? Yixian was incomparably astonished. What was this? How could there be such a powerful attack? How could one defend against such an attack? It could be said that Yixian had never seen such an attack. This kind of attack was simply out of Yixian's expectations. Not to mention seeing it. He had never even heard of it. In an instant, Yixian was completely surrounded by those rays of light. Those rays of light contained boundless power. Moreover, they were incomparably strange. Yixian could not react at all. Resist. He could only resist. Yixian actually could not dodge such an attack. Haha, brat, how is it? This sovereign's shadowless divine light. Do you like it? Shadowless divine light? What a terrible name. However, its power could not be underestimated. It could even be said to be extremely terrifying. Yixian continuously tried to charge out of these rays of light. However, it was futile. Every time, Yixian clearly saw that there was an empty space in front of him. There were no rays of light blocking his path. However, as soon as Yixian moved, he would immediately be surrounded by dozens of rays of light. Damn it, truly damn it, Yixian softly said, venting the gloominess in his heart. However, even though he was softly speaking, Hao Bai still heard it. Haha, brat, does it feel good? Do you think this sovereign's shadowless divine light is so simple? Enjoy it. You should feel honored to be able to die under this sovereign's shadowless divine light. This cannot go on. If this continued, then Yixian would definitely lose. It could even be said that he would die here. What should I do? Damn it, truly damn it. Although Yixian was anxious, he could not come up with an effective method. Of course, this did not mean that Yixian did not have a backup plan. For example, he could directly crush the designated teleportation talisman and return to the endless challenge. However, Yixian was unwilling to do so. He was unwilling to give up. Hao Bai had been waiting for Yixian for so long. Even if Yixian managed to hide now, what would he do next time? What would he do next time? Never place your hopes on others. You can only rely on yourself. I'll kill you. Suddenly, Yixian roared and made a decision that Hao Bai didn't expect. Yixian gave up on escaping and also gave up on defending. Instead, he focused all of his cultivation and divine power on the god-slaying sword. Die for me. Deity slaying slash. Boom. A beam of sword light flew out from Yixian's hand, heading straight for Hao Bai. Hao Bai suddenly smiled. Brat, this move of yours cannot threaten this sovereign. Stop struggling and accept your death obediently. Perhaps that way, you can suffer less. Hao Bai's expression was as if he already had Yixian in his grasp. Of course, under normal circumstances, Yixian would not have the slightest chance to resist. Unfortunately, there are always exceptions. Moreover, Yixian's deity, slaying slash, had the effect of killing in one strike. Just as Hao Bai was incomparably pleased with himself, the delight on his face froze forever, because he was already dead. No, to be precise, his body was already dead. His godhead was already shattered. However, he was a heavenly god after all. Of course, he wouldn't die so easily. The current Hao Bai, relying on his incomparably powerful divine power, actually allowed his soul to remain for a short period of time. He did not immediately die. Hao Bai's body suddenly fell down. However, at the place where he originally stood, an illusory figure was looking at Yixian in horror. Moreover, it was continuously saying the same thing. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible. It was as if the current Hao Bai only knew how to say this one sentence. Of course, no matter what Hao Bai said, Yixian did not care at all. Phew! Fortunately, my luck is not that bad. Finally, a sure kill effect appeared. If it didn't, I'm afraid that I would have died here today. Yixian also did not care about Hao Bai's soul. Even though this guy had temporarily left his soul behind using divine power, it was completely useless. How did you do it? Tell me how you did it. Suddenly, Hao Bai's excited voice sounded. Clearly, he was extremely unwilling to accept his inexplicable death. Oh, why should I tell you? Give me a reason. Yixian looked at Hao Bai. His eyes were filled with ridicule. This guy was a bit interesting. First, it was the shadowless divine light attack. Now, it was a soul that was temporarily left behind after death. It could be said that this guy had quite a lot of abilities. You tell me, and I'll tell you one thing. Hao Bai did not want to die without knowing why. In any case, he was already dead. Then what secrets? To him, there was no need to keep them. So, he prepared to use his biggest secret against Yixian. As for that secret of his, in fact, it was not only the people of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect who were concerned about it. Even outside, there were many people who wanted to know about it. However, due to some special reasons, no one dared to use force on him. Yixian smiled. A secret? You, a dead person? What qualifications do you have to tell me a secret? No, I have the qualifications. Do you want to know the secret of the shadowless divine light? Do you want to know the secret of my undying soul? I'll tell you. I know a shocking secret realm, a secret that only you know. Tell me how you killed me, and I'll tell you this secret. Yixian frowned slightly. What the hell? What was this Hao Bai trying to say? However, just as Yixian was about to refuse, he heard a system notification. Ding! The host has discovered a hidden mission. The mission is temporarily unknown. The host can choose whether or not to accept. No. Chapter 21:32. Could it be that the secret Hao Bai spoke of was some sort of hidden mission? This was a situation that Yixian had never encountered before. It could even be said that it made Yixian somewhat confused. This was already out of Yixian's expectations. However, Yixian still had leeway to choose. All right, you tell me first. If your secret is important enough, I can tell you why my sword was able to kill you. Don't worry, you're only a dead person. I have no need to hide anything from you. Since he made his decision, Yixian did not hesitate and directly said to Hao Bai Shui. After Hao Bai heard Yixian's affirmative answer, he directly said, I choose to believe you. Now, I will tell you the secret I know. My name is Hao Bai. On the surface, my identity is the law-enforcing elder of the divine sect. However, my true identity is actually the walking emissary of Mo Shangge. Do you want to ask what a walking emissary is? I can tell you that a walking emissary is a secret agent of Mo Shangge placed in every sect. Haha, of course, being a secret agent is only secondary. What I want to tell you has nothing to do with being a secret agent. What I want to tell you is that Mo Shangge is only a puppet. Do you know that the entire Mo Shangge is a huge conspiracy? A shocking secret about the ancient demon Venerable. Hao Bai seemed to be muttering to himself. However, Yixian had already frowned. It seemed at this time he had really encountered something extraordinary. Yixian did not say anything and continued to listen. Of course, at this moment, he was no longer as casual as he was in the beginning. His attention was completely focused. Brat, the ancient demon Venerable is only a title. However, he does not represent a person. He represents a power that has already been destroyed. Perhaps you should know that there were countless experts in the ancient era. However, a war destroyed everything, and the one who started this war was the ancient demon Venerable. Perhaps you can call them Annihilation. Annihilation is an organization that has spread throughout the divine world. You can't imagine how strong Annihilation is. In fact, I don't know much. However, what I want to tell you is that Annihilation has already been revived. Countless ancient demon gods that have been buried for millions of years are currently undergoing a terrifying resurrection ceremony. Once the ceremony is completed, the entire divine world will disappear forever. Don't doubt my words. Don't think that it's strange that a mere divine realm expert like me would know this, because annihilation is still very weak. Therefore, even a mere divine realm expert like me. Pavilion Master Amo, I don't know the name of the resurrected ancient demon god. However, I can tell you that in order to resurrect him, a total of 999,900 totem beasts must be sacrificed. You should understand how terrifying he is. All right, now that I've told you my secret, shouldn't you tell me what I want to know? How about I said a lot of things in one breath? The amount of information was so huge that Yi Xian was dumbstruck. It seemed that Yi Xian had unknowingly come into contact with a shocking secret. A shocking secret of the divine world was discovered by a mere Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only a mere mid-true god at this moment. Shock, fear, these emotions that shouldn't appear on Yi Xian's face appeared. All right, I can tell you. My attack has the effect of one hit, one kill. You can treat it as my divine ability. Yi Xian didn't have the mood to care about Hao Bai. Therefore, he wanted to dismiss Hao Bai with a sentence. So that's how it is. Your divine ability is very strong. All right, since you told me what I wanted to know, I'll give you one last sentence. Go to the northern ancient city, the Divine Dusk. There, you have more things that you want to know. At the same time Hao Bai said those words, his body was already slowly fading. When he finished speaking, he had already completely disappeared. This conversation was actually very laughable. However, Hao Bai was already dead. It was useless for him to hide this secret. He might as well die and know how he was killed. Moreover, he told Yi Xian this secret because he had other intentions. That was to send Yi Xian to his death. This way, he might be able to get his revenge. Northern ancient city, the Divine Dusk. Yi Xian silently remembered this phrase. He knew that from the moment he came into contact with this secret, he had no way of withdrawing. Ding, attention host. The host has discovered a mandatory, unique mission. Exterminate. Ding, the host has automatically accepted the mission. If the mission is successful, there will be no reward. If the mission has failed, the host will be exterminated. The system notified. However, this notification was really a trap. However, this mission made Yi Xian dumbstruck. A mandatory, unique mission. What kind of mission was this? System, can you be more specific? I'm in a fog right now. I don't know anything. Yes, Yi Xian was at a loss. Ding, attention host. This mission is the ultimate mission that the host must complete. Before exterminate destroys the realm of the gods, the host must stop them. Otherwise, the system will exterminate the host before the host dies at the hands of exterminate. What was this? What was this? Yi Xian was at a loss. Yes, Yi Xian was completely at a loss. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into a shocking secret and could not extricate himself. Ding, attention host. This mission can only be completed by the host alone. The system recommends that the host increase his strength as soon as possible and establish his own power. A portion of exterminate has already appeared. Once their leader appears, it will be the beginning of the end of the realm of the gods. Ding, attention host. The leader of exterminate cannot be killed by normal means. The leader of exterminate is immune to all attacks. This is because the leader of exterminate is the source of divine power. Silence. A long silence. Yi Xian continued to ponder in his heart, but no matter how he thought about it, there was only one final result. He couldn't avoid it. So I forget it. Since I've already encountered it, I can't blame myself for being unlucky. Or rather, I should say that I'm lucky. After all, if I knew about this earlier, I could have prepared in advance. It's better than inexplicably dying in the future. I didn't expect the realm of the gods to be hiding such a secret. Fortunately, this is the realm of the gods. If exterminate wants to revive, it will take hundreds of thousands of years. I have plenty of time. Fortunately, I found out about this in advance. Was Yi Xian cheering himself on? But made sense. This was something that could not be avoided. It was better to know in advance and be prepared than to find out when the situation had reached a point of no return. Ding, attention host. The host has discovered the ultimate secret of the realm of the gods. Due to the high difficulty of this mission, the system will automatically update and strengthen itself. Chapter 2133. Ding! System notification. Please take note that this upgrade will be carried out in the background and will not affect any of your functions. Ding! System notification. Please take note that this upgrade includes the humanization of the system and the development of subsystems. Ding! System notification. Please take note that the humanization of the system has been strengthened. In order to facilitate the accumulation of power in advance, the system will forcibly activate a subsystem. Please make your choice. Ding! Choice 1. Puppet Subsystem. After activating this subsystem, the system will automatically create a subbody for any enemy that the host kills. The subbody will possess all of the target's power, but will not have a soul. This will make it easier for the host to use in the future. Ding! Choice 2. Unlimited Subsystem. After activating this subsystem, the system will continuously guide the host through missions to increase the host power and allow the host to grow rapidly. Ding! Choice 3. Main System Upgrade. After upgrading, the main system will unlock a special reward mode for the host, as well as some other abilities. The sudden series of system notifications made Yi Xian realize that he had probably encountered something really big this time. Otherwise, the system wouldn't be so nervous. Puppet Subsystem, Unlimited Subsystem, and Main System Upgrade. 3 choices. However, Yi Xian didn't even consider it and chose the third option. Why? Because Yi Xian knew that the first 2 options had their limitations. Although they were powerful, they weren't really practical for Yi Xian. The puppet subsystem could be Yi Xian's subordinates, but it couldn't strengthen Yi Xian's power. The unlimited subsystem could only strengthen Yi Xian's power, but it couldn't strengthen his subordinates. Therefore, the main system upgrade was the best choice. Of course, this upgrade was different from the previous ones. This upgrade was mainly to upgrade the functions of the system. In other words, the future system would be more powerful and useful. Ding! Choice successful. System notification. This upgrade will take 3 days. Yi Xian nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He was waiting for the system to complete its upgrade. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting wood. The system was Yi Xian's greatest protection. Therefore, 3 days was something Yi Xian could wait for. Ding! System upgrade successful. Main system upgrade successful. Was the upgrade finally complete? However, when Yi Xian examined it, he could not see anything special. Perhaps he would only truly understand what kind of changes had occurred when he used it in the future. Yi Xian stood up and walked out. That's right. That annihilation organization had made Yi Xian feel pressured. However, this matter was too far away from the current Yi Xian, so there was no need for Yi Xian to care so much. The best choice for Yi Xian was to increase his strength as soon as possible. The realm of the gods, this mysterious world, this unknown world, just how many unknowns were waiting for Yi Xian? How about it not leave behind many things? Even though he was a heavenly god realm expert, he was really poor in his Qian Kuan ring. No one knew what this guy was doing. Even after devouring, Yi Xian did not receive a single level notification. As for Hao Bai's corpse, Yi Xian didn't devour it. Instead, he nurtured it in the devouring space with Li Lei and the others. Perhaps this guy would be of some use after he was revived. Yi Xian began his journey. At this moment, his goal was clear. In the words of the system, his ultimate mission was to fight against that mysterious annihilation organization. Of course, before that, Yi Xian's mission was to find Luo Luo and pass the endless trials. Luo Luo was in the west, while the ancient city of Divine Dusk was in the north. They were 2 completely different directions. Therefore, Yi Xian followed his original plan and went to the west to investigate Luo Luo's whereabouts. Of course, he would also take care of that Emo Shango. 10 days later, young master, come take a look. These are all high-quality slaves, beauties, guards, or even divine beasts with special abilities. We have everything you need. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood in front of Yi Xian. This middle-aged man had a cunning smile on his face, but his strength was only at the lower true god realm. The city that Yi Xian was in was a free market set up by the Myriad Beast sect. Here, as long as you had divine crystals, you could get whatever you wanted. Whether it was slaves or information, as long as you could afford it, you could get it. This was also the reason why Yi Xian came here. Yi Xian looked at the man in front of him, but didn't pay him any attention. Yi Xian didn't need slaves. What he needed now was to find that so-called 100 mathematician. The 100 mathematician specialized in gathering information in this city. Furthermore, he wasn't a single person, but an organization that could accept scouting missions. Yi Xian wanted to use them to see if he could find Luo's whereabouts. He turned and left immediately, which made the businessman very unhappy. Of course, he couldn't find trouble with Yi Xian. Where is this 100 mathematicians? Although Yi Xian knew about this organization, the 100 mathematician was different from other organizations. It was impossible to find them unless someone familiar introduced him. Forget it. I'll go to Ling Xian Court first and see if they know. Yi Xian made up his mind and walked directly to Ling Xian Court. Compared to the mysterious 100 mathematician, Ling Xian Court's branch was much easier to find. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at Ling Xian Court. "Sir, what would you like to order?" A waiter came to Yi Xian's side and asked. Yi Xian looked at the waiter, then took out his guardian elder token and said, "Go and call your elder." Yes, I'll go right away." The waiter hurriedly agreed and walked away quickly. Soon, an elder of Ling Xian Court walked out. It was the managing elder of this branch. "Greetings, guardian elder." When the elder saw the token in Yi Xian's hand, he didn't hesitate and immediately knelt on the ground. "Get up. I'm only looking for you because I have something to ask you. Don't be nervous." "Yes, guardian elder. If you have anything to ask of me, please let me know." "Yes. Do you know where the 100 mathematician is? I need to ask them something." "This. Guardian elder, do you still need to ask about the 100 mathematician?" The elder was very surprised that Yi Xian would ask about the 100 mathematician. After all, in his opinion, the guardian elder could mobilize a huge amount of resources. Why would he need to ask others for help? Chapter 21:34. All right, you don't need to know. You don't need to know. Do you know by Swansea? Just answer me. Yes. Please calm down, guardian elder. I will bring you there now. Seeing that Yi Xian was a little angry, the Ling Xian Court elder did not dare to say anything else. Instead, he directly walked forward, obviously intending to bring Yi Xian there. After a while, when Yi Xian arrived at the place, he was a little surprised. He did not expect that by Swansea was actually the slave merchant that Yi Xian had met when he first entered the city. Of course, this slave merchant was just a contact. Seeing that the Ling Xian Court elder had actually brought someone over and was very respectful, the slave merchant naturally did not dare to be negligent. Without saying anything else, he brought Yi Xian to a private house. "Senior, please come in. Our city's abacus is inside." "Abacus?" Yi Xian asked doubtfully. "Oh, senior, you may not know this, but we, by Swansea, have 3 main occupations. The first is a guide like me, usually called a fan. The second is a person in charge of intelligence and missions, called an abacus. The third is usually a person in charge of contacting various forces, as well as some special missions and intelligence. They are called the 100 families." What kind of names were these? Yi Xian was speechless. Of course, he did not need to fuss over this. Soon, they saw the so-called abacus. This person was holding a strange round disc Dharma treasure in his hand. No one knew what it was for. However, when Abacus saw the Ling Xian Court elder, he immediately walked over with a happy smile. "Yo, what kind of wind blew the elder of Ling Xian Court to my place? A rare guest, a rare guest. Lu Abacus, don't be rude. This is the guardian elder of Ling Xian Court. Quickly salute him." "What?" Lu Abacus was shocked. The guardian elder's reputation was so great that it made him panic. However, looking at Yi Xian, who was merely a mid-level true god, Lu Abacus revealed a puzzled look. It seems that this person's background is not simple. He is definitely not someone I can offend, Lu Suanpan said in his heart. After all, the guardian elder of Lingxian Pavilion could be considered a high-level figure in Lingxian Pavilion. The fact that a mid-divine being was able to take the position of guardian elder was already enough to show how extraordinary Yi Xian was. Junior greets senior. May I know why Senior is looking for Junior? Although Lu Abacus was not very strong, he was still a middle-level divine realm cultivator. However, he addressed himself as a junior in front of Yixian. Of course, Yixian did not care about this. I need to gather information about a divine beast. After he finished speaking, Yixian handed over the detailed information about Luo that he had already prepared to Lu Abacus. Then, he continued, I don't care what methods you use, but you must help me find her whereabouts? How is it? Is there a problem? No problem, no problem. Haha, by Swansea and Lingxian Pavilion often interact with each other. Just leave this kind of small matter to us. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Yixian bowed slightly to Lu Abacus. Lu Abacus hurriedly bowed back. Senior, please rest assured. If there is any news, we will inform you immediately. Yixian nodded and then asked, Then, how much do you charge? Senior, are you making fun of me? How would I dare to ask Senior for a fee? Don't worry, I will do my best to complete the task. Please rest assured and wait for the news. All right, it's good that you don't charge me. Yixian is actually very poor now. After settling the matter, Yixian naturally did not stay any longer. Instead, he walked out directly. However, when he arrived at the slave market outside, he was attracted by a person who was locked in a cage. It was a young girl from the human clan. Moreover, she had a lower-level divine realm cultivation. However, why was she a slave? This was something that Yixian did not understand. Hence, Yixian stopped in his tracks. Seeing Yixian's gaze, the slave merchant immediately said to Yixian, Senior, you may not know this, but this girl is from the Baizhue tribe. The ancestor of the Baizhue tribe. The Baizhue tribe committed a serious crime 1,000,000 years ago and was personally executed by the overlord. At the same time, all members of the Baizhue tribe were reduced to slaves. Overlord? Slaves? Baizhue tribe? Of course, Yixian had no right to change these matters. Senior, if you like this girl, then this little one will give her to you. However, Senior, you must remember that the Baizhue tribe is a sinner personally sentenced by the overlord. Hence, if you do not like them, even if you kill them, you will not be able to restore their freedom. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will cause unnecessary trouble. Although the slave merchant did not say it explicitly, his meaning could not be more obvious. Yixian was no longer a brat who had just entered the realm of the gods. Although he did not know much, at least he knew about the overlord. In this world, there was only one main god, because this was his territory. Very quickly, the slave merchant brought the young girl from the Calamity clan to Yixian's side. Senior, this is this girl's life token. If you do not need her, just crush it and she will die immediately. Yixian nodded, not wanting to say anything else. In truth, Yixian himself did not know why he bought this girl from the Baizhue tribe. However, when he first saw her, Yixian felt like there was a voice in his heart telling him that he had to save this girl. Perhaps this was the so-called fate. In truth, with Yixian's current situation, it was not appropriate for him to bring along a burden. However, since things had already come to this, Yixian could not say anything. Let's go, Yixian said casually to the girl. Then, he walked ahead, minding his own business. After all, Yixian had only accepted this girl on a whim. However, when he actually accepted her, he did not know what to do. Even after they left the city, Yixian did not pay any attention to the foolish girl. Instead, it was the girl who took the initiative to speak to Yixian. Sir, please wait. Her voice was neither servile nor overbearing. This was not the voice of slave. Yixian instinctively stopped in his tracks and looked at the girl in confusion. He did not know what she was going to do next. Sir, may I ask why you bought this girl? Why would she ask him this? Yixian was stunned. Although he did not know why he did this, at least he was the master, and this girl was the slave. How could this girl be more unreasonable than her master? Why do you think I bought you? For some reason, Yixian suddenly had the urge to seduce this girl. Chapter 21:35. You don't have to be like this, young master. Us from the Disaster Clan are born as slaves, and we will be forever. So, no matter what you want to do to me, I can't resist at all. However, when you first saw me, You were confused, but now, your eyes are extremely clear. I'm not talented, but I know that you didn't buy me for that filthy matter. Amazing. Yi Xian was depressed. This girl had seen through him. Girl, I'm your master now. Aren't you afraid that I'll punish you for speaking to me like that? Of course you wouldn't do that, because your heart is different from others. What do you mean? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Yi Xian really did not understand what this girl meant. What did she mean by his heart was different from others? This was truly confusing. Young master, are you not the true reason for the Disaster Clan's crimes? What's the matter? Can't you just say it directly? Why are you speaking in riddles? I'm not in the mood to play riddles with you. Yi Xian was rendered speechless by this girl. What was going on? He had bought a slave, and now he had bought back a problem? There's no need to be angry, young master. Perhaps you've heard that our Disaster Clan's crimes are the wishes of the Overgod, and that it's because our ancestor committed a serious crime. However, what I want to tell you is that our Disaster Clan's original name is not the Disaster Clan. If our ancestor really did commit a crime, then there's only one. What do you mean by that? I told you not to play riddles with me. Yi Xian was speechless. He was even a little angry. Our ancestor only committed one crime, and that is that he shouldn't have become an overgod. That one sentence shocked Yi Xian. What did that mean? Shouldn't have become an overgod? Could it be that the ancestor of the Disaster Clan was also an overgod? Wait a moment, girl. You're not trying to play with me, are you? Sigh, do you think I want a burden like you? Here, this is your life talisman. You can do whatever you want. Now you don't have to make up a story to deceive me. What was happening now? No, to be precise, what this young girl said had already caused Yi Xian to be completely confused. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any time on this young girl and directly threw her life talisman over. He couldn't be bothered to care so much. This girl could do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't disturb him. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the young girl casually waved her hand and threw the life talisman back to Yi Xian. She then continued, "Young master, have you heard of Feiyu? What I want to tell you is that the ancestor of my disaster tribe is Feiyu. Also, what I want to tell you is that my disaster tribe was originally called the Bow tribe. Our innate ability allows us to see everything that happened to the person in front of us within a year." F***CK. Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What the hell? What kind of divine ability was this? To be able to see what had happened to others within a year, this was too amazing. Didn't that mean that this girl knew everything that had happened to Yi Xian before? What the hell? How could there be such a divine ability? Did it have to be so terrifying? How could he still have fun with this? Sir, there's no need to be like this. It was this little girl who misspoke. What this little girl meant was that I'm able to see things related to our clan. Hence, this little girl saw your trial, and also the fact that the gatekeeper mentioned our ancestor. I say, little girl, you don't need to pause for breath when you speak. You scared me. I thought that your divine ability was really that amazing. However, your divine ability is really amazing. I'm curious, why does such a heaven-defying divine ability exist? There are so many races in the realm of the gods. What's so strange about having some innate divine abilities? My tribe isn't human to begin with, although we look the same as humans. To the point that there isn't even the slightest difference, my tribe isn't human. Naturally, our divine ability is different. Girl, what are you trying to say by beating around the bush? Yi Xian was confused by this girl. He didn't know what she was trying to say. My request is very simple. I hope that young master can bring back my tribe's ancestor, Feiyu's quintessence fragment after the trial. Quintessence fragment? Yes. Could it be that young master is participating in the ancient god trial, but you don't know who the ancient god is? Yi Xian was at a loss for words. What? Could it be that this girl knows more about my matters than I do? Who is that ancient god? What does it have to do with me? I'll just take whatever benefits I can. However, why should I bring back your ancestor's quintessence fragment? Yes, why should Yi Xian help this girl? This girl kept saying one thing after another. She just wanted his help. Besides, he was the master, and this girl was the slave. If young master can agree, then this girl is willing to follow young master wholeheartedly. Haha, what a joke. You're my slave. Your life is in my hands. Your reason isn't enough to move me. Yi Xian laughed heartily at this girl's words. In Yi Xian's heart, this girl's purpose was obvious. She just wanted him to save their ancestor. However, why should Yi Xian help her? There was no reason at all. Young Master will help this girl. Because by helping this girl, Young Master can get benefits that you can't get. You're really confident. Unfortunately, I'm not interested. Yi Xian turned around and ignored this girl. All right, from now on, your name is Girl. No matter what you were called before, from today onwards, your name is Girl. Yes, Young Master. Fian will remember it. She remembered it and purposely told him the name. What was the meaning of this? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to turn around. If he continued to dawdle with this girl, sooner or later, he would be led around by this girl. However, Yi Xian didn't know that after he turned around, a smile appeared in Fian's eyes. With a wave of her hand, a weak light entered Yi Xian's body. Master, my Bo clan is a clan formed from spiritual bodies of heaven and earth. The life talisman is actually useless to my clan. Master, do you know that unless we're willing, no one can catch us? Countless years have passed. You're the first person to hear the name Feiyu. The name Feiyu has long been forgotten in this god realm and has been sealed. Even if you're unwilling, my Bo clan can only rely on you. Chapter 2136. The Bo clan was a mysterious clan, and Fian had purposely come to Yi Xian's side. In that case, was her goal really for the sake of their ancestor, Feiyu? Or did she have other motives? Of course, Yi Xian could not possibly know all of this. She had inadvertently saved someone, but it was a premeditated act. If Yi Xian were to find out, who knew what he would think? Of course, Yi Xian did not know, so Yi Xian was still walking forward. This is the place. I heard that this is the 1,000 Beast Mountain that the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect has circled out. Then I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill monsters and level up here today. Yes, Yi Xian's goal this time was to level up in the 1,000 Beast Mountain. If only I could meet a Devourer Beast. Sigh, how pitiful. I don't have a single Devourer point on me now. I have treasures, but I can't fuse with them. It really makes one's heart itch. Yi Xian pulled out the God Slayer and was ready for battle. However, Fian spoke again at this time. Master, I'll give you a suggestion. Don't kill divine beasts here, or you'll have unexpected trouble. Yi Xian pursed his lips. This girl, if he had known, he would not have bought her. Now, she was actually controlling him. With a wave of his hand, the 100 Beasts' sword servants appeared. Then, without any suspense, he used his ultimate move. In an instant, 100 God-tier mounts appeared. 3 platinum-grade God-tier mounts, and 9 gold-grade God-tier mounts? My luck is pretty good this time. Yi Xian did not care about Fian's words and immediately started working. Go, kill to your heart's content. Following Yi Xian's order, the 100 God-tier mounts, along with the 100 Beast sword servants, rushed out at the same time. Yi Xian himself was not going to stay idle and immediately attacked. The battle was about to start. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my 10,000 Beast divine sect? Are you looking for death? However, not long after Yi Xian started working, he heard a loud roar. Then, with a flash of light, a group of people appeared directly in front of Yi Xian. A teleportation array hidden by restrictions? And there's a F** king warning system? Yi Xian was stunned. What was going on? Since when did the 10,000 Beast divine sect have such a trump card? F***CK. Yi Xian had come here to level up. He had no intention of causing any trouble. But now, it seemed that he had gotten himself into trouble. Brat, who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my 10,000 Beast divine sect? Are you tired of living? At first, Yi Xian felt that he was in the wrong. Now this guy was acting all high and mighty. Did he think that Yi Xian was a pushover? 13 true gods and 2 heavenly gods. They were strong, but Yi Xian should not be afraid of them. Yes, I did. What are you going to do about it? Yi Xian looked at those people and said directly. That person was stunned. He almost couldn't react to Yi Xian's words. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He dared to behave atrociously in other people's territory and acted so righteously. More importantly, he was so weak. Brat, it seems that you're courting death. Then, Don't blame me for being merciless. Go kill him. Yi Xian did not have a good impression of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect. Speaking of which, ever since Yi Xian came to the Divine Realm, he had been entangled with the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect. Moreover, it was not a happy matter. Wasn't that Hao Bai from before also a member of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect? At least on the surface. Now, these people from the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect actually wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xian. How could Yi Xian agree? All of you go kill them. Since the opponent had already made a move, Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly ordered all the divine rank mounts to charge at the people from the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect. In these divine beasts, could it be that he's controlling them? At this time, the people from the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect noticed that the divine beasts around them were all controlled by Yi Xian. In the 10,000 Beast Mountain, it was not strange to have divine beasts. After all, this place was originally used by the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect to raise divine beasts. What is that? Could it be the so-called behemoth giant beast? And this one, what divine beast is that? Saber-toothed tiger? But why is it so strong? Heavens, and these three divine beasts, why are they so strange? I have never seen them before. And their strength, how can they be so strong? As soon as the battle started, the people from the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect who thought that they had the absolute advantage suddenly realized that they were in an absolute disadvantage. These guys were really unlucky. This time, it was rare for Yi Xian to get 3 platinum-ranked War God mounts and 9 gold-ranked War God mounts, but these guys bumped into them. It could be said that Yi Xian did not even need to move, because these Battle God mounts were enough to deal with the people from the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect. Quick, blow the 10,000 Beast flute. A heavenly God realm disciple of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect shouted in panic. At this time, Yi Xian's Battle God mounts had already surrounded them, and killing them was only a matter of time. In an instant, a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect suddenly took out a flute-like treasure and blew it. Rumble. As if the divine beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountain had received an order, they all rushed towards Yi Xian. Divine beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a difference in strength between them. Kill them for me. The disciples of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect shouted in panic. In an instant, the battle between the divine beasts and the divine beast mounts began. However, although the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect had reared countless divine beasts, their strength was not that great. Most of them were only equivalent to the true God realm, and they did not have any special abilities. How could they fight against Yi Xian's divine beast mounts? On the surface, the battle looked extremely fierce, but in reality, Yi Xian's divine beast mounts had the upper hand. 100 Beast Feast start. Kill them all for me. Yi Xian activated the special ability given to him by the 100 Beast Sword Servant. Once the 100 Beast Feast started, the divine beast mount abilities were strengthened. This battle had become a one-sided massacre. Retreat, quick, get out of here, this guy is too strong. We are no match for him. After realizing that they had no chance, the people of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect were finally afraid. Soon, these people used a special method to teleport away. After all, this was the territory of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect, and Yi Xian could not do anything about it. Yi Xian knew that after these people left, they would definitely inform more people to come over. Chapter 21:37. It could be said that unless all the members of the Myriad Beast Divine Sect were mobilized, they would not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. Of course, even so, Yi Xian did not want to really start a war here. To start a war in someone else's territory, and Yi Xian did not know anything about this place. This was undoubtedly a disadvantage for Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill quickly and harvest as many divine beasts as he could. He did not want to fight too much. At this time, inside the Myriad Beast Divine Sect, the alarm had already sounded. Pairs of disciples and powerful divine beasts quickly gathered. For thousands of years, the Myriad Beast Divine Sect had never sounded such a high-level alarm. Many disciples did not understand what was going on. However, they could only follow behind the many elders and rush towards the myriad beasts' divine mountain. They're here. Young master, why aren't you leaving? Suddenly, Fian's voice came. Yi turned his head and saw Fian looking into the distance. At this time, Yi remembered that this girl had disappeared the moment the enemy appeared. What was this? Of course, Yi would not care about this. After all, this girl was only a deity. Even if she came, she would not be of much help. Yi knew who Fian was talking about, but he did not want to leave like this. After all, it was not easy to summon 3 platinum-level war god mounts this time. The current war god mounts were at least silver level. Not to mention platinum level, even gold level mounts rarely appeared. If he left now, the next time, he might not be able to summon them. If they wanted to come, then come. If the myriad beast divine sect did not know what was good for them, Yi did not mind fighting with them. Great Elder, that guy is right in front. Soon, a group of people rushed over. The black mass of people, as expected, all of them had come. Yi was stunned. Was there need? He had only killed a few divine beasts. Wasn't the myriad beast divine sect's reaction a bit too much? Surround him. In an instant, the disciples of the myriad beast divine sect surrounded the myriad beast divine mountain. In the sky and on the ground, countless disciples and divine beasts were planning to completely surround Yi. Devourer beast. Suddenly, Yi sensed the presence of the devourer beast. F***CK. It must be killed. Although Yi had already seen the surrounding disciples of the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect, he actually discovered the devouring beast at this time. No matter what, Yi couldn't leave. Deity slaying slash. Yi figure moved as he pounced towards the devouring beast. In the sky and below the ground, groups of disciples from the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect quickly surrounded Yi. Thousands of people shouted at the same time, accompanied by the roars of countless divine beasts. This was the rhythm of trapping Yi to death. It was actually a mid-class devouring beast. Yi was secretly happy. After getting the devourer beast, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of the devourer beast. F***CK. Is the devourer beast going to be released today? Girl, you go first. Yi turned around and was about to ask Fian to leave first. After all, Fian was useless in the upcoming battle. In fact, he should have reminded Yi earlier. But the battle was too intense, and he forgot to do so. But when he turned around, he was stunned. Fian was nowhere to be seen. F***CK, so unloyal. She ran away just like that. Yi was speechless. Of course, he was not petty enough to blame Fian. Where is the devourer beast? Where is it? Is it at the top of the mountain? Let's see how you escape. Yi led the 3 platinum divine beast mounts and ran towards the top of the mountain without saying a word. Surround him. Hurry up and summon all the divine beasts. Today we must kill this thief. The disciples of the divine beast sect were delighted when they saw Yi running toward the top of the mountain. Ha, this thief. Let's see where he is going to escape to this time. Set up the Forbidden Space Seal and the Cross Seal. We must not let this guy escape. The Forbidden Space Seal was to prevent Yi from flying in the air. The Cross Seal was a special seal of the Divine Beast sect. Its purpose was to prevent Yi from using the teleportation seal. At least 100 disciples of the Divine Beast sect immediately busied themselves and set up one seal after another. This time, let's see how this thief is going to escape. Go, 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 kill him. The great elder of the Divine Beast sect led the crowd and surrounded the top of the mountain. However, Yi had also discovered another devourer beast, although this devourer beast was much stronger than the previous one. However, with the 3 platinum-ranked war god mounts and Yi personally making a move, there was no way for him to escape. Gotcha. 1/. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 Devourer points. It was a high-level Devourer beast. Awesome. Yi laughed out loud. This was too awesome. He had obtained 5 Devourer points in one go. This was a timely reign. Of course, the people of the Divine Beast sect had also arrived in front of Yixian. Thief, let's see how you are going to escape today. More than 300 elites of the heavenly god realm and above surrounded Yixian. Thief, surrender yourself, and we can still spare your life. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Really? Haha, do you think that you can catch me? Yixian laughed out loud. The people of the Divine Beast sect were puzzled by his laughter. No matter how they looked at the current situation, Yixian was at an absolute disadvantage. The Divine Beast sect had more people and powerful spiritual treasures and divine beasts. Yixian, who was surrounded in the middle, had no chance of escaping. Why? Why was he still so arrogant? Boy, are you still not giving up? We have already set up a sky restriction seal. Furthermore, don't expect that you can use your spiritual treasure to teleport away. We have also set up a restriction seal to stop you. Today, you will definitely die. The great elder of the Divine Beast sect looked at Yixian and said calmly. He looked like he was going to defeat Yixian, which made Yixian very unhappy. Oh, is that so? Then come and catch me. Ha, bunch of fools. Suddenly, Yixian took out a strange talisman and crushed it. After that, Yixian's figure disappeared. How is this possible? We have already set up a cross-restriction seal. How'd he do it? Damn it. Great Elder, what should we do with the divine beast that the thief left behind? Kill them all. The Great Elder was currently extremely angry because Yixian was actually able to teleport away in such a situation. This was something that he couldn't accept. Originally, it was an action that he had to take, but he didn't expect that Yixian would be able to dodge it so easily. Chapter 2138. However, what happened next made the first elder so angry that he almost vomited blood, because just as they were about to kill Yixian's god-tier mounts, those god-tier mounts turned into white light and disappeared. Of course, this was because Yixian had canceled the summons. However, the people of the Myriad Beast sect did not know this. Their entire sect had mobilized, but they had not even touched Yixian's clothes. They had been played like monkeys by Yixian. How could they accept this? Unfortunately, this was the truth. Even if they did not want to accept it, they had to accept it. At this moment, Yixian had already appeared in the endless trials. Yes, Yixian had just left by crushing the Boundless Tower's designated transmission talisman. It was that simple. Back then, Yixian had obtained a total of 3 designated transmission talismans. Now, Yixian was only using the second one. Hey kid, you're here so quickly. Why? Are you preparing to challenge me? As expected, the moment Yixian appeared, the voice of the gatekeeper could be heard as well. No, I'm just here to see you. I'll challenge you later. Hee. Seeing that you're safe and sound, I'm relieved. Well then, I'll take my leave first. With that, Yixian walked out. However, Yixian did not notice that this time, the gatekeeper did not speak. What he did not know was that the gatekeeper was looking at his figure with a glimmer of light in his eyes. These gatekeepers had always been guarding their mission. No one had ever cared about them. In the eyes of their masters, they were probably just tools. In the eyes of the challengers, they were just dispensable existences. Who would care about them? No one. Yixian was the first. Of course, to Yixian, he was just casually saying that. He did not really care about the gatekeeper. But the gatekeeper didn't know that. In his eyes, Yixian had really come over and even said some words of concern to him. Yixian had no idea what he had done. At this moment, he was sorting out his gains. System Devour. Let's see how many times I can level up this time. Yixian had not devoured the corpses of the mythical beasts because of the Devourer beast. But now, he had to devour them. Peak Superior Deity. This was Yixian's goal. He would only challenge Yixian after reaching the peak of Superior Deity. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a Superior Deity of the 4th grade. Not bad for levels up. Yixian was very satisfied. After all, other than the 4 levels, the most important gain was the 5 Devour points. With 5 Devour points, Yixian could use the 1,000 souls that he had obtained earlier. The 1,000 spirits could only be used to strengthen one type of beast, either to increase the level of the beast mount, or to strengthen the 100 Beast Sword Servant. Of course, it could also strengthen the withered bone sword servant, but Yi Xian had never considered this. System, I want to use the 1,000 souls and the devour points to strengthen the 100 beast sword servant. Ding! Strengthening successful. Congratulations to the host. The 100 beast sword servant has leveled up to the 1,000 beast sword servant. Ding! The 100 beast movement has leveled up to the 1,000 beast movement. Yi Xian nodded. Why did Yi Xian choose to strengthen the 100 beast sword servant instead of the divine beast mount? The reason was very simple. Although strengthening a divine beast mount would allow it to be restored to the gold grade, the 1,000 beast movement would allow one to summon 1,000 leveled up divine beast mounts. Even if it was a silver grade beast mount, it would still be able to summon 1,000 at a time. Could it be that these 1,000 god tier mounts were so unlucky that they were all silver tier? Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, strengthening the 1,000 beast movement was the most worthwhile. For example, if Yi Xian had already been strengthened by the 1,000 beast movement when he was at the 1,000 beast mountain, perhaps at that time, he would have summoned 30 platinum grade divine beast mounts and 90 gold grade divine beast mounts. The gap between them could be imagined. The higher the quantity, the higher the chance of success. Therefore, Yi Xian would not be wrong to use the only 1,000 souls on the 1,000 beast sword servant. Ding! The 100 beast sword servant has leveled up to the 1,000 beast sword servant. The host skill 100 beast feast has automatically leveled up to 1,000 beast feast. The sudden notification from the system made Yi Xian happy. He had almost forgotten that there was such a benefit. The 1,000 beast sword servant had leveled up. So did Yi Xian's skill. Awesome. This time it was awesome. Of course, Yi Xian did not dare to use the remaining 2 devour points. Encountering 2 devour beasts at once was already very good luck. Who knew when he would encounter another devour beast next time? Yi Xian did not dare to act recklessly. If he encountered something good the next time, but did not use the devour points to strengthen himself, Yi Xian would be depressed. Continue to level up. The 1,000 Beast Divine Sect was a good place. Then he should go find them and see if he could find another Devour Beast. Right? There was also their totem beasts. Don't let a single one go. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Since the 1,000 Beast Divine Sect wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian did not need to be polite with them. Kill. Kill to your heart's content. Continue to level up. Of course, this time, Yi Xian still had to be careful. After all, he only had one designated transmission talisman. If he was forced into the endless trials, then Yi Xian would have to undergo the trials. This was definitely not something Yi Xian wanted to see. If you want to kill, then kill the useful ones. Let's start with the 1,000 Beast Divine Sect's Totem Beasts. Yi Xian smiled faintly. However, the 1,000 Beast Divine Sect was in for a bad time. Yi Xian turned around and was shocked. No, didn't you leave? Why did you come out again? It turned out that Fei Yin was silently standing behind Yi Xian. What was this? Yi Xian did not even sense his appearance, but Fei Yin was standing there. One had to know that Yi Xian had used the designated transmission talisman, and he was still in the Valley of Despair. How did Fei Yin do it? Young master, there's no need to be nervous. This little girl only used this little girl's special ability to bind herself to young master. No matter where young master is, this little girl can instantly reach young master's side. Holy shit, Yi Xian was stunned. This divine ability was really awesome. What was going on with this flying smoke? The 2 divine abilities that it displayed were actually so powerful. First, it was something that allowed her to see things related to her people within a year. Now, it was an infinite positioning that allowed her to teleport to his side at any time. How many more abilities did she have? Chapter 2139. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't worried that this girl would harm him because her divinity fragment was in Yi Xian's hands. If Yi Xian died, this girl wouldn't be able to live either. Moreover, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could kill this girl with a single thought. He ignored Fian and ran straight out of the Valley of Despair. Fian silently glanced at the endless tower of trials before following behind Yi Xian. You're the one. At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared in the intersection of the Divine Beast Sect. Although he didn't know where the other totem beasts were, he didn't have a disciple to ask for directions. This disciple of the myriad beast divine sect was really unlucky. He was just cultivating, but he didn't expect that someone would directly break into his house. He didn't even have time to react before he was directly controlled. Spiritual sense control was so useful. Master. The disciple looked at Yi Xian. He wasn't in a daze. Instead, he was very clear. However, he was no longer the same person as before. All right, tell me where the other totem beasts are, except for the Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain. Yes, Master. The totem beasts of the Divine Beast sect are divided into 4 areas. Apart from the Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain, there's also the Deep Ocean Peak, the Judy Valley, and the Lu Huan Lake. All right, then bring me there. Just bring me to the nearest place. Yi Xian instructed. The disciple didn't hesitate and walked straight ahead. As Yi Xian walked, he was a bit depressed. This was because he suddenly realized that although spiritual sense control was useful, it wasn't that great. This was because if he didn't use up his devouring points to control it permanently, then the person he controlled might not be able to control it for a certain amount of time based on the strength of his spiritual sense. As for this mere lower deity realm fellow, Yi Xian could only control him for a day. It would be great if he could unconditionally and permanently control him. This wasn't because Yi Xian wasn't satisfied, but because spiritual sense control was really useful. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a valley under the guidance of the disciple. This valley had no entrance at all. All 4 sides were steep cliffs. This was simply a natural cage. In the valley, there were countless divine beasts. Among them, there were 21 totem beasts. This was the Jubilant Flute Valley. Similarly, the totem beasts here were all suppressed. Of course, this time, Yi Xian didn't need to go out and buy anything to break the restriction. Yi Xian immediately jumped down. Although the valley was high, Yi Xian felt no pressure at all. Yes, someone has entered the Judy Valley. Quick, let's go check it out. Just as Yi Xian landed in Judy Valley, the All-Beast Divine Sect received the warning. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples charged toward the Jubilant Flute Valley. It turned out that the All-Beast Mountain had a transmission restriction because it was actually a place where the disciples of the All-Beast Divine Sect cultivated. A place where the totem beasts were suppressed wouldn't have a transmission array. After all, there wouldn't be a transmission array at the location of the totem beasts. Who knew if it was for the convenience of thieves? Therefore, these disciples could only fly over quickly. The time they took to fly over was enough for Yi Xian to kill all the totem beasts here. These totem beasts were all suppressed by the restriction. How could they be a match for Yi Xian? It was a matter of time before they were killed. When the disciples of the All-Beast Divine Sect arrived, all they saw was a mess. Even the corpses of the totem beasts were gone. As for Yi Xian, he had already moved to another place. By the time the disciples reported, Yi Xian had already arrived at his second target, the Ocean Tolerance Peak. Damn it, it must be him. It must be that thief. Quick, send people to guard Liu Huan Lake and send people to the Ocean Tolerance Peak. We must hurry. It was unlucky for the All-Beast Divine Sect to provoke Yi Xian. In fact, the 4 places where the totem beasts were suppressed were actually very secretive. The disciples of the All-Beast Divine Sect might not know all of them. Of course, the disciples in charge of guarding these totem beasts were excluded, and the disciple that Yi Xian found happened to be the disciple in charge of guarding. After offending Yi Xian, they still hoped to keep the totem beasts. Wasn't it too much? 21 totem fragments, plus Yi Xian's remaining. There were 27 pieces. Of course, they wouldn't be in a hurry to use them. When Yi Xian killed the 26 totem beasts on the Ocean Tolerance Peak, he had 53 totem marks in his hands. Poor All-Beast Divine Sect. There were only a few dozen totem beasts in total. In the end, most of them were taken away by Yi Xian. Young Master, are you going to continue killing totem beasts? Coming down from the Ocean Tolerance Peak, Fian asked Yi Xian. Why should I go? Now, as long as the people of the All-Beast Divine Sect are not stupid, I'm afraid that they've already arranged a large number of troops there. I'm not that stupid if I go there now. Yi Xian replied with a smile. He was in a good mood now. Oh, then young master, where are you going again? Fian looked at Yi Xian and also showed a smile. Where to? Since those guys thought that I would go find trouble with the totem beasts, then there must be no one guarding inside their sect. So, I'm one of their treasury. Yes, Yi Xian not only wanted to rob the all-beast divine sect's totem beasts, he also wanted to loot their treasury. Poor all-beast divine sect, they were really bloody unlucky. Wasn't it bad luck to encounter a killing god like Yi Xian? Yi Xian's figure moved and rushed straight to the all-beast divine sect's main hall. From the mouth of the disciple who was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense, he had already known all the information he wanted. Soon, he arrived at the mysterious main hall. This was the most mysterious place in the entire all-beast divine sect. At the same time, it was also the core of the entire all-beast divine sect. The all-beast treasure pavilion. The all-beast treasure pavilion was the place where the all-beast divine sect stored magic weapons, cultivation methods, and other good things. Usually, there were dozens of disciples guarding it at all times, but at this time, there were only 10 people guarding it. The people of the all-beast divine sect never thought that Yi Xian would be so bold to rob here. This was the core area of the all-beast divine sect. With so many disciples outside, who would have thought that an outsider could sneak in here? Unfortunately, others couldn't, but Yi Xian could. At this time, there were already more than 30 disciples of the all-beast divine sect gathered around Yi Xian. These were all people that Yi Xian controlled with his spiritual sense along the way. Chapter 2140. Of course, there were more than 300 heavenly god disciples in the sect. However, who would have thought that Yi Xian would swagger his way into the core of the sect? Go, get rid of those people for me. Yi Xian said to the disciples he controlled with his spiritual consciousness. The strongest among them was only an upper-level true god. There was not even a single heavenly god disciple. On the other hand, there were 10 heavenly god disciples guarding the myriad beast treasure pavilion. There was even a peak heavenly god powerhouse among them. It was almost impossible to expect these 30 people to defeat 10 heavenly god powerhouses. However, it was possible. The reason was simple. These people were all from the same sect. Although there were more than 1,000 disciples in the sect, they had been together for at least 1,000 years. How could they not know each other? Therefore, when the 30 or so disciples controlled by Yi Xian walked toward the myriad beast treasure pavilion, the guards did not think much of it. Hey, why are you guys back? Didn't you go with the great elder to catch the thief? Senior brother, are you mocking us? You know that we are only true gods. It's useless even if we go. How can you say that? Haha. Junior brother, don't blame us. That's not what I meant. I was just curious. That thief dared to provoke the myriad beast divine sect. He's courting death. Haha. Yeah, he's courting death. Suddenly, the disciples who were talking nicely just a moment ago suddenly burst out with a powerful light. They did not hesitate to launch a sneak attack. Their method was extremely despicable. How could these protector disciples be on guard at all? In an instant, 6 of them died. The remaining 4 were severely injured. Only the peak heavenly god disciple was in better shape. However, he did not have the chance. This was because under Yi Xian's command, the disciples who were controlled by his spiritual consciousness pounced on him. Self-destruction. Self-destruction of divine spark. This was the most powerful attack of each of them. This was because all of their cultivation base was concentrated in an instant. One could only imagine the power that could be unleashed. The peak heavenly god disciple died unjustly. He did not even understand what was going on. However, he was killed by the self-detonation of more than a dozen people. In a flash, Yi Xian rushed into the myriad beast treasure pavilion. Yi Xian didn't care too much, because he was very clear that this was definitely the core area of the myriad beast divine sect. Once there was the slightest abnormality, there would definitely be a large number of myriad beast divine sect disciples coming to his aid. Therefore, Yi Xian did not care about anything else after he entered. As long as he saw something, no matter what it was, he would absorb it into his devouring space. Not good. The 10,000 Beasts Treasure Pavilion. The great elder of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was extremely shocked. Only he knew how shocked he was. As he shouted, his figure disappeared. Although he did not hesitate to teleport back, it was only a matter of a few seconds. However, these few seconds were enough for Yi Xian to do many things. Die! Die! As soon as the Great Elder appeared, he launched an extremely powerful attack. It could be said that this attack was something that Yi Xian could not resist at all. This was because the Great Elder's realm was so strong that even the system could not detect him. However, Yi Xian was already prepared. At the same time that the Great Elder appeared, Yi Xian also crushed the directional teleportation talisman in his hand. The Great Elder of the Myriad Beasts Divine sect only saw Yi Xian disappear with a smile on his face. At this moment, his heart was dripping blood. It could even be said that he was extremely terrified. When the sect master left, he had handed over the sect to him. However, not only had he lost almost all of the totem beasts, but he had also caused the Myriad Beast Treasure Pavilion to be plundered. How could he bear such a crime? Yi Xian returned to the Endless Tower of Trial. However, what he did not know was that, because of his plundering, the Myriad Beast Divine Sect was done for. This was because after the Great Elder knew that he would definitely die, he actually plundered the remaining treasures of the 10,000 Beast Treasure Pavilion after Yi Xian left. Then, he brought his close disciples and fled without a trace. The realm of the gods was so big that the Great Elder believed that he could definitely find a place to start anew. Furthermore, he still had so many treasures in his hands. When the sect master of the Myriad Beast Divine Sect received this news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. His Myriad Beast Divine Sect, Yi Xian, was a pretty strong sect. However, it had been destroyed in a single day. Without the totem beasts and the treasures that the Myriad Beast Treasure Pavilion had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, what was left of the Myriad Beast Divine Sect? There was nothing left. All that was left was an empty shell. Even though the Myriad Beast Divine Sect still existed, its strength had fallen to its lowest point. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood in the Endless Tower of Trial and laughed foolishly. Ha ha, ha ha. I made a huge profit. This time, I've really made a huge profit. As he looked at the countless treasures in the devouring space, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Little guy, what made you so happy? This time, I'm afraid you'll have to challenge it. You don't have any more teleportation talismans. It was the voice of the gatekeeper. However, this time, there was a hint of laughter in his voice. Could it be that he was laughing because he saw Yi Xian laughing? I know. This time, I'll definitely challenge it. However, I need to prepare first, Yi Xian said to the gatekeeper. At this point, he still hadn't recovered from a huge haul. In fact, the Myriad Beast Treasure Pavilion had a total of 7 floors. Yi Xian had only plundered the first and second floors. Naturally, the higher the floor, the better the treasures. In terms of value, Yi Xian had only obtained 1% of the entire Myriad Beast Treasure Pavilion's value. However, one shouldn't forget that this was a sect stock. Even if it was only 1%, it was still a huge profit for Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had obtained countless treasures. There was no need to go into the details. In terms of cultivation techniques, there were more than 30, including one of the Myriad Beast Divine Sect's 3 greatest techniques, the Myriad Beast Summoning Technique. Regardless of how useful these cultivation techniques were to Yi Xian could fuse cultivation techniques. In other words, even if Yi Xian didn't need a cultivation technique, he could still use the system to exchange for something that was suitable for him. Then there were the interspatial rings. Needless to say, the disciples who had been controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness had long since lost their interspatial rings to Yi Xian. As for the Sky's celestial guard behind them, 7 of their interspatial rings had been snatched away by Yi Xian. Chapter 2141. Such a good thing would be hard to come by a second time. Only sects like the Myriad Beast sect, which was not very organized, could be so easily ambushed. If it were other sects, Yi Xian would have been killed before he could do anything. It was unimaginable for a person to ambush a sect's treasure vault. Moreover, this person was only a deity. System, come level up. Haha, it's time for a big harvest. Alright, system, you're right. I can only level up to the peak superior deity. Don't you dare level me up to the heavenly god realm. What an awesome tone. Did you see that? Level up has to be calculated. Don't level up too much. Right now, Yi Xian was simply a tycoon. You probably wouldn't be able to find a second person to level up like this. Ding. Host has broken through. Current superior deity level 9. Along with the system's notification, Yi Xian successfully leveled up to superior deity level 9, which was the peak deity level. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could break through to the heavenly god realm at any time because he had enough resources in his hands. The breakthrough this time only used up 1/3 of the resources that Yi Xian had plundered. That was how willful he was. I can level up, but I won't. However, after that, Yi Xian had to start considering how to increase his strength with the cultivation of a peak god. His current realm was high enough, but his strength was still a little lacking. After all, the guardian god had already made it clear that this challenge wasn't that simple. If Yi Xian wanted to successfully pass, it was impossible for him to not use some strength. Then, let's start with the cultivation techniques. System, integrate all these cultivation techniques. I don't believe that with so many cultivation techniques, I can't get a good one. The cultivation techniques of the Myriad Beast sect were not good enough for Yi Xian. Even the cultivation techniques of a Myriad Beast sect were just SOSO in Yi Xian's eyes. It was better to let the system integrate them. Who knows? He might be able to get some benefits. What kind of new cultivation technique could emerge from the fusion of over 30 cultivation techniques? Yi Xian was looking forward to it. Ding. Host has chosen to fuse cultivation techniques. Fusing in progress. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill. Summon the heavens. What was that? Summon the world? What the hell was this? Yi Xian hurriedly checked the manual carefully. However, after reading it, he was both happy and worried. What kind of summoner is this? He was very, very strong. It could be said that he was so strong that it made people blind. Summon the heavens. A special skill that can only be used by the host. It cannot be taught to anyone else. Each use will consume 10 devour points. Special effect 1. Any character summoned by the host will not be lower than the host's current level, and there is no upper limit. Special effect 2. The host can summon any fantasy character, whether fictional or real. Special effect 3. The host can summon an army of thousands, but the average strength of the army will be weakened. Restriction, summon the world, can only be used once a month. Also, the person summoned cannot be specified. Every time, it will be a different person. Yes, it was that awesome. It was just that the cooldown time was chilling. It could only be used once a month. What the hell was that? Of course, Yi Xian was not really dissatisfied. One had to know that there was no upper limit to the number of characters that could be summoned. The most awesome part was that it could summon any character. In fact, even if Yi Xian was clearly hostile to someone and was about to attack, Yi Xian could summon that person with a casual summon. It was not impossible. In short, this summon the heavens was simply a super skill. Moreover, besides summoning people to fight, it could also summon an army of thousands. It was simply too awesome. Yes, there was another restriction, and that was the 10 devour points. However, this was ignored by Yi Xian. If it did not consume devour points, Yi Xian would find it strange. Consuming devour points meant that it was a product of the system. A product of the system had to be of high quality. Yi Xian was satisfied. Now that he had the cultivation method, let's see if there was anything else that would be useful for this trial. Yi Xian carefully inspected the treasures that he had obtained, but the results made him a little depressed. It was not that these treasures were all useless. In fact, there were still a few good items, but the key was that these items all required devour points without exception. Moreover, the cheapest item required 5 devour points, or perhaps there was not enough other materials. In this case, Yi Xian could not use them even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, Yi Xian directly said to the Guardian, "Guardian, I am ready." "Gatekeeper, I'm ready. I'm going to start the Sovereign's trial." "Little guy, have you thought it through?" "Of course, since I've already come this far. I will not give up." "Don't worry, little guy. I will ensure your safety. Leave behind your shard of divinity. Even if you are unfortunately killed, I can save you. Don't worry. The shard of divinity I will leave for you is not the kind of shard of divinity that is restricted. It is a shard of divinity that contains your divine will and soul aura. Consider it as leaving you a second life. Yi Xian was stunned. He was not thinking about why the Guardian wanted his shard of divinity, but Fei Yan's words. Previously, Fei Yan said that she wanted Yi Xian to help her get back Fei Yu's shard of divinity. It seemed that Fei Yan was telling the truth. Now, the Guardian was also asking Yi Xian for his shard of divinity. Guardian, I have a presumptuous request. Can you give me Fei Yu's shard of divinity? Yi Xian directly asked. He did not know whether the Guardian would agree, but since Fei Yan made such a request, Yi Xian would not be stingy. Oh, you want Fei Yu's shard of divinity? Sure, this thing is of no use to me anyway. Take it. Who would have thought that it would be so simple? The Guardian did not even ask, directly throwing Fei Yu's shard of divinity to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He directly put the shard of divinity into his devouring space. Together with Li Lei, Hao Bai, and the others, he nurtured it beside the lasting soul flower. All right, I'll send you to the trial now. What I can tell you is that everything in this Paragon trial is random. This is a special space created by Master using his supreme magic power. The trial, there will be an illusion that is suitable for you based on your own strength. Young man, do your best. The Guardian's voice disappeared. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure also disappeared from the Tower of Trials. When he reappeared, he was actually on a floating island. Yi Xian looked down, but there was only emptiness. When he looked up, there was also emptiness. Chapter 2142. Yi Xian stood there alone, waiting for the test to begin. The Guardian had said that this time, the Supreme Trial would adjust his opponent based on his overall strength. In other words, even he himself did not know who his opponent would be. Or rather, what would it be? However, Yi Xian did not have to wait for long. Soon, an illusory shadow appeared on the floating island. Yes, it was a shadow, and this was Yi Xian's opponent. Are you ready? Shadows can speak? Yi Xian was stunned. This shadow could actually speak. We can begin at any time, Yi Xian said to the shadow. At the same time, he got into position. This time, Yi Xian did not take the initiative to attack. This was because he did not know what this shadow was capable of. Of course, one thing was for sure. This shadow's strength was not to be underestimated. 1,000 Beast Sword Servants, come out. A voice called out, summoning the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. Could it be that Yi Xian had made his move? No. It was actually that shadow. He had actually used Yi Xian's mystique. What was going on? Yi Xian was stunned. He had never expected that this shadow would use his mystique. Soon, another shadow appeared beside the first shadow. At this time, Yi Xian noticed that this shadow silhouette was 90% similar to Yi Xian's own, and that 1,000 Beast Sword Servant silhouette was exactly the same as Yi Xian's 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. Of course, they were both shadows. Indeed, as expected by Yi Xian, when that shadow 1,000 Beast Sword Servant appeared, he immediately used his ultimate move, the Advance of the 1,000 Beasts. Following that, 1,000 shadow mounts appeared. All of them were shadows. Yi Xian's opponent this time was himself. What was this? This damned trial was actually letting Yi Xian fight himself? How was he supposed to fight? In fact, if Yi Xian was the one fighting the enemy, then Yi Xian would not hesitate or fear. But for himself? Oftentimes, the person that one understands the most is oneself, and the person that one does not understand the most is oneself. Yi Xian frowned. He knew that the challenge this time would not be so simple. On the surface, this shadow didn't look too different from Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses told him that this shadow wasn't very nimble, but the skills it used were stronger than Yi Xian's. The God-tier shadow mounts were all in the heavenly God realm. In other words, this shadow Yi Xian's skill had been strengthened. Using the strengthening method to make up for his inflexibility, as Yi Xian pondered this question, he had already made his move. He also summoned his 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and his divine mount. However, Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on the shadow. A moment later, A smile appeared on Yixian's face. Perhaps Yixian had already understood his true purpose for participating in this supreme trial. This trial wasn't a trial for the sake of training. In fact, it was more like training and nurturing, condensing a shadow of the challenger and completely imitating all the abilities of the challenger. It could be said that Yixian had been continuously collecting data during his previous battle. In other words, perhaps from the moment Yixian had entered the Valley of Despair, a pair of mysterious eyes had been watching Yixian. They had been watching Yixian's every move and every action of Yixian's. The reason they had done this wasn't because they had any ill intentions. On the contrary, they had done this to better help Yixian. Rewards aside, this shadow opponent was an opportunity for Yixian to get to know him better. After understanding the crux of the matter, Yixian's heart was filled with gratitude. That's right, this trial was very strict. A single mistake could result in death. However, Yixian's quintessence shard had been taken away before he entered this place. In other words, this supreme trial was an absolutely safe environment from the very beginning. The master of this place simply wanted to nurture people to enter the supreme trial. Then let's fight. Let's fight with all our might. Let's use this battle to prove that the master of this place didn't see wrong. Let's use this battle to let Yixian discover his own weaknesses. The Shadow and Yixian's God-grade mounts were already tangling in a fierce battle. At the same time, Yixian also charged at the Shadow. Every time, the Shadow didn't use any special skills, and neither did Yixian. Instead, he sharpened himself with each strike. Yixian's current battle was like looking into a mirror. As long as Yixian observed carefully, he would be able to discover his own weaknesses. As long as the Shadow's weakness was revealed, it was also Yixian's own weakness. The battle lasted for a very long time, so long that even Yixian had forgotten about the time. The 1,000 beast sword servants died again and again, but they were immediately summoned again once the cooldown was over. Yixian's battle with the Shadow never stopped for a moment. Time passed. On this day, the battle was still as usual. There wasn't much difference, but suddenly, the Shadow disappeared. A voice sounded at the same time. "Young man, your aptitude is not bad. You are very good. This sovereign is very satisfied. Compared to the previous few brats, your mind is much better. I didn't expect you to have seen through the true goal of this trial from the very beginning. So, have you learned anything?" This voice sounded very old. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as having experienced the vicissitudes of life. This voice was very faint, as if it didn't exist at all. "I have learned," Yixian calmly replied. Yes, he had learned. But what had he learned? It was a kind of feeling, a kind of understanding, and an indescribable gain. If it was said that Yixian was a master when it came to battle in the past, then the current Yixian was a master of a generation. After this baptism, Yixian would be even more proficient in using the same skill. This was an opportunity that could only be encountered but not sought after. It could be said that it was more valuable than any other reward. The voice was silent for a moment, as if recalling Yixian's actions during this time. Indeed, he had grown a lot. Then he said, "Good. It's good that you've learned it. Keep it well. This is your reward." A jade talisman flew towards Yixian. Yes, this was Yixian's reward. "Little brat, from today onwards, you are the only living successor of the archaic god emperor. Everything I have will belong to you. However, you're not strong enough, so I gave you too much. Otherwise, it would only cause you more trouble. Work hard. Every time your strength reaches the required level, the jade talisman in your hand will activate a new notification for you." All right, this sovereign strength is not enough to create another test like this. From now on, there will be no more supreme trial. You must remember that you have never participated in any supreme trial. You have only obtained the title of an intermediate trial participant. Chapter 2143. Yes, this junior understands. Yixian nodded respectfully. He naturally knew what kind of treasure the primordial god emperor had left for him. It's good that you understand. Remember, before you are strong enough, do not reveal your identity. Your enemy is so strong that you cannot imagine. Of course, don't think that I'm looking for trouble. In fact, Even if you don't want to, they'll still find you and kill you. They won't let any genius go. Or rather, they won't let any god go. Disperse, disperse. Let everything turn to smoke. After hundreds of millions of years of struggle and countless reincarnations, what is the end? Yi Xian did not quite understand the primordial god emperor's last sentence. However, Yi Xian understood who the primordial god emperor was referring to. Although the primordial god emperor did not say it clearly, he already knew. Annihilation. Yes, annihilation. Annihilation was unavoidable in the ancient war. The voice disappeared, and the floating island Yi Xian was on began to crumble rapidly. Yi Xian did not dare to linger and immediately walked into the transfer array to leave. You succeeded? The gatekeeper asked excitedly as soon as Yi Xian appeared. Yes, I succeeded. Yi Xian did not hide anything. Ha 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 ha, you succeeded. Master has finally found a new crown prince. No, it should be the new successor of the primordial god emperor. Little master, please forgive this old servant's rudeness. This old servant no longer has the ability to follow you, so please allow this old servant to continue following you. Farewell, little master. The gatekeeper suddenly laughed heartily. At the same time, Yi Xian was forcibly transported away. Just as Yi Xian left the Valley of Despair, the entire Valley of Despair suddenly underwent a huge change. It was as if a mirror had been shattered, and the entire Valley of Despair actually shattered into pieces. Regardless of whether it was the mountains, the rivers, the clouds, or the flowers and trees within, it was as if everything was an illusion, and at this moment, that illusion had been shattered. This process did not last long, and only Yi Xian witnessed it. When everything was over, the Valley of Despair instantly returned to its original state. Even if it was just one of the stones, it was still the same as it was in the beginning. However, Yi Xian knew that this Valley of Despair that looked exactly the same was no longer the same. This was because this place had lost the value of its existence and had lost its soul. From today onwards, this place was just an ordinary Valley of the Despair domain. Of course, only Yi Xian knew about this. He silently watched the Valley of Despair disappear without saying a word. Although he had only interacted with the primordial god emperor for a very short time, Yi Xian didn't have any pleasant memories in the Valley of Despair. However, in that final moment, the primordial god emperor left Yi Xian with unimaginable wealth and opportunities. All of this made Yi Xian unable to forget this place, and similarly, he could not forget the primordial god emperor. It's time to leave. Yi Xian turned around and prepared to leave. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Fian was actually standing behind him again. You little girl, what did you come over? You came and went like a ghost. Next time, can you not stand behind me like this? It's so scary. Would young master be scared by a little girl? Fian smiled as she looked at Yi Xian, the joy in her eyes unconcealed. Yi Xian was speechless. It was better not to provoke this girl. This girl's mouth was very slippery. In any case, Yi Xian was not confident that he could win against her. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for completing the random mission. Explore the Valley of Despair. Ding! System notification. The system's repair rate has increased. Currently 40%. Ding! System notification. The system's humanness has increased. It will take the initiative to give the host a reasonable suggestion. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for completing the random mission. The system will randomly give out a reward. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining a reward, 10 Devour points, and a random special material. A reward of Devour points? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He could actually reward 10 Devour points? Of course, this was a good thing for him, so he naturally wouldn't mind. However, in reality, Yi Xian didn't really care about the reward. What he cared about was the system's other notification. He didn't expect that the system's humanness would increase. In the future, it could give him some reasonable suggestions. Of course, Yi Xian understood in his heart that the system was after all a system. It would never be able to give Yi Xian guidance like a person. The so-called reasonable suggestions were nothing more than references based on data analysis. In the end, only Yi Xian could make the decision on what to do. Of course, this was undoubtedly very good news because the system had absolute rationality. The system wouldn't act based on emotions. Therefore, the results of its analysis were definitely the most suitable solution. However, he didn't know what the function of this function was. It seemed that he would have to wait and find out in the future. The Valley of Despair. Yi Xian was still a little reluctant to part with it. To be honest, ever since he came to the realm of the gods, Yi Xian spent most of his time in the Valley of Despair. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Valley of Despair was the place that Yi Xian was most familiar with in the realm of the gods. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the time to see the full picture of the Valley of Despair. He didn't even have the time to enter the inner part of the Valley of Despair before he disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Then, what should he do next? Forget it. Let's go find Luo Luo. Yi Xian said indifferently. After that, he walked forward. Fian silently followed Yi Xian's movements and didn't say much. Mo Shangge. It seemed that it was time to take a look at this Mo Shangge. Yi Xian had heard of this Mo Shangge for a long time. Furthermore, this Mo Shangge was a puppet of annihilation. Therefore, Yi Xian had to take a look no matter what. 999,999 totem beasts? You want to collect all of them? How could I give you the chance? Yi Xian advanced very quickly. He didn't even need to care about Fian. This was because even if Fian was left behind, as long as Yi Xian stopped, he would be able to locate Yi Xian in an instant and teleport over. To be honest, Yi Xian was quite jealous of this ability. Unfortunately, the system was damaged, causing him to lose a lot of things from before. Now, he had to travel by himself. Mo Shangge was located in the Mo Shang mountain range. It was because of this that it was called Mo Shangge. This was a very isolated sect. Although they possessed absolute strength in this region, they very rarely appeared before the eyes of the people of the world. Chapter 2144. Mo Shangji's disciples were stationed in Mo City for a long time. At the same time, it was also the main place where Mo Shangge recruited new disciples. Yi Xian's current location was precisely Mo City. Dear guests, what would you like to eat? Yi Xian and Fian were currently sitting in a restaurant. This restaurant was directly opposite Mo Shangji's office. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside. No one knew what they were doing. Waiter, what is this Mo Shangge doing? Why are there so many people gathered around? Hey, are you from another city? The waiter asked with a smile. Outside? All right. Yi Xian would treat himself as a foreigner for the time being. Yes, we came from outside. Oh, no wonder. Today is Mo Shangji's once-in-a-decade disciple recruitment day. The people you see all came outside Mo Shangge with the intention of giving it a try. Their goal is to see if they have the chance to become Mo Shangji's disciple. However, I've been here for hundreds of years. I've seen Mo Shangji's disciple recruitment so many times. These people, I'm afraid it would be very good if even 1% could enter. Hearing this, Yi Xian pretended to be profound and asked, Oh, is the test that difficult? From what I know, this Mo Shangji's strength is only so. Why is it so attractive? That waiter looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression, then said without hesitation, Dear guest, you came from outside. It's not strange that you don't know. This Mo Shangge is not that simple. Not only are they proficient in the way of beast taming, they're also proficient in the art of restriction. Furthermore, their divine abilities are also extremely powerful. Mo Shangji's Mo Shang training camp can be said to be a gathering of all the geniuses in the surrounding 100 realms. The divine realm was very big. Therefore, the unit of measurement for distance was the realm. The so-called one realm, if it was any other place, was even comparable to the size of a continent. 100 realms, the range represented was really not small. If it was population, within the 100 realms, there were probably more than hundreds of millions of gods. Yi Xian nodded and pretended to be surprised. Really? I didn't expect this Mo Shang pavilion to be so powerful. However, what's up with this Mo Shang training camp? Is it an academy? Haha. Customer, you really know how to joke. However, what you said is correct. This Mo Shang training camp is indeed somewhat similar to an academy. This little one will explain it to you like this. There are 3 rankings in this Mo Shang Academy. The first ranking is the Mo Shang Academy. The people on that ranking are the strongest people in the Mo Shang Academy. The attendant paused for a moment and continued. The second ranking is called the Genius Ranking. Of course, under normal circumstances, it's called the Genius Ranking. The figures on the second ranking are all young people, and it's a gathering of all the geniuses in the 100 territories of the Mo Shanga. As for the third ranking, it is the overall strength ranking. It marks the most powerful families and sects in the 100 territories of the Mozhang Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. He asked with a smile, I heard that there's a sect called the Myriad Beast Divine Sect. They seem to be quite strong. I wonder, what's their ranking on the power rankings? Myriad Beast Divine Sect? That sect doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the ranking. Not to mention, there's internal strife now. As far as I know, the Myriad Beast Divine Sect at its peak only obtained the qualifications to enter the ranking. Enter the ranking? They don't have a chance at all. Hearing the attendant's words, Yi Xian was slightly surprised. That Myriad Beast Divine Sect didn't even have the qualifications to enter the ranking. It seems like this Mo Shang Academy's ranking was indeed not to be underestimated. Attendant, I'm asking you, are there any requirements to enter the Mo Shang training camp? As Yi Xian spoke, he took out a few dozen divine crystals and handed them to the attendant. Divine crystals were the common currency of the divine world. However, that was only for the gods. In fact, mortals didn't even have the qualifications to use them. The attendant was incomparably terrified, not to mention a few dozen divine crystals. Even if he didn't eat or drink for 100 years, he wouldn't be able to earn a single divine crystal. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to refuse. He immediately took the divine crystals. After receiving the benefits, the attendant didn't hide anything. As long as Yi Xian asked about something, he would explain in great detail if he knew anything. As it turned out, there weren't many requirements to enter the Mo Shang training camp. First, you had to have a clean identity. To put it bluntly, someone had to introduce you. Second, you had to have a certain level of talent. Realm was secondary, talent was extremely important. There were only these 2 requirements and nothing else. In fact, Mo Shang Academy hid it very well. For example, this Mo Shang training camp seemed to be a convenient place for everyone, a place that imparted divine arts selflessly. However, Yi Xian, who knew the nature of Mo Shang Academy, was very clear on what they were. All right, waiter, go and get us something to eat. Yi Xian waved the attendant away, but he was planning in his heart. It seemed that this Mo Shang training camp needed to take a look. Although finding Luo was important, Yi Xian couldn't neglect news of the Annihilation Organization. Besides, news from by Swansea hadn't come yet. Even if Yi Xian delayed a little now, it didn't matter. The connection with Luo was still there, which meant that Luo wasn't in any danger. Girl, your young master, am preparing to go to Mo Shang training camp for a while. What are you going to do? Yi Xian looked at Fian. In name, Fian was Yi Xian's slave, but in reality, Yi Xian had never treated Fian as a slave even once. At this time, Yi Xian was preparing to enter Mo Shang Academy and was also thinking about Fian. Since the young master wants to go, then this little girl will accompany the young master in. Haha, so confident. Why? Do you think you can definitely go in? If the young master can go in, then this little girl can go in. Fian's answer was very good, very strong. However, Yi Xian didn't know where Fian's confidence came from. Not to mention other things, just that introducer, Fian, as a slave, probably couldn't get it, right? As for Yi Xian himself, what introduction? It wasn't a problem at all. What was Yi Xian's identity in Lingxian Pavilion? That was the pavilion protecting elder. In other words, if Yi Xian wrote an introduction for himself, it was guaranteed that the people in Mo Shang Academy would have to carefully serve him. How could the others compare to the recommendation of Ling Xian Pavilion's pavilion protecting elder? Without hesitation, Yi Xian directly made a recommendation for himself. However, he didn't really make things difficult for Fian. Instead, he made one for Fian as well. After eating a sumptuous meal, Yi Xian and Fian walked towards Mo Shang Academy's office. Chapter 2145. Line up, line up. Why are you cutting the line, kid? How could they expect Yi Xian to queue up in such a long line? They were overthinking things. Thus, Yi Xian led Fian straight to the front, intending to cut the line. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among the others. However, Yi Xian didn't care about these people at all, even though the person who spoke was a sky celestial. Ignore him. What does he think this is? The disciples of Mo Shang Pavilion won't care about him. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with disdain. When Yi Xian walked to the front, the disciple in charge of handling matters really said to Yi Xian, "Hey, little brat, if you want to register, then line up. Mo Shang Pavilion doesn't welcome people who don't follow the rules." "Oh, is that so? You really don't welcome me? Then I'm leaving." Yi Xian had already taken out his own handwriting, but he still put on an act as he spoke. The disciple looked up. This was the first time he had met someone who spoke to him in such a manner. One had to know which person who came to the Mozhang Pavilion didn't do everything they could to enter the Mozhang Pavilion. This time, it was a guy who wanted to leave without a word. It would be hard not to attract attention. However, when the disciple saw what Yi Xian was holding, his heart skipped a beat. Ling Xian Pavilion was an auction house, but at the same time, it was an auction house that no one could afford to offend. Ling Xian Pavilion didn't just have resources, it also had strength. "Hey, wait a moment. Can you let me take a look at yours? Didn't you say that you don't welcome me? I think it's better for me to leave." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This was the effect he wanted. "Hey, young master, please wait a moment." Mo Shang Pavilion's disciple was negligent. Please don't blame him. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and glared fiercely at the disciple. Then, he cupped his fists respectfully at Yi Xian. The reason? It was very simple. The item in Yi Xian's hands was something that even a pavilion elder would have to treat with caution, let alone an ordinary disciple like him. Of course, Yi Xian might really leave. His goal was to enter Mo Shang Pavilion. If he left just like that, then how was he going to continue acting? Therefore, Yi Xian gave the disciple a disdainful look before handing over the item in his hand. That disciple carefully took the Yi Xian, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. How could he not be shocked? This was a pavilion protecting elder from Ling Xian Pavilion, and his words were full of compliments and praises. F***, I wrote it for myself. Isn't that just saying nice things casually? "May I ask your name, young master?" "Yi Xian." "So it's young master Yi. May I ask, what is the relationship between young master and this tower protector elder of Ling Xian Court?" "What elder? Who knows who he is? I just don't have anyone by my side at the moment, so I asked him to write." "Why? Is there a problem?" Silence, complete silence. At this moment, whether it was the people in line or the disciples of Mo Shang Pavilion, they were all shocked. What kind of person was the tower protector elder of Ling Xian Court? However, in Yi Xian's mouth, it was as if he was just that. Then, what kind of identity did Yi Xian have? Yi Xian could ignore the tower protector elder of Ling Xian Court, but that tower protector elder still spoke with compliments. Just this point alone was enough to prove that Yi Xian was not simple. No problem. Since young master wants to join Mo Shang Pavilion, of course there won't be any problems. That disciple said with a smile. In fact, even in the God realm, one's identity and background were existences that could not be ignored. Yi Xian looked at that Mo Shang Pavilion disciple and said arrogantly, "Who told you that I want to join Mo Shang Pavilion? I just want to go to Mo Shang training camp to play." Okay. If young master wants to join Mo Shang training camp, it's naturally possible. That disciple did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect and said respectfully. Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything. Then Fian walked over. It was also from the tower protector elder, but Yi Xian only wrote an ordinary one for Fian. After all, Yixian did not want Fian to be too eye-catching. That disciple looked at Fian, then looked at Yixian. He already understood that Fian was probably just Yixian's companion. Fian, right? There's also no problem for you to join Mo Shang training camp. However, illusion disguises are not allowed in the training camp, so please remove your illusion disguise. What do you think? That last sentence, the disciple asked Yixian because he understood that Yixian had the right to make the decision. However, how could he know that Yixian did not plan to care about Fian at all? Fian was also very direct. With a wave of her hand, she removed her illusion disguise. Is this okay? The voice was still the same voice, but the person was no longer the same person. The previous Fian was definitely not a beauty in Yixian's eyes. She was just an ordinary girl. But now, once Fian removed her disguise and revealed her true appearance, it made it difficult for countless people to shift their gazes away. So beautiful! Someone unconsciously said it out loud, and this was exactly what everyone was thinking. What was going on? Yixian was a little surprised. He was prepared to go and see how beautiful this Fian was, but who knew that with a wave of her hand, Fian actually returned to her normal appearance. My young master does not allow me to reveal my appearance outside, so please see if you can make it convenient. At this moment, Yixian frowned slightly and walked towards Fian. He really did look a little dissatisfied. When everyone heard Fian's words, they looked at Yixian with slightly angry expressions. In their eyes, Fian's exceptionally beautiful appearance should be displayed so that people could see it. However, this guy was actually so selfish as to not allow such a beauty to reveal her appearance. What was this? However, Yixian was also thinking about this sentence in his heart. F***CK. What does this have to do with me? It seems that I haven't even seen Fian's original appearance before. This is simply bullying people. Looking at Fian's smiling gaze, Yixian was incomparably depressed. Of course, Yixian did not need to find trouble with Fian for such a small matter. Since it's the young master's intention, then you don't have to remove your disguise. That disciple's heart was simply dripping blood. He actually had the chance to see such a beautiful face every day. This was simply unacceptable. Unfortunately, he did not dare to offend Yixian, so he could only think about it in his heart. Perhaps some people would say that since Yixian came to Mo Shang's training camp to investigate, then he should not be so flamboyant. Chapter 2146. Because according to Yixian's plan, he would be used to attract the firepower. As for the investigation, it could be left to the withered bones doppelganger or the 1,000 beast sword attendant. Of course, it seemed that there was someone more capable of attracting attention than him. That person was Fian. How beautiful was Fian that she could make all these people lose their minds. All the way until Yixian entered Mo Shang training camp. Yixian was also pondering this question. However, since Fian didn't reveal her true appearance in front of him, Yixian wouldn't force it. Mo Shang training camp didn't have a fixed time for accepting disciples. After all, once one joined, it was normal for them to stay for hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, when it came to finding and accepting disciples, Mo Shang training camp would accept anyone as long as they met the criteria. A training camp in the God realm. Yixian was still quite surprised. To be honest, Yixian didn't find it strange that sects, clans, alliances, and so on would appear. However, Yixian couldn't help but feel a little strange that such a training camp would appear. Of course, in such a big God realm, anything appearing wouldn't be considered too surprising. Young Master Yi, we've already arranged a room for you. At the same time, the training camp is fully open to you. There are no restrictions on using any treasures or learning anything you want. The disciple in charge of leading Yixian was very respectful to Yixian. He even told Yixian about many things he needed to pay attention to along the way. Of course, Yixian still displayed a superior appearance. All right, I understand. You can leave. Yixian waved his hand, as if treating this disciple as his follower. However, that disciple didn't dare to go against Yixian's wishes, so he directly left. Fian wasn't assigned to Yixian. Of course, This was Yi Xian's idea. Otherwise, if he wanted Fian to be with him, it would only take a single sentence. Yi Xian only did this to facilitate the investigation. At this time, Yi Xian was alone in his room, but he thought of that jade talisman. The jade talisman that the primordial divine emperor left to Yi Xian. Yi Xian still hadn't carefully studied it. Since he had nothing to do now, he might as well take a good look. Yi Xian took out the jade talisman. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Yi Xian couldn't see how this jade talisman could leave the primordial divine emperor's legacy. This was a jade talisman, not a yin-yang ring. Could it be some sort of technique or a treasure map or something? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He released his spiritual will in an attempt to investigate. When Yi Xian's spiritual will invaded the jade talisman, in an instant, the jade talisman turned into a ray of light and merged with Yi Xian's spiritual will. Yes, it had fused with his divine sense. At the same time, Yi Xian inexplicably felt that there was an additional memory that didn't belong to Yi Xian. The content of this memory was very simple. Yi Xian's current realm was not high enough. When Yi Xian reached the Sky God realm, he would receive the most basic inheritance of the primordial divine emperor. What kind of method was this? What exactly was that jade talisman? Yi Xian found it hard to imagine. It could be said that the jade talisman was a miraculous item that Yi Xian had never seen or heard of before. Sky God realm? In fact, Yi Xian still had a large amount of resources. If he swallowed them, he would only need a small portion to break through to the Sky God realm. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to break through. In the beginning, because of the final trial, Yi Xian deliberately held back his realm. As for the restriction, Yi Xian wanted to keep a low profile. He could act arrogantly and attract the attention of everyone in the training camp. But his realm couldn't be too high, because only then would the people in the training camp look down on Yi Xian. On one hand, they would give in to Yi Xian's special doppelganger and eccentric behavior. On the other hand, they would look down on Yi Xian because of his peak true God realm cultivation. Without a doubt, this would be more suitable for Yi Xian's actions. The secret of the jade talisman seemed to have been solved temporarily. It looked like the primordial divine emperor's words were true. Only when Yi Xian slowly improved his strength would he be able to uncover the benefits left behind by Yi Xian. Today was Yi Xian's first day of training in the training camp. The entire training camp was divided into two camps, the inner and outer. The outer camp was divided into 10 divisions, and each division had different things to learn. The elders in charge of teaching in the Mozhang training camp were not only from Mozhang Pavilion, but also from other factions. It could be said that there were many things to learn. Yi Xian's identity was special, so he was directly entered into the first division. The only thing that the first division had more than the other 9 divisions was the right to listen in. In other words, Yi Xian could listen to any choice he was interested in. Of course, as it was his first day of training, Yi Xian still had to go to the first division to take a look. There were fewer people in the first division. After all, the people in the first division were all people with backgrounds. There were even 10 people in the so-called strength ranking, and 6 people in the genius ranking were from the first division. One had to know that the Mozhang training camp's 3 great rankings listed all the factions in Mozhang Pavilion's 100 territories. One could imagine how powerful the first division was. However, Yi Xian's arrival attracted hostility, not friendship. Oh, you're the newcomer? Yi Xian had just entered the first division when he was stopped by a youth. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at that person. Although the character that Yi Xian had chosen to play was originally a character that wasn't liked by others, it was out of Yi Xian's expectations that trouble would come knocking on his door so quickly. You have a problem with that? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at that person with a provocative gaze. Fant, who knew that that person would look at Yi Xian with disdain, then turn around and leave. Yi Xian did not care and walked straight in. Soon, another person walked over. Young Master Yi, don't mind him. That person is from Jubao Pavilion, so of course he doesn't like you. Oh, so that's how it is. Then why are you willing to interact with me? Yi Xian looked at this person in confusion. Haha, I am Kuan Sang from Juding Chamber of Commerce. That person said lightly. Juding Chamber of Commerce? What the hell? Yi Xian had never heard of it before. However, he could roughly guess why this person would take the initiative to interact with him. This Juding Chamber of Commerce was probably a faction that had a good relationship with Ling Xian Court. Yi Xian's identity had been very arrogantly announced when he joined. He was a young master who had a special relationship with Ling Xian Court, at least on the surface. Chapter 2147. At the start of the first training session, nothing much happened. Although no one liked Yi Xian, they did not cause trouble for him. However, as soon as the training session ended, someone came looking for Yi Xian. Are you Yi Xian? Yi Xian did not recognize this person, nor was he from the First Division. However, if he dared to cause trouble for Yi Xian would not let him off so easily. In fact, Yi Xian knew that this person was just a small fry that had been sent here. Low-level, celestial god? He did seem to be slightly higher than Yi Xian, but would Yi Xian care? Who are you? Yi Xian didn't answer the other party's question. He only indifferently looked at that person with disdain in his eyes. Who I am is not important. However, I heard that you are very arrogant. Do you know what rules you have to follow here? Yi Xian smiled. Rules? What rules was this guy talking to him about? What did this guy have to talk to him about rules? What rules? This young master doesn't know anything about that. Yi Xian was playing the role of an unruly and arrogant young master. Why would he care about this person? Of course, even if he did not play the role, Yi Xian would not care about such a small fry. Haha, kid, I am here today to tell you that you should not be too arrogant. You should know about the points system of the training camp, right? My request is simple. Let's have a bet. Do you dare? He was clearly a celestial god, but he wanted to beat up Yi Xian, a weakling who was only a celestial god. However, this person in front of him had the nerve to say it out loud. Wasn't he embarrassed? Of course, Yi Xian didn't mind. He was just a mere second-grade heavenly god, so Yi Xian had the strength to instantly kill him. Yi Xian knew about the points system of the training camp. Someone had already told him about it. Simply put, these points were equivalent to the common currency of the training camp. If you were strong enough, then you could steal the points of others. Of course, if you're not strong enough, you have to admit defeat. Moreover, since this was the training camp, at least on the surface, killing in the training camp was not allowed. Every newbie would receive 1,000 points. Through these points, the trainees in the training camp could exchange for some special magical equipment, materials, and so on in the training camp. On the surface, the 100 MO training camp seemed to be a very fair place. As long as you had the strength, you could use your strength to get whatever you wanted, whether it was treasures, resources, a change of unit, or even a place in the internal division. Everything was decided by strength. It turned out that this guy was aiming for his points. One had to know that there was another rule in the 100 MO training camp. Once your points were used up, you had to automatically leave. That was because even if you were to accept a group mission, you still needed points to exchange. Okay, I can promise you. Then, let's bet 1,000 points. Yi Xian smiled. Someone was giving him points. Of course, he would not miss such a good deal. That person was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Yi Xian to agree so readily. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Xian not only agreed, but also raised the bet to 1,000 points in one go. As a newbie who had just entered the training camp, Yi Xian was basically putting all his eggs in one basket. If Yi Xian failed this time, then it would be equivalent to automatically leaving the camp. Good, very good. Kit, you got guts. Since you want to make history in the training camp, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll make you the shortest person in the history of the training camp to be forcefully kicked out. Cut the crap. Come on, let's fight now. Yi Xian looked at this guy. He knew that there were probably many pairs of eyes watching him in the dark. At this moment, at least a dozen people were watching Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian's insolence and Yi Xian's background made Yi Xian a person that people could not help but pay attention to. The first division of the outer camp could be said to be a very troublesome division, although there were very few people in the first division. However, each and every one of them had a special identity. Being able to enter the first division was equivalent to having half a foot in the inner camp. In such an environment, it was hard not to notice the first division. What an arrogant kid. Although Hong's son of the Hong family is not weak, He is a well-known genius in the 7th Division. Don't underestimate him just because he is a lower tier 2 celestial god. His true combat strength is enough to fight a lower tier 5 celestial god. Moreover, this guy is Old Ghost Man. I'm afraid Old Ghost has given him a protective treasure. It looks like this newcomer is done for. Isn't that so? To be honest, I don't have any bad feelings towards this newcomer. Although this guy is indeed very arrogant, since he can get the full support of Ling Xian Court's Guardian Elder, his identity is definitely not ordinary. Then, he does have the right to be arrogant. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't know how to conduct himself properly. Have you heard? The newcomer yesterday is going to have a gambling fight with Hong Sun of the 7th Division. This is going to be interesting. Haha. Are you talking about young Master Yi? Damn it, these damn guys. They actually bullied young Master Yi because he is new and doesn't know the rules. They are actually so despicable. Humph, I have to stop this gambling fight. How are you going to stop it? You should know that the rules of the gambling fight are that as long as both parties agree, no one can interfere. But for the first 5 years of a new students, they're exempt from all forms of gambling fights. Don't tell me that no one cares about this rule. Haha. But don't forget that this is under the condition that the new students refuse. What if they are willing? This time, among the two people who spoke, it was very obvious that one of them supported Yi Xian. However, the nature of Ling Xian Court determined that it was impossible for them to say how many people they would send to participate in this so-called Mo Shang training camp. It could be said that before Yi Xian, even if people from Ling Xian Court participated, their identities were not important. So, even if there were people who supported Yi Xian, so what? Their identities were really too lowly. The only one who could enter the 1st Division was at the bottom of the 1st Division. As for the internal division, there was no need to even think about it. This was the realm of the gods, and this was a small training camp. If there was any news, wouldn't the entire training camp know in an instant? At this moment, almost everyone was paying attention to Yi Xian and this gambling fight, even if this gambling fight didn't seem to be anything special. The gambling fight between Yi Xian and Hong Sun was scheduled to take place after the afternoon training. As for the location, it was naturally the designated arena of the training camp. At this moment, there were already many people gathered below the arena. They were undoubtedly here to watch the battle between Yi Xian and Hong Sun. Chapter 2148. From a moment Yi Xian entered the Mo Shang training camp, he was an existence that could not be ignored. He was an existence that could not be ignored. In the afternoon, the unique sun of the god realm was already setting in the west. The 10th day was slowly rising. Hong Sun was already standing on the stage. Beside Hong Sun was an old man. He was the host of the stage and also the person in charge of determining the outcome of the battle. That guy, he wouldn't dare to come, right? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Hong Sun had already waited for half an hour, but she did not see Yi Xian's figure. Hong Sun was anxious. The mission he received was to teach Yi Xian a lesson and teach Yi Xian how to behave. If he completed the mission, there would naturally be many benefits. However, if he did not complete the mission, that person would not be so easy to talk to. Therefore, Hong Sun was most worried about Yi Xian not coming. Hong Sun squeezed the item in his hand. This time, he felt more confident. To be honest, if Hong Sun was to find trouble with Yi Xian, even if Hong Sun had 10 times the courage, he would not dare. Yi Xian's background wasn't something that a mere Hong Xian like him could provoke. Fortunately, his master had enmity with Ling Xian Pavilion to begin with. In that case, even if Hong Xian were to attack Yi Xian now, there would still be someone to protect him. Finally, a figure slowly walked over. If it was not Yi Xian, who else could it be? At this moment, Yi Xian was holding a special skewer of roasted meat in his hand. It was unknown what kind of divine beast this was, but it could be said to be a major specialty of the Mo Shang training camp. The taste was indeed not bad. As for Fian, she was also holding a skewer of roasted meat and silently followed behind Yi Xian. Eating roasted meat? This was nothing special. Although the price of roasted divine beast meat was ridiculously high and very few people would eat it, It was inevitable that some people would occasionally be greedy. However, didn't you have a bet with someone? How could you be in a mood to eat roasted meat before a bet? In an instant, the surrounding people began to whisper to each other. As for Hong Sun, her face had long since flushed red. This was simply too humiliating. He had been standing in the arena like an idiot for an hour, but his opponent had actually gone to eat barbecued meat. This was simply an insult. Yi Xian walked up the ring step by step, but his mouth was still full of barbecued meat. You didn't lie to me. This barbecue tastes really good. Hey, didn't you want to bet with me? Hurry up, don't waste my time eating the barbecue. Face slapping. It was as if the onlookers could hear the slapping sounds coming from the face of this thorny fruit. This time, Hong Sun could be considered to have lost a great deal of face. Hong Sun's eyes were filled with incomparable anger. Even her entire body was trembling. This was simply too much. This was simply too humiliating. All right, since both parties have agreed to the bet, let me confirm one last time. Yi Xian, do you agree to the bet? I agree. Isn't he just an ant? I'll just kick him out of the arena later. Hurry up, don't waste my time, Yi Xian said casually as he bit off another piece of barbecued meat. All right, since that's the case, I hereby announce that this bet has complied with the rules. The bet will be 1,000 points. The battle will now begin. As the old man spoke, he also announced the start of the battle. Hong Sun could no longer hold back. As soon as the old man spoke, she suddenly moved and charged towards Yi Xian. However, although she was fast, someone was even faster. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 1,000 beast sword servants appeared. 1,000 beast formation. Divine beast mount summon. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 divine beast mounts appeared on the small arena. Silver and gold. This time, although it was said that only 30 or so gold mounts had appeared, it was still a shocking sight. However, the scene was shocking enough. Were they going to gang up on him? Controlling divine beasts was a common way of fighting for many people. However, it was rare to see someone like Yi Xian who could summon 1,000 divine beasts with a wave of his hand. Go, 1,000 beast sword servants, teach that guy a good lesson. All right, I almost forgot. You can't kill here, so just make him half crippled. Also, I want his interspatial ring. Yi Xian said calmly. It was in accordance with the rules for the victor to take the loser spoils. However, this was the training camp after all, not the cruel world outside. Generally speaking, unless there was a huge grudge between them, no one would do such a thing. Of course, this rule didn't apply to Yi Xian. Was there any need to continue watching this battle? How was this a battle? This was torture. At this point, everyone understood that Hong Sun had no chance. She was only qualified to be played around by Yi Xian. There were 1,000 divine beasts, and some of them were even stronger than Hong Sun's current strength. How could Hong Sun fight against them? In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's divine rank mount had already charged over like a galloping army. Torture. Yes, it was tyrannical. Yi Xian used his own actions to let others know of his insolence. At the same time, he also let others know that he wasn't as easy to provoke as he seemed on the surface. Although he was only at the God Realm, his strength was incomparably powerful. Hong Sun didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. The battle was over from the start. Like a rubber ball, Hong Sun's body was kicked around by those divine beast mounts. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood aside and casually ate his barbecued meat. When he finally finished his barbecued meat, he seemed to recall something and said indifferently, "Forget it, there's no need to fight." As soon as Yi Xian said this, those divine beast mounts, including the 1,000 beast sword servants, disappeared in an instant. It was as if they had never been there. Of course, the pitiful Hong Sun, who was lying on the ground half dead, proved that everything that had happened was not an illusion. There was no suspense in this battle at all. I hereby announce that Yi Xian is the winner of the first battle. The old man didn't care about the situation at all. His task was to watch the outcome of the battle. Of course, he also wanted to make sure that no lives were lost. Yes, this was also the time when Yi Xian was searching for Hong Sun's interspatial ring. Unfortunately, he didn't care. Since the outcome was out, there was no need for Yi Xian to continue staying here. Yi Xian left immediately. He didn't look like someone who had come to fight at all. Those who didn't know better would think that this kid was just there to watch a show, not to sing a song. It could be said that Hong Sun even had thoughts of dying. His interspatial ring contained almost all of his assets. Due to the special nature of the training camp, at least 90% of his belongings were stored in his interspatial ring, even though Hong Sun had stored a small portion of his belongings elsewhere. Chapter 2149. Although Hong Sun was a genius in the 7th Division, his strength was pitifully weak and he didn't have any backing. Therefore, he only had a total of over 1,700 points. After losing 1,000 points to Yi Xian, it could be said that he was crippled. This was because the remaining 700 points weren't enough for him to buy the treasures he needed. A defeated person would never be pitied by others. Even Hong Sun's former master wouldn't care about him at this moment. No one cared about what would happen to Hong Sun in the future. Everyone was talking about the winner, Yi Xian. Wow, young Master Yi is indeed young Master Yi. Just by casually summoning 1,000 divine beasts, I'm afraid that many people can't do anything to him. Isn't that so? With the strength that young Master Yi displayed, I'm afraid that no one below the middle-level heavenly god realm would dare to provoke him. Moreover, with young Master Yi's identity, how could he only have one ultimate move? In my opinion, young Master Yi must have held back his strength. He's so strong, as expected of young Master Yi. Ignorant people would always be ignorant. Once Yi Xian won, these people immediately changed their tone. They seemed to have forgotten that no one thought highly of Yi Xian before this. Of course, Yi Xian's performance naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the training camp. Even those who didn't pay attention to Yi Xian couldn't ignore Yi Xian at this moment. A mere true God realm cultivation could be said to be at the bottom of the entire training camp. However, the techniques that he displayed, as well as the information and potential contained in those techniques, were worth paying attention to. Young Master, did you do that on purpose? Suddenly, Fian, who was following behind Yi Xian, asked. Yi Xian didn't tell Fian about his plan. Therefore, Fian didn't know what Yi Xian's ultimate goal was. Of course, with Fian's intelligence, she could see some clues. Hee, girl, remove your disguise in the future and use your true face to meet others. If you want to disguise yourself in front of me, I won't care about you. Girl was the name that Yi Xian gave Fian. Of course, strictly speaking, it wasn't a name at all. All right. Flying Smoke was not ambiguous and directly answered. No matter what purpose Yi Xian had, Flying Smoke would unconditionally obey. At this time, Flying Smoke already knew that not only had Yi Xian obtained Flying Feather's godhead, but he had also begun to revive. Yi Xian didn't say anything, and Fian didn't ask either. However, Fian was still very grateful to Yi Xian in her heart, just like her oath in the past. At this time, Fian had already regarded herself as Yi Xian's personal property, or rather, a female slave. Yi Xian returned to his living quarters. In this training camp, there was indeed not as much trouble as the outside world. However, Yi Xian would not always indulge in pleasure here. Come out, withered bone sword servants. Several dozen withered bone sword servants of varying strength instantly appeared. Yi Xian casually threw the cloaks he had prepared to these withered bone sword servants, then said to them, Go and collect all the information regarding Immerse Shangge in this training camp. Yi Xian wanted to investigate Immerse Shangge. Actually, there was no clear path to take. Since that was the case, Yi Xian might as well start a full-scale investigation. Of course, the withered bone sword servants were only the first batch. Yi Xian didn't have much power to mobilize at the moment, but these withered bone sword servants could at least be of some use. Immerse Shangge. Destroy? Also, what were those guys that required 990,000 totem beasts to be sacrificed in order to be resurrected? Yi Xian, when the time came, he would have to find out. The withered bone sword servants quickly left to carry out Yi Xian's plan, while Yi Xian prepared to rest. However, not long after he laid down, he heard a knock on the door. Is young Master Yi in? May I come in? Someone is looking for me? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be another faction that was on good terms with Ling Xian court? Come in. Since someone was looking for him, Yi Xian immediately let them in. However, it wasn't one person who entered, but 5. The moment the 5 entered, one of them threw out a few flags, completely isolating the entire room. Then, the 5 of them directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. Fire Tribe Elementary Apostles greet the God Emperor. What the hell? The 5 of them immediately set up restrictions as soon as they entered the room. At first, Yi Xian was confused as to what they were up to. However, when he turned around, the 5 of them knelt in front of Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian a little unable to react. You are? Yi Xian asked in surprise. He really didn't know these 5 people. God Emperor, the 5 of us are Fire Tribe Apostles. We are from the primordial bloodline. The primordial bloodline. The primordial divine emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian understood their identities. Yi Xian had obtained the primordial divine emperor's inheritance. It could be said that he was now the primordial divine emperor. However, Yi Xian had never considered the possibility that the primordial divine emperor still had descendants or subordinates. After all, the primordial divine emperor was an extremely powerful person from countless years ago. Now that tens of millions of years had passed, who knew if he still had subordinates? Even if there were, after such a long time, these people would have long since gone back to what they were supposed to be doing. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that someone would come looking for him as soon as he arrived at Immerse training camp. Perhaps seeing Yi Xian's confusion, that person continued. God Emperor, you may not know this, but the primordial bloodline has always been in contact with each other. We have a special ability that allows us to sense the existence of the Grand Divine Emperor. We know that the Grand Divine Emperor has fallen, but his divine consciousness still exists. Therefore, when the Grand Divine Emperor bestowed his inheritance to you, we all received the news. Yes, Lord God Emperor, the 5 tribes of the primordial bloodline are scattered all over the God realm. In addition, there are also several loyal servant tribes scattered all over the God realm. Due to various reasons, we can only hide our identities. For tens of millions of years, we have been waiting for your arrival. Today, we have finally waited for you. These people were extremely excited, but Yi Xian was only puzzled. Wait a minute. How did you know my identity? And how did you find me? Yes, Yi Xian couldn't understand this matter, so he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Now, why did he have a feeling that everything about him was under the eyes of others? This feeling was not good. Lord God Emperor, when you received the divine seal, we already knew. When your soul fused with the divine seal, not only our fire clan, I'm afraid that everyone in the God realm already knew of your existence. This little one knows that without your summons, we came out directly. This is not in accordance with the rules, but we really couldn't suppress the excitement in our hearts. We never thought that Lord God Emperor would actually come to Immerse training camp. Divine seal? Yi Xian thought about it and understood. It was probably the Jade Seal that Yi Xian had merged with. Chapter 2150. From the start, Yi Xian had guessed that the Jade Talisman was not as simple as it seemed. Now, it seemed that the Jade Talisman represented many things. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. How much power does the ancient remnant tribe have now? Yi Xian thought for a moment and asked directly. These people would be Yi Xian's forces in the future, so naturally, he had to know more about them. Emperor God, we do not know about the other 4 tribes, but the strongest person in the Fire Tribe is a Lord God. Lord God was a realm. God, Sky God, Spirit God, Profound God, True God. These 5 realms are the 5 lower realms of the God realm. True God was also a realm, but at the same time, it was also a title. Generally speaking, the gods of the human race were called true gods or human gods. The other races also had their own titles. For example, the gods of the demon race were called demon gods, the gods of the spirit race were called spirit gods, and so on. Each realm was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, and each level was further divided into 9 grades. Lord God was the first level of strength in the middle 5 realms. Yi Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that the ancient remnant tribe's strength was only average. At the very least, the fire tribe's strength was not that great. Of course, this was because Yi Xian was too careless. A true god was not to be trifled with. It could be said that if a true god appeared now, it would be enough to crush the entire Mo Shang training camp. Yi Xian thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Yi Xian could say that the appearance of these people was a surprise, but it could also be said that he was not surprised at all. It was impossible for an ancient remnant god emperor to not have some tricks up his sleeve. What surprised Yi Xian was that these people would find him. However, since these people were here, then Yi Xian could make good use of them. Let me ask you, how many people does the fire tribe have in this area? Emperor God, there are only 5 of us in the fire tribe. The fire tribe's main area of activity is not here. The 5 of us are only here on orders to investigate something. Investigate something? Tell me, what do you want to investigate? Replying to the God Emperor, my fire clan's lord has sensed that there's something strange about this Mo Shang pavilion, so we've come to investigate. Yi Xian nodded. This ancient remnant tribe was not strong, but they were quite a busybody. Mo Shanga obviously had a problem, and a very big one at that. However, the strongest person in the fire clan was only a Sir God. How dare they meddle in other people's business? Did they have nothing better to do? Weren't they afraid of being targeted by annihilation? Of course, although Yi Xian thought so in his heart, he was still investigating Mo Shanga. In that case, it would be perfect for these people to assist him. Yes, this Mo Shang pavilion is indeed problematic. In reality, they are just a puppet sect. All right, I'm too lazy to explain anything else to you. Now, I'll give you a mission. Don't let anyone know that you've come to see me today. After today, you'll act as if you've never seen me. Furthermore, you'll treat me as your enemy. Then, you'll take the opportunity to rope in that Mo Shang pavilion member and investigate in secret. Do you understand? Yi Xian's words were simple, but his meaning was very clear. The 5 of them were not fools. How could they not understand? However, to make Yi Xian their enemy? Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare. When they heard Yi Xian's words, the 5 of them immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison, We dare not make an enemy out of Lord God Emperor. What are you being so wishy-washy about? This is a plan to investigate that Mo Shang pavilion member. It's not like I'm actually asking you to betray me. All right, it's settled. Remember, after today, you mustn't give yourself away. Even if you attack me directly, you mustn't make the slightest mistake. Furthermore, treat today's matter as if it never happened. Our opponent isn't weak. If any of you give yourself away, I'm afraid we'll all be finished. All right, Lord God Emperor. We already know what to do. The 5 of them understood Yi Xian's intentions from the start. However, they hadn't dared to make Yi Xian their enemy. Now that Yi Xian had made this request, they had no choice but to obey. The 5 of them quickly left, as if nothing had happened. With the 5 of them in hiding, Yi Xian had a few more tricks up his sleeve. One in the light, one in the dark, one in the front, one in the back. Yi Xian was working together to find out the secret that Mo Shang Pavilion was hiding. Of course, even with the addition of the 5 from the fire tribe, Yi Xian's strength was still very, very weak. Mo Shang Pavilion was like a giant in front of Yi Xian. If they wanted to investigate, Yi Xian would probably have to think of a way himself. Of course, these things couldn't be rushed. It can only be done gradually. On the second day of training, it was obvious that a portion of the people were much more well-behaved in front of Yi Xian. As for the ordinary people, they had to avoid Yi Xian. After all, from Yi Xian's background and the strength that Yi Xian had displayed, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Very quickly, 3 months had passed. Yi Xian welcomed his first mission. Mo Shang Training Camp would issue missions once a year. It was similar to a test. In Mo Shang Training Camp, it didn't mean that you were safe once you entered. In fact, once you didn't have enough points, it was normal to be kicked out. The annual test was both an opportunity and a crisis. The annual assessment was 500 points. What did 500 points mean? One had to know that when Yi Xian came, he was only given 1,000 points. It could be said that if you didn't work hard, you would only be able to use the points for 2 years. There were only 3 ways to earn points in Mo Shang training camp: duels, missions, and special training rewards. There was no need to talk about duels. Yi Xian had already done it once. However, duels like that were rarely accepted if there was no enmity between them. As for missions, there were many more. The annual test was mandatory, but there were also other kinds of missions. However, the annual test mission this time was Yi Xian's first time coming into contact with the mission system of Mo Shang training camp. On this day, everyone in the training camp had gathered. Apart from those who had enough points or special permission to not participate in the test, everyone else had gathered. The head of Mo Shang training camp's first division was called Lu Luo. Lu Luo was only a peak celestial god powerhouse. Normally speaking, he didn't have the qualifications to become a division head. However, he had another identity, and that was a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Chapter 2151. In the realm of the gods, the majority of people would not choose any of the subsidiary professions. Therefore, every subsidiary profession will be able to obtain a very high status. Alchemist, weapon refiner, restriction master, beast tamer, and other subsidiary professions were not to be underestimated once their realm reached a certain level. The reason why the Myriad Beast Divine Sect had such a vast territory and was able to obtain such special treatment was because they were a beast tamer sect. Of course, even subsidiary professions had huge differences. For example, if a beast tamer was compared to a weapon refiner, if they were of the same realm, there would be a huge difference in treatment. After all, divine beasts could only be forcefully subdued with strength. Therefore, beast tamers were of little value. However, weapon refiners were different. Every single one of them knew how to refine weapons. This was a huge amount of wealth. Only they could refine those special treasures. Lu Luo looked at the people in front of him. At this moment, he was standing on the high platform and looking around. When he saw Yi Xian, he nodded slightly and said, "I believe everyone already knows that today is the day of our annual examination. This time, you will still need to enter the examination valley. Many of you should have been to the examination valley before. Of course, there are also some who have not. Therefore, I will briefly explain the rules here. The examination valley is a special secret realm specially marked out by Mo Shang training camp. There are a total of 5 levels in this secret realm. Since your realm is different, you will need to enter different areas. True gods will enter the first area, heavenly gods will enter the second area, and so on. Your mission is to kill a specific number of test beasts. I will not say any more nonsense. The 500 points are right there. Whether you gain or lose 500 points will depend on your performance. All right, you can all go now. Yi Xian, you stay behind for a while." Everyone looked at Yi Xian, but did not say anything and directly left. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why did the head want to ask him to stay behind? "Head." Yi Xian looked at Lu Luo and called out lightly. Yi Xian, because you have only joined the first division for 3 months, you have the right to not participate in this examination. Your points will not be deducted. So, are you giving up on this examination? So does this matter? Would Yi Xian give up? Of course not. It was said that there were many benefits to be had in this assessment valley. Yi Xian wouldn't be so foolish to give up such a good opportunity. "Thank you for your kind intentions. I choose to participate." "All right, since you've chosen to participate, I'll explain it to you in detail. The test beast is the designated target. However, danger lurks everywhere in the test valley. Other than various divine beasts, there are also special restrictions, traps, and so on. Once you enter, you may encounter danger at any time. Also, in the assessment valley, our training camp surveillance is not that strong. If someone were to make a move on you, I'm afraid we won't be able to save you in time, so you'd better watch out for yourself. Remember, your target is the first area. Don't hesitate to come out immediately after you've killed 10 exam beasts there. You must not be careless." Yi Xian nodded, but in fact, he didn't care at all. In the first area, only he, Yi Xian, was a true god. However, this was also because Yi Xian didn't want to level up. As long as Yi Xian was willing, he could level up immediately even at his current state. However, Although Yi Xian used brashness to attract people's attention, he didn't want to face unnecessary trouble due to leveling up too quickly. After receiving Lu Luo's approval, Yi Xian entered the Assessment Valley. The Assessment Valley was a separate secret realm. It was a square that the Mo Shang training camp opened up in the void. However, the location was still very big. It was equivalent to the size of 2 territories. In other words, it was equivalent to the size of 2 ordinary continents. Moreover, the cost of such a secret realm was definitely huge. Therefore, when the Mo Shang training camp built the Assessment Valley, they actually worked together with a few other families. It could be said that in the Assessment Valley, there weren't only Mo Shang Ji's family. There were also other participants. Every time the Assessment Valley was opened, a large amount of resources would be required. Inside the Assessment Valley, the flow of time was different. A day in the outside world was 10 days inside. Yi Xian and the rest had 15 days. In other words, they had 150 days in the Assessment Valley. After 150 days, they would be forcefully teleported out regardless of whether they could complete the mission or not. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to these matters. At this time, he had already arrived at the entrance. It could be said that in the entire Mo Shang training camp, there were less than 100 people who entered the first area. After all, the True God realm was only the lowest realm in the Divine realm. Those who were able to enter the Mo Shang training camp were mostly at the Heavenly God realm at the very least. With a flash of light, Yi Xian was teleported into the first area. There were also a few people who went in with Yi Xian. However, these people left immediately after seeing Yi Xian. Fian also participated in the assessment. However, when Yi Xian entered, Fian had already left with her companions. In other words, this time, Yi Xian could only move alone. The strength of the assessment beasts varied. In fact, these assessment beasts could be considered as semi-tamed divine beasts. Under normal circumstances, if you didn't take the initiative to attack them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack people either. Moreover, these assessment beasts all moved alone. It could be said that this assessment wasn't considered too difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that there were no other divine beasts causing trouble. Unfortunately, there wasn't much in this assessment valley except for divine beasts. All kinds of divine beasts were everywhere. The area of the assessment valley was very large. There were countless teleportation gates everywhere. When Yi Xian walked into the first teleportation gate, he was randomly teleported to a location in the first area. How's the preparation? Don't worry, big brother. How can you not be at ease when I handle things? That kid's surnamed Yi. Before he entered the teleportation gate, I've already bribed someone to tamper with the teleportation gate. This kid surnamed Yi will be teleported to a nightmare level area. Moreover, I still have a backup plan. Even if he can escape from the nightmare level area, he definitely won't be able to escape from my pursuit. At this moment, if Yi Xian heard these two people's words, he probably wouldn't be so relaxed. There was actually someone who wanted to kill Yi Xian in the assessment valley. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. The moment Yi Xian stepped out of the teleportation gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. A desert. A boundless desert. He had actually come to a desert. The rolling yellow sand was blown by the storm from time to time, forming tornadoes. Chapter 2152. The most important thing was that there was no standard for the formation of these tornadoes. They appeared as they wished, and even made it impossible for people to predict. In addition to the tornadoes, there were also powerful lightning strikes in the desert from time to time. Damn, isn't this just an assessment? Is there a need to make it so difficult? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then his figure flashed as he prepared to find his target. Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not have time to think and jumped away immediately. All of a sudden, a strange divine beast leaped out from the yellow sand. This divine beast's gigantic mouth took up 2/3 of its entire body. It was one thing for it to be strange, but the key was that its speed was incomparably fast. Furthermore, as soon as it entered the yellow sand, all traces of it would disappear immediately. What kind of monster was that? Ding! System notification. Target giant mouth sand monster has 2 superpowers, yellow sand phantom and monstrous strength. Giant mouth sand monster's average cultivation level is lower heavenly god. The system notification sounded. However, Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't it say that the assessment area was only a level 1 area, corresponding to true God Realm Divine Beasts? Why did he encounter a heavenly God Realm Divine Beast as soon as he came out? What was going on? It seemed that this time, Yi Xian was forced to break through. At this time, many people in the training camp were puzzled. Wow, someone actually entered the nightmare assessment. Isn't that too bad of luck? One should know that in order to increase the difficulty of the assessment for everyone in the training camp, each area in the assessment valley was divided into different difficulty levels, from the difficult area to the advanced area. As for the nightmare area, it could be said that no one would enter it in 100 years. After all, the random teleportation settings were usually set to the normal and difficult areas. The probability of being sent to the advanced area was 1 in 10,000, and the probability of being sent to the nightmare area was 1 in 10,000. Generally speaking, only those who felt that they were strong enough to take the initiative to change areas would be sent to the advanced area. However, to be sent directly to the nightmare area as soon as he came out, his luck was not so good. 1 in 10,000 chance. With such a small chance, what else could the others say? Let me see who it is. Heavens, it's actually that newcomer Yi Xian from the first episode. No way. He's just a newcomer, yet he actually entered the nightmare region. I'm afraid he's doomed this time. Lu Luo frowned. Yi Xian's identity was special. If anything happened to him, wouldn't Ling Xian Pavilion find trouble with Immo Shang Pavilion? What should he do? Interfere? No, there was no other way. The assessment valley was very special. Once the participants entered, it would close immediately. These people could use special divine abilities to sense the situation of the participants and even see their movements clearly. However, they did not have the ability to stop or change anything. At this moment, Lu Luo could only pray for Yi Xian in his heart. That brat was actually hiding his strength. Look, he broke through 3 levels in one go. Now, he's actually a lower tier 3 heavenly god. This kid is quite interesting. It seems that he deliberately concealed his strength in order to obtain a special reward. However, if he can hide his strength from us, then entering the assessment valley is not a violation of the rules. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through consecutively. However, this was a helpless action. This damned Huang Sha, this damn monster caught Yi Xian off guard. System continued to devour. My level is not enough. Yi Xian had already broken through 3 levels, but he had a feeling that even a lower tier 3 heavenly gods level of cultivation would not be enough here. Ding! System notification, please take note. If the host continues to devour, special resources will be consumed. Does the host confirm? Special resources? Yi Xian was stunned. Forget it. There are still many uses for special resources. If he used them now, it would be a huge loss. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Xian did not need to devour special resources. After all, even if Yi Xian devoured all the special resources, he could only level up again at most. However, the loss would be great. Fortunately, the system was more humane now. Otherwise, if it was as cold as before, it would have devoured the special resources directly without any notification. By the time Yi Xian found out, it would be too late for regrets. Lower tier, 3 heavenly god? This is a difference of a whole realm. Yi Xian looked at the gigantic mouth sand monster with murderous intent in his eyes. Ugly guy, since you want to find trouble with me, then I'll kill you first and devour you. Deity slaying slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved and directly pounced on the gigantic mouth sand monster. In this environment, if Yi Xian summoned his divine rank mount, the effect would not be that obvious. After all, the yellow sand and lightning could appear at any time. The danger level was much higher, and it was also very disruptive. Of course, this gigantic mouth sand monster was not worth Yi Xian's 1,000 B-sword servants. Die for me. The critical hit effect was triggered, and the gigantic mouth sand monster was sent flying with 10 times the attack power. However, before the gigantic mouth sand monster could land on the ground, Yi Xian had already struck with his second sword. Die! Another critical hit. Without any suspense, Yi Xian directly killed the gigantic mouth sand monster. The effect of a 100% critical hit against a mutated beast allowed Yi Xian to be even more powerful in battle against these mutated divine beasts. Devour. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly devoured the gigantic mouth sand monster's corpse. However, Yi Xian did not expect that his attack would poke a hornet's nest. These gigantic mouth sand monsters were not monsters that moved alone, but moved in groups. When the first gigantic mouth sand monster was killed by Yi Xian, more than 10 gigantic mouth sand monsters of varying strength immediately emerged from the ground. Holy shit! Yi Xian was stunned. He did not expect these things to move in groups. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Deity vanquishing slash. Yi Xian attacked again. This time he used his full strength. Ding. Host has obtained a divine soul fragment. Ding. Host has obtained a divine soul fragment. Finally, he obtained a divine soul fragment. The Godslayer's second skill required a divine soul fragment to activate. However, Yi Xian did not obtain one previously. Now, Yi Xian found out that this divine soul fragment could only be obtained from monsters with cultivation bases above the heavenly god realm. This item was actually so valuable. After killing these gigantic mouth sand monsters, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he continued forward. These gigantic mouth sand monsters were not his test beasts. Chapter 2153. Unfortunately, was this area really that simple? The sand monsters were just an appetizer. Yi Xian walked out of the group of monsters, but he didn't go too far before he ran into trouble again. This time, the trouble didn't come from the monsters, but from the natural restrictions of the desert. The power of nature was something that even gods had to avoid most of the time. Even gods could only borrow from the laws of nature. No god had ever fully grasped the laws of nature. Knowing how to use and grasping were two different things. And in nature, there was some power of rules. For example, the 4 seasons, wind and snow, and time and space. All of these were the laws of nature. However, there were some places where the laws of nature were messed up because of people or other reasons. Once they were messed up, the laws of nature would repair them. However, the repair process wasn't something that could be fixed just because it was said to be fixed. These places that were noticed by the laws of nature had a very nice name, Heaven's Chosen Land. Of course, there were other names, such as the Forgotten Land and so on. Yi Xian didn't know how terrifying Heaven's Chosen Land was. In fact, there was probably no one who could truly understand how terrifying Heaven's Chosen Land was. Very few people entered the nightmare level area in this assessment area. Even if they did, they would either give up and leave, or they wouldn't encounter too much danger. That was why the nightmare level area had always existed. However, this time, Yi Xian would let the Immerse training camp know just how terrifying their Heaven's Chosen place, their nightmare assessment area, was. Yi Xian's figure moved forward quickly because he was very clear that his target was only the assessment beasts. Or rather, if he encountered some special divine beasts, he could kill them. However, at Immerse's training camp, the people watching Yi Xian were all confused. What's going on? Why is that kid walking backwards? Yeah, what's that brat Yi Xian trying to do? Could it be that he's cultivating some special technique? That's so strange. Walking backwards? No, Yi Xian wasn't. Yi Xian was flying forward. Why are these giant sand monsters here again? Damn it. Is this desert full of these things? No, I have to change directions and avoid these things. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Killing these giant mouths and monsters didn't have much of a benefit to Yi Xian, so there was no need to waste time. Yi Xian changed his position toward his left hand and continued forward. What does this brat want to do? Why is he walking forward again? And why is his speed so slow? At this moment, in the eyes of Lu Luo and the others, Yi Xian was moving in a straight line, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, sometimes extremely fast, sometimes extremely slow. What's going on? Why are we here again? About an hour later, Yi Xian was surprised to find that he had returned to the position of the sand monster. Yi Xian did not understand. What was wrong with him? Could it be that there was some kind of illusory restriction here that caused Yi Xian to lose his sense of direction? Yi Xian decisively stopped. In fact, he had been flying continuously for more than 10 hours. However, the sunlight in the sky did not change, and no matter how he ran, he would always return to the group of giant sand monsters. Therefore, Yi Xian could only suspect that there was some kind of special restriction here. However, was it really a restriction? After Lu Luo and the others noticed Yi Xian's abnormality, they immediately went to investigate. However, it would have been better if they did not investigate. Once they did, they found out that Yi Xian had encountered a terrifying problem this time. This was not a restriction, nor was it an illusion. Whether it was a restriction or an illusion, it was more or less man-made, so it was not impossible to break it. Unfortunately, this was a chaotic space-time. To be precise, Yi Xian was now running around in circles, and there were many giant sand monsters around him. However, in reality, Yi Xian was now at a point. An insignificant speck. This small dot was a chaotic origin that existed in this piece of time. In a nightmare zone, something like a chaotic origin was the place where the laws of nature would automatically restore the power of the law. It was just an insignificant point, a point that was difficult to see even with the naked eye. Usually, even if people or monsters walked past it, they would not notice it. However, such an origin was very random and symbiotic. It could be said that the current Yi Xian did not exist, but also did not exist. In fact, after Lu Luo and the others discovered the abnormality, they wanted to see what Yi Xian was doing. However, when they used a special treasure to check that place, they found that Yi Xian was not there at all. However, what they saw in front of them was where Yi Xian was. Strange, extremely strange, so strange that in the entire Mo Shang training camp, no one could figure out what was going on. Yi Xian was clearly here, and they could feel Yi Xian. However, they could not see Yi Xian, and they could not track Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who existed between existence and non-existence, was now in an extremely dangerous situation. Whether or not he could escape would determine Yi Xian's fate. However, how could he escape? Yi Xian did not even know what this was. At this time, Yi Xian suspected that this was an illusion and immediately tried to break it. However, he failed. What a perfect illusion. I can't see through it. System, do you have a way to break this illusion? Since he could not do it himself, Yi Xian naturally had to ask the system. However, this time, the system did not help him. Ding! System notification. There are no illusions in the illusion that the host is in. What? No illusions? Yi Xian was stunned. Could it be that this was not an illusion, but a restriction? Yi Xian knew that there was a difference between illusions and restrictions. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately said to the system, System, since there are no illusions here, it is very likely that there are some special restrictions here. Help me break this illusion. Ding. System notification. Host, please be aware that there are no restrictions here. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Xian was stunned. This time, he was truly stunned. Not an illusion. No restrictions. So why was he trapped here now? What was going on? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this was just a smokescreen? A smokescreen? This was something that was much lower level than illusions. Logically speaking, Yi Xian would be able to see through it with a single glance with the eye of insight. Chapter 2154. According to his plan, Yi Xian closed his eyes and didn't even release his divine telekinesis. He didn't want anything to disturb him and just walked forward step by step. He walked for full 12 hours. Yes, Yi Xian walked for 12 hours. Yi Xian didn't open his eyes for 12 hours, nor did he use his divine telekinesis to check his surroundings. After 12 hours, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, Yi Xian jumped in fright. At this moment, he saw the group of large-mouthed sand monsters not far from him. In other words, Yi Xian hadn't walked very far in 12 hours. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, he was at least a third-grade celestial god. Even if he walked for 2 hours, he couldn't be underestimated. But in reality, he had only walked less than 1,000 meters in 12 hours. What was going on? Yi Xian stopped and quickly calmed his mind. He knew that he was in trouble this time, so he could only calm down and investigate with peace of mind. The flow of time in the test space and the outside world was 1 to 10. In other words, Yi Xian's actions in the test space were as fast as if they were in fast-forward mode. At this moment, Lu Luo and the others were also paying attention to Yi Xian. And this time, it wasn't just the examiners, but the entire Imo Shang training camp's experts. Towards the unknown, everyone would have a certain degree of curiosity. Moreover, this was an important place like the Test Valley. How is it? Have you found a reason? The one who spoke was an instructor of the Imo Shang training camp's internal camp. He had just arrived and left for a while, so he didn't know the details. I'm afraid that this time, it's not just Yi Xian, but the entire Imo Shang training camp has encountered something unbelievable. Lu Luo said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Something unbelievable? What are you trying to say by saying this? Someone asked Lu Luo curiously. Lu Luo frowned, then said with some uncertainty, That's right. I suspect that Yi Xian is now in a different space. A different time and space? Is it the kind of space-time that is similar to the cosmos ring? Whether it was an interspatial ring or a special existence like Yi Xian's space devouring, they could all be described as a different time and space. Some of these spaces were formed by refining a part of the void space, while some were formed naturally due to some special reasons. Of course, everyone knew about the existence of a different space-time. But looking at this kid's performance, it doesn't seem like he's from a different time and space. Have you guys noticed that this kid is always moving back and forth, and the distance is always fixed? After walking 3,000 meters forward, he will definitely change direction and then walk back. Such a continuous cycle. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a different time and space. That's right. It shouldn't be a different space-time, right? No one believed it. After all, Yi Xian's current state was very strange. It's possible that Yi Xian did this on purpose. Could it be that he wants to express something to us? Express? What do you mean? That's the assessment valley. What's there to be concerned about? Special existence? That's even more impossible. We've been paying attention to this kid all this time. Besides the yellow sand around him, there are only some sand monsters with large mouths. There's nothing to be suspicious about. At this moment, not only did Yi Xian fall silent, but even the people from Imo Shang's training camp fell into deep thought. Of course, they were only wondering why Yi Xian was doing this. At the same time, Yi Xian's existence and non-existence attracted attention. In fact, although no one said it out loud, almost everyone had their suspicions. Could it be that there was something wrong with this Yi Xian? Yi Xian's inexplicable behavior made it easy for people to wonder if he could create such an atmosphere so that no one could find him while he was doing something. However, Yi Xian was recommended by Ling Xian Court's Pavilion Guardian Elder after all. His identity was special, so no one dared to say it out loud, even if they had such thoughts. One had to know that if such thoughts were true, it wouldn't be as simple as just Yi Xian. It would affect the entire Imo Shang's training camp, including the relationship between Missouri Shang Court and Ling Xian Court. Yi Xian wasn't important, but the power behind him couldn't be underestimated. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about this. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, another strange thought appeared beside Yi Xian. Just a moment ago, two disciples from the training camp walked past Yi Xian as if they were looking for something. However, Yi Xian shouted at them, but those two didn't notice Yi Xian at all. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a dozen meters away from those two. How could they not hear him? Didn't see Yi Xian? That's impossible. However, those two walked past Yi Xian as if Yi Xian was invisible. What's going on? What's going on? Yi Xian couldn't keep calm anymore. He was now certain that he must have encountered something special. However, so what if he knew? Yi Xian didn't have a way to solve it. Even the system couldn't do anything. calm down, I must calm down. I've never encountered such a situation before. Looks like I need to use other methods. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host. The system upgrade is complete. A custom subsystem function has been unlocked. The host can set this subsystem according to his wishes. Ding! System notification. Please set it as you wish. The system's functions are very powerful. As long as the settings are reasonable, the system can do it. All of a sudden, the system notification sounded. Previously, the system had been upgrading. Although it didn't affect Yi Xian's use, it was still upgrading in the background. Now it was finally done. A custom subsystem? Yi Xian frowned. Now that the system upgrade was complete, what use was it to him? He couldn't even get out of this place. Moreover, he didn't know what was going on. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. It seemed that the custom subsystem provided by the system could help Yi Xian. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately said to the system, "System, do you have a way to strengthen the enhancement function? System, do you have a way to strengthen the detection function?" The detection I'm talking about isn't just a simple investigation. It's something like an automatic warning system, an automatic detection of the environment, and something like that. Chapter 2155. Ding! System notification. Host request has been met, but there is no need to use a subsystem. Only a new ability needs to be added to the main system. Host, are you sure you want to activate it? Ding! System notification. The new ability will allow the system to maintain an alert state at all times. It will also take over the host's special defensive treasure. When the host is in danger, the system will automatically activate the treasure's defense. Ding! System notification. The new ability has the ability to automatically investigate and analyze the surrounding environment. The system will use all the knowledge that the host has come into contact with, as well as the system's own calculation ability to detect and locate the host's environment. The three notifications had clearly stated the functions that Yi Xian wanted. It could be said that this was indeed what Yi Xian wanted to use. All right, let's do it this way. I agree. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding! System notification. The system has successfully upgraded part of the system. Early warning ability has been activated. Pathfinding and comprehensive analysis ability has been activated. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host, please authorize the system to collect all the information in the host's possession, including all the information in the host's memories. To be honest, this was not a good feeling. The system's request, simply put, was to read Yi Xian's memories. However, Yi Xian did not care about this at all. To put it bluntly, this system was Yi Xian's personal belonging. It was something that had long been integrated into the system. For example, the system was equivalent to Yi Xian's other hand. Would anyone mind if their own hand touched their own head? Or rather, would their own hand hit themselves? No one would mind. Hence, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Ding! System notification. Data synchronization complete. Ding! System notification. The system has become more human-like. Who would have thought that synchronizing memories could make the system more human-like? This was possible, but it was a pity that Yi Xian's memories could only be synchronized once. It could not be synchronized multiple times. System, do you have any good suggestions regarding the current situation? Since he said that the data had been synchronized, then Yi Xian naturally had to ask the system. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The current situation is unknown. The immemorial emperor's inheritance in the host's possession contains a vast amount of knowledge. Perhaps it can help the host. Immemorial emperor's inheritance? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What did that mean? What did the immemorial divine emperor's inheritance have to do with his current situation? How could it help him? At the very least, Yi Xian did not understand. However, since the system had given a suggestion, then Yi Xian would have to take a good look at it. In Yi Xian's eyes, the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor was a passive existence. To put it simply, it was something that was placed there. When Yi Xian was strong enough, he would be able to unlock it layer by layer. However, He never expected that there would be a part where Yi Xian would take the initiative to investigate. To be honest, Yi Xian had not taken the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor seriously from the very beginning. From the very beginning, Yi Xian had only taken note of the resources and power that could be obtained from the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor. He had not paid much attention to the memories of the primordial divine emperor and the insights that he had left behind. One must know that the primordial divine emperor had initially treated Yi Xian as a successor and nurtured him like that. Furthermore, he could not possibly say that he had the time to nurture Yi Xian. Naturally, he would leave behind some long-winded memory fragments for Yi Xian to refer to. Yi Xian did not care about this. He did not care in the past, and he did not care now. Fortunately, he had the system to help him now. System, since you said that there's something in the inheritance of the primordial divine emperor that I need, then take a look at it. Yi Xian instructed the system. Ding. System notification. Retrieving data. Synchronizing data. Ding. System notification. Data analysis complete. Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to provide reasonable suggestions for the host. It is recommended that the host level up and unlock new data on the primordial divine emperor. Does it want me to level up myself? Yi Xian nodded. Since the system had suggested that he level up himself, it was likely that it had found something useful in the inheritance. Since that was the case then, Yi Xian turned around and looked at the gigantic sand monsters. These guys were the only life forms that Yi Xian could see after being trapped here for so long. Since that was the case, he might as well kill them and use them to level up himself. 1,000 beasts, swords, servants. Come out. Divine mounts, come out too. Kill them all. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian directly pounced towards the giant sand monsters. There was no suspense in the slaughter, no suspense in the battle. In an instant, death began to unfold. Yi Xian was not idle either. He continued to devour the corpses of the gigantic sand monsters and leveled up continuously. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a lower level 4 heavenly god. Not enough, it's far from enough. The inheritance of the primordial divine emperor will only be unlocked once at every realm. Right now, Yi Xian must level up to the middle level of the heavenly god realm in one go in order to unlock new information. Kill. Continue to kill. Kill all the monsters you see. The massacre lasted for a very long time. What Yi Xian did not expect was that he could not leave this place and was trapped here. However, it seemed that the monsters were not affected at all. The smell of blood attracted even more monsters. Fortunately, Yi Xian's divine mount summon had a critical hit this time. He had summoned a total of 200 gold and platinum divine mounts. Otherwise, even Yi Xian would not have been able to withstand them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a middle-level heavenly god. Had he finally leveled up to a middle-level heavenly god? System, quick, check the data. Ding. System notification. Searching for data. Analyzing data. Ding. Analysis successful. Host, please be aware that the host may be trapped in a different space. According to the primordial divine emperor's inheritance, this is a legendary thing. If you can control it, you will obtain extremely powerful abilities. System notification. Different space? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. If that's the case, then system, can you do it? Yes, so what if he knew? The most important thing now was whether he could unlock it. Chapter 2156. Yi Xian had not used Wei Zhentian during this period of time. Wei Zhentian could transform into any form of treasure, and its functions were extremely powerful. However, according to the system, the fusion this time was not necessarily a good one. The system said that not only did it require all of Yi Xian's resources, but it also required him to completely fuse with the Godslayer. Wouldn't that mean that Wei Zhentian's form would be fixed in the future? Wouldn't that mean that Wei Zhentian's original characteristics would be erased? This was something that Yi Xian did not want to accept. However, this was the last resort. Unless Yi Xian did not want to leave this place, this was the only way. All right, I agree. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and agreed. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, it was up to the heavens. Ding! System notification. Fusion begins. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the Godslayer in Yi Xian's hand, and countless resources flowed out from Yi Xian's body. At the same time, there was no Wei Jintian. Yi Xian could clearly feel all of these changes, but he could not see them. The speed of the fusion was very fast. After just 6 hours, the system notification sounded again. However, this time, it did not seem to be good news. Ding! System notification. Fusion has changed. Wei Jintian has swallowed the Godslayer in reverse. The Godslayer has randomly developed the ability to swallow, automatically swallowing all of the host's treasures. Ding! Swallowing complete. System adjustment, deactivating automatic swallowing ability. After another 6 hours, there was finally good news. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing with Wei Jintian. Ding! Changes have occurred to the Godslayer. Please take a look. Yi Xian hurriedly looked at his Godslayer. At this time, the Godslayer had changed its appearance. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary longsword. However, there was a circle of white light swimming around the hilt. That white light was like a swimming dragon, and it was so unpredictable. Godslayer, created by Wei Jintian's swallowing fusion. New special ability 1, Devour. The God-slaying sword's growth space has been increased. Furthermore, the host can give any item, including treasures, resources, and even monster corpses, to the God-slaying sword to increase its level. New special ability 2, Absolute Defense. The Godslayer has fused with the mystical alternate space and has undergone a special mutation. It will use its spatial ability to provide absolute defense to the host once. Please note that every time this defense is used, it will take a year to activate. Furthermore, every time it is activated, it will require an alternate space to be reactivated. This defense borrowed the power of the natural laws of heaven and earth and could ignore all attacks. The host will be randomly teleported away. New special ability 3, Unlimited Growth. Because Wei Jintian has completely devoured the God-slaying sword, the God-slaying sword has synchronized with Wei Jintian's ever-changing ability. At the same time, Wei Jintian has become the God-slaying sword's weapon spirit, giving the God-slaying sword unlimited growth potential. The God-slaying sword's special nurturing ability has been activated. Wei Jintian can strengthen himself by devouring the attributes of other special treasures, giving the God-slaying sword a chance to obtain special abilities. Looking at the God-slayer, Yi Xian was stunned. Wasn't this God-slaying sword a little too awesome? These 3 new abilities were simply one crazier than the other. Devour? That's fine. Absolute Defense. Ignores all attacks. F***CK. Was there a more powerful defense than this? Of course, that restriction was also a bit of a pain in the ass. Let's not talk about the 1-year period. Let's talk about the alternate space. Was that something that could be obtained just because one wanted it? Of course, with such an ability, Yi Xian was already very satisfied. Besides, could it be that Yi Xian was so unlucky to encounter attacks that he could not defend against from time to time? How is that possible? As for the last ability of Unlimited Growth, Yi Xian was even more speechless. This was basically telling Yi Xian that there were only more and more amazing things, and no more amazing things. Most importantly, Wei Jintian had not been devoured. Instead, he had devoured the God-slaying sword and become its weapon spirit. Did this count as giving Wei Jintian a place to live? At this moment, not only did Wei Jintian permanently possess the ability to control the God-slaying sword, his original attributes were still there. This time, he had profited big time. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel excited. This kind of luck was unparalleled. Of course, Yi Xian didn't want to know about the alternate space right now, nor did he have the time to find out. Right now, to Yi Xian, the most important thing was to pass this test. After entering the test space for so long, Yi Xian did not even know what the test beast looked like. It was obvious that when Yi Xian advanced this time, he did not have the same feeling as before. It was not to the extent that he could not get out of this place. Yi Xian lifted his feet and moved forward quickly, searching for his target. And when Yi Xian moved, the people in Mozhang training camp became even more excited. They did not understand how Yi Xian had been able to raise so many levels in such a short period of time. But they did not know how Yi Xian had done it. In fact, Yi Xian's condition was very special. They did not even know if Yi Xian existed, let alone find out how Yi Xian had done it. 3 days of low-level celestial, 1 mid-level true god in one go. Was there anything crazier than this? For others, they had to work hard for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of them were stuck at peak-level celestial for their entire lives, unable to break through. Even the entire history of Mozhang training camp, the most powerful genius had only raised 3 levels in a day. One had to know that they were now celestial gods, not mortals. So what was Yi Xian? Could it be that he had broken the highest record in the entire Mozhang training camp? The genius ranking was updated. Yes, the 3 rankings of Mozhang training camp had indeed changed. After all, everyone was improving, so it was normal for there to be changes. But the genius ranking had not changed for decades. But this time, there was a sudden change. A name that had only been in Mozhang training camp for 3 months had appeared on the ranking. And it was not as simple as appearing, but occupying the first place. Mozhang training camp, first place on the genius ranking, Yi Xian. In an instant, it was not only the training camp that was shocked, but also many other factions. First place on the genius ranking. What kind of existence was this? What kind of talent did this person have? No one knew, but at the same time, everyone knew that this person was definitely not simple. 150 days was the duration of the assessment, but in reality, many people did not need that long. Most people only needed a few days to complete the assessment. In Mozhang training camp, it would only take a few hours. After all, the mission objective was clear, and it was not the first time they had entered the assessment space. Of course, there were many people who were still fighting hard. There were special rewards after the assessment. Ordinary people did not qualify, but some people were determined to win. Unfortunately, it seemed that this year's greatest reward had already been decided before the examination had even ended. Chapter 2157. I'm afraid that only Yi Xian can do it. Of course, there were also rumors that since Yi Xian could destroy the genius leaderboard in a single day, could he accidentally destroy the other 2 leaderboards in the future? Perhaps the combat strength leaderboard was a little uncertain, but what about the power leaderboard? One had to know that Yi Xian's true identity was still unknown to the people of Kampuchea. The only thing they knew was that he had an extraordinary relationship with Ling Xian Pavilion. If Yi Xian's true identity was truly incomparably powerful, wouldn't he be able to destroy the power leaderboard? Destroying the power leaderboard was a joking term in the training camp. Many people would say this in private. To put it simply, it meant that the rankings could change rapidly in a short period of time. Of course, this time, Yi Xian had completely destroyed the power leaderboard. He had eliminated all the geniuses in one go. What was power? This was true power. Who wouldn't be convinced? Then, if they had the ability, could they also be like Yi Xian and advance 6 levels in a day? Could anyone do that? After coming out of that alternate space, perhaps Yi Xian's bad luck had really passed this time. Thus, he quickly found the assessment beast and killed it without any suspense. He had completed his assessment mission. This was a nightmare level. This was a nightmare level assessment. However, in the eyes of the examiners of Mozhang training camp, why did it feel like Yi Xian was just a game? They were baffled and stopped in their tracks, not knowing what to do. All right, he had suddenly advanced to mid-level rank 1 celestial god in one go, turned around, and completed his mission. What was this? It could be said that this was the most inexplicable assessment they had ever seen. Even so, they didn't dare to say anything. Being number 1 on the genius leaderboard was an honor and a privilege. Once Yi Xian matured, no one knew how terrifying he would be. Some people even felt that Yi Xian would become a Lord God in the future. A Lord God was an incomparably powerful existence in the eyes of the masses. In their eyes, a Lord God was their ruler, their emperor. The assessment was considered over. However, Yi Xian had no intention of leaving, because Yi Xian had his own plans. There were many strange divine beasts in this desert world. Although Yi Xian didn't know what these divine beasts were, it was a good opportunity to collect them. Yi Xian was very, very poor now. Now, he could be said to be so poor that he didn't have any resources on hand. After all, when Might Jintian and the god-slaying sword merged, even the divine crystals that Yi Xian had been completely devoured. Yi Xian was now a true pauper. No one had said might and Yi Xian and divine beasts. Since no one said anything, it meant that it was allowed. In that case, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. He might was Xian Yi. Continued slaughter was continuous slaughter. Yi Xian was completely unscathed in this incomparably dangerous nightmare-grade assessment zone. With the early warning ability, Yi Xian could easily dodge those sudden disasters. Yi Xian, in the eyes of others, wasn't affected in the slightest. Ding! Attention, host! A huge pillar of fire is about to appear on your left. Damn it, another pillar of fire. What's going on here? Why is there all kinds of things? Yellow sand, lightning, hail, poisonous fog, and now a pillar of fire. Yi Xian took a small step to the right and easily avoided the pillar of fire, but his mouth was full of doubt. Of course, he was just muttering to himself. After all, he couldn't do anything about it. Of course, because Yi Xian had collected the dangerous point of origin that was being repaired by the laws of nature, the environment here was much better. At the very least, Yi Xian hadn't seen the most mysterious and powerful void fissure yet. Before Yi Xian collected that thing, the void fissure that appeared from time to time was the scariest. That thing could swallow any living thing in an instant and not even leave a bone behind. Even if you were a god, you wouldn't be able to resist it. In other words, even if you didn't die after being sucked in, it would be extremely difficult for you to come back. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. The assessment will end in 2 hours. Everyone, please be prepared. After 1 hour, you will be forcibly teleported out. Needless to say, this was the voice of the training camp's examiner. 2 hours of time? In that case, Yi Xian wouldn't continue his slaughter. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, everyone was teleported out. Some returned satisfied, but of course, there were also those who failed the assessment. For these ordinary disciples, even entering the difficult level of this assessment would be difficult, let alone entering the nightmare level. It seemed that some of the disciples had lost their 500 points. There were even people who were fired because of this. All right, everyone, have a good rest. Tomorrow, the final assessment and award ceremony will be held. This was the usual practice. Since the Immerse Shang training camp set up those special rewards, it would naturally be a public award ceremony. Yi Xian didn't mind and walked towards his room. Ding! System notification. Fian appeared behind the host. Yi Xian chuckled. This time, that girl couldn't appear by his side without anyone noticing, right? Yi Xian turned around and looked at Fian, then said, "How is it? Did you pass the assessment? Is the young master asking me?" Although this little girl is not talented, this kind of assessment doesn't seem to be difficult for this little girl. Fian smiled faintly. However, this time, Yi Xian was keenly aware that many people's attention was focused on him. Most importantly, they were all girls. What happened? Yi Xian found it strange, but of course, he didn't say anything. The assessment is over. Why aren't you resting? Why did you come to my side? I think the young master must be tired after going through the assessment. This little girl learned some cooking some time ago, so I boldly want to cook for the young master to taste. Yi Xian blinked. Just for this? This little girl had come to find him just to cook for him. Was this the rhythm of treating him as a foodie? Although since this girl came to Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian did often eat some special delicacies, but it wasn't to the extent of saying that he was that greedy, right? Of course, since Fian said that she had such good intentions, Yi Xian couldn't refuse. Yi Xian nodded and agreed with Fian's words. Then, he walked forward with Fian. That guy is Yi Xian? Not long after Yi Xian left, there was a person in the distance who looked at Yi Xian with incomparably cold eyes. This person was not from the outer camp, but the inner camp, and was originally ranked first on the genius list. Of course, he was only second at this time. Chapter 2158. Yi Xian stole his first place, but he endured it because he knew that only the strong could occupy the top spot. But what he couldn't accept was Fei Yan. In fact, he had seen Fei Yan's true appearance before, so he became infatuated with her and did everything he could to get his hands on her. This was a training camp, and Fei Yan was also a disciple chosen by the training camp. He couldn't use force, so he could only use other methods. But no matter what method he used, Fei Yan didn't even look him in the eye. Later, he found out that Fei Yan was Yi Xian's maid, so he wanted to get Fei Yan from Yi Xian. But before he could say anything, Yi Xian used the genius list to give him a blow. At this time, no one dared to say anything because they could see that he was angry. Yi Xian, surnamed Yi, I don't know what powerful family or power you have. Ling Xian Court? This prince doesn't care. The seventh prince of the Divine Night Empire, Yi Lixiu. What kind of existence was the Divine Night Empire? It was the only empire in the 100 realms of Mo Shanggu who was a general by the overgod side. It was easy to imagine how powerful its background was. At this time, Yi Lixiu was looking at Yi Xian from afar. Who knew what he was planning? After Yi Xian returned to his room, he saw Fei Yan take out some ingredients from her yin and yang ring. One should know that once one reached the God realm, it could be said that most people no longer needed to eat. However, there were still many ordinary people in the divine world. These ordinary people naturally needed to eat. Therefore, the divine world also had its own unique food. Is this shadow grass? This is realm powder. 1,000 lotus, 100 flourishing flower. Girl, how many good things did you buy? In fact, because gods rarely ate, they wouldn't eat food that didn't have any special effects. But now, the ingredients Fei Yan took out were all high-quality divine medicines. Their value wasn't simple. Did you buy all these things? Yi Xian asked Fei Yan again. Yes. Fei Yan busied herself and began to prepare. She took out a dozen pill furnaces at the same time. Alchemy furnaces were originally used to refine pills and the like. But when necessary, they could be used to refine ingredients. At this time, the first thing Fei Yan had to do was refine all the ingredients. Don't look at the pile of things in front of Yi Xian. In fact, these things were only enough to make 3 or 4 dishes at most. Hearing Fei Yan's reply, Yi Xian thought of a question. When Yi Xian bought Fei Yan back then, Fei Yan was just a slave. Then, where did Fei Yan get the money to buy these things? Girl, where did you get the divine crystals? At least. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, 3 tests. That. 3. Flying Smoke replied indifferently. However, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. All of a sudden, he came to a realization. Wait a minute, little girl. You mean to say that you've taken the first place in all 3 tests? Since Fei Yan said it so casually and did not care at all, but said that he used points to exchange for ingredients, then there was only one possibility. Replying to the young master, this little girl has won all 3 first places, so I can get 150 points every month. And these ingredients only cost me 100 points. Yi Xian was speechless. He wasn't speechless because Flying Smoke had used her points to exchange for ingredients, but because Flying Smoke had so casually said that he had taken all the first place. One had to know that in this Mo Shan training camp, there were quite a few capable people. Yi Xian could not understand how Fei Yan was able to monopolize 3 first places by herself. One had to know that these 3 tests were the Comprehensive Knowledge Mastery Test. The contents of the test were the things that they had learned in the past month. This was simple, and it was not impossible to get first place. The second test was a strength improvement test. To put it bluntly, it was a test of how much everyone's strength had improved in the past month. No matter how much, as long as you had the greatest improvement among everyone, you would be able to obtain a reward. In that case, wouldn't Fei Yan be the person who improved the most every month in their 7th division? As for the third test, it was even more complicated. It was a test of comprehensive strength. Everyone would be positioned on a ladder according to their ability when they enter the training camp. That ladder was called the inner camp ladder in the training camp, because the inner camp disciples were also selected based on the performance of this inner camp ladder. On this inner camp ladder, there were all kinds of tests. Among them, the most important was the battle between disciples of the same realm. According to the battle performance, they would be evaluated. Didn't that mean that Fian was also the first in their first division in terms of comprehensive ability? He didn't expect Fian to be so amazing. In fact, Yi Xian had not even gotten first place once until now. Not to mention first place, he was basically at the bottom. Yi Xian could easily win the comprehensive battle, but Yi Xian was too lazy to participate. Well, it seemed that Yi Xian had really underestimated Fian. Yi Xian did not speak anymore, but watched Fian busying herself. He saw Fian use the tricolor divine flame to extract the essence of those ingredients. After that, she used divine water and various special seasonings to blend them. After that, it was time to cook. However, cooking was different from cooking with pots and bowls. First of all, the flames used were undoubtedly divine flames. In order to not lose divine power, the control of details was extremely high. In this way, it involved the fine control of divine sense. Other than that, it also involved the professional technique and ability. It could be said that if one wanted to make a delicacy, it was not something that could be done just by talking. This was an extremely complicated process. Refining pills? In front of exquisite food, there was no comparison at all. However, Fian did it. After about 2 hours, Fian finally finished cooking her food and brought it in front of Yi Xian. "Young master, please eat. This is the heart-clearing porridge, which can permanently strengthen divine sense. This is a mind-seeking beast, and it also has the ability to strengthen one's divine will. As for this dish, it's called the Dragon Phoenix Soup. It uses the hearts of the three-clawed golden dragon and the crownless phoenix, which can strengthen one's physique." Chapter 21:59. Yi Xian looked at the food in front of him, but he was stunned. Good Lord, there was actually such a big deal. What happened to yours? Are you not going to eat? At this moment, Yi Xian saw that Fei Yin had only prepared his own food, but she had not, so he immediately asked, "How could this little girl have the fortune to enjoy these precious ingredients?" "Young master, please eat as much as you want. This little girl has prepared other food." Fei Yan's answer made Yi Xian frown slightly. In name, Yi Xian seemed to be Fei Yan's master, but in reality, Yi Xian had never treated Fei Yin as a slave. Moreover, he had never given Fei Yin anything, but Fei Yin used her harvest to make food for Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was not that thick-skinned. "Let's eat together. These are all made by you. If you don't eat them, I'll eat them alone. I'm not that thick-skinned." Fei Yan's eyes flashed slightly. No one knew what she was thinking, but she said, "Young master, you should eat quickly. How about this? This little girl promises young master that next time, this little girl will prepare enough ingredients. This little girl and young master will eat together, but this time, the ingredients are not enough. Then, I ask young master to forgive this little girl for not listening to young master's arrangements." It was just a meal, so Yi Xian wouldn't really take it seriously. Since Fei Yin said so, Yi Xian did not hold back. Needless to say, this ingredient could actually strengthen Yi Xian's strength, even though it was very weak. But if it was eaten for a long time, one could imagine. No wonder it was so expensive. Not only was it delicious, but it also permanently strengthened one's strength. As long as one had strength, they would not be polite. After eating the food, Yi Xian went to bed early. After Fei Yin tidied up the house for Yi Xian, she also left. Early the next morning, Yi Xian came to the central square of the training camp. Usually, if there was anything big, it would be held here. Without a doubt, the annual examination award ceremony was naturally a big deal. To be honest, Yi Xian had not experienced an award ceremony for a long time. This Immerse training camp was a bit special. Everyone is here, right? Today is the annual reward day of our Immerse training camp. According to the usual practice, the person who gets the first place in every exam will receive a special reward. However, this year, a special person appeared in the first division. His reward belongs to another category, while the second place can receive the first place reward. This special person is Yi Xian. Now, I will first present this super reward to Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian will receive 1,000 points, 1,000,000 divine crystals, and the right to choose one treasure from the first 3 floors of the treasure pavilion. Yi Xian did not recognize the person who spoke, but as soon as he finished speaking, the entire square went into an uproar. It was Yi Xian again. It was this Yi Xian again. A few days ago, he had become number 1 on the genius rankings and attracted the attention of everyone in the training camp. Who would have thought that at today's award ceremony, he would be the one to receive the super award again? 1,000 points, 1,000,000 divine crystals. This was a huge amount of wealth. Of course, some people might not be interested in these things, but the right to choose one treasure from the first 3 floors of the treasure pavilion was enough to tempt them. Shang Training Camp's treasure pavilion had 9 floors, but the majority of the disciples could only enter if they performed exceptionally well or if they used their points to exchange for something. The items on the first floor cost 500 points, but the second floor cost 5,000 points. As for the third floor, it was 50,000 points. 50,000 points, Many people completed countless missions and spent hundreds or even thousands of years, only to earn a few tens of thousands of points. In the divine world, the tempo was much faster than the first to 8th heavenly layers. In the 8th heavenly layer, 100,000 years was child's play to those false gods and half-gods. However, in the divine world, many things could happen and even change the structure of the divine world. Simply put, the divine world was very dangerous, and it was not peaceful. Those who could live for 10,000 years were already extraordinary. Those who could live for 100,000 years were already rare existences. Therefore, in the divine world, luck was very important. If one was lucky, one could live for a long time, but if one was unlucky, one could die in 100 years. Therefore, points were very hard to come by in Shang Training Camp. However, this Yi Xian was actually rewarded with a chance. How could such a huge reward not make people jealous? However, this was not all. When Yi Xian walked up, he heard the mysterious voice of a god. Add one more reward for Yi Xian. Let him enter the Void Shadow Pavilion for 1 day. Void Shadow Pavilion. It was actually the Void Shadow Pavilion. Not to mention the ordinary disciples. Even the instructors were shocked. No one had seen the owner of this voice before, but everyone knew his identity. He was the camp commander of Shang Training Camp. Void Shadow Pavilion. That was the Void Shadow Pavilion. What was the Void Shadow Pavilion? In the ancient era, there were countless divine abilities, but most of them were lost. However, even if they were lost, there were still some things left. Some are written records, some are engravings. Among them, the most special and easiest to comprehend was the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion. Even if one comprehended the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion and didn't comprehend the divine ability, it was still very beneficial. So many people dreamed of obtaining it, yet Yi Xian had obtained it so easily. The Inheritance Shadow Pavilion was a place you didn't have the qualifications to enter, even if you used points to exchange for it. Only those who completed special missions or made great contributions to the training camp would be rewarded with it. In fact, most of the time, these people were instructors. Yi Xian had actually been promoted to the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion. Who wouldn't be jealous in an instant? However, Yi Xian didn't even know what it was. With Yi Xian's reward, the others' rewards were practically insignificant. At this time, many people looked at Yi Xian in a different light. This time, there was probably no one in the entire training camp who didn't know about Yi Xian. Of course, there was no lack of trouble that couldn't be avoided. Yi Lixiu's eyes were incomparably sinister as he looked at Yi Xian with killing intent. Go, teach him a lesson. Let him know whose territory this is, Yi Lixiu said to someone beside him. This person was also an inner camp disciple, so his strength was definitely not simple. That person nodded slightly and walked towards the back. Clearly, he was going to make arrangements. After the rewards were distributed, Yi Xian didn't leave because someone stopped him. Yi Xian, come with me. I'll take you there now. Do you want to go to the treasure pavilion first or the Void Shadow Pavilion? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then replied, Let's go to the treasure pavilion first. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what the Void Shadow Pavilion was, so it was better to go to the treasure pavilion and see what treasures it had. Soon, Yi Xian was brought to the treasure pavilion of the Mo Shang training camp. It was a 9-story pagoda with countless seals on top. There were also several powerhouses guarding it. Halt! What business do you have? A guard blocked Yi Xian's path. Yi Xian's instructor immediately stepped forward. This person's name is Yi Xian. He came here this time to receive his reward. You're Yi Xian? It was obvious that the guard had heard of Yi Xian before. Yi Xian nodded. The guard carefully sized up Yi Xian again before saying, "You may enter." All right, you can go in. You can take one treasure from the first 3 levels. You have 6 hours to choose. After 6 hours, you must leave. All right, I understand. Was 6 hours a short time? Chapter 2160. He knew that the higher the floor, the better the items. Hence, Yi Xian did not hesitate and went straight to the 3rd floor. When Yi Xian entered, he was immediately attracted by the various treasures. After the Mo Shang training camp's treasure room, there were many good items. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have many that caught his eye. Although there were many treasures here, whether or not they were suitable for Yi Xian's use was another matter altogether. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Special item detected. Can be used to strengthen the God Slayer. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Can be used to strengthen the God Slayer? It seemed that it wasn't true that there wasn't anything good here. After the system's upgrade, it was much easier to use. If it was not for this notification, Yi Xian might have missed it. Under the guidance of the system, Yi Xian quickly found his target. It was an ancient coin. Yes, it was an ancient coin. A very strange ancient coin. There was only one strange word on the ancient coin. Yi Xian did not recognize it. Or rather, no one could recognize it. System, what is this? Ding! System notification. Target specified is one of the ancient 9 spirits divine coins. Ancient 9 spirits divine coins? What was this? Yi Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing before. System, can you tell me in detail what is so special about this ancient coin? Ding! System notification. Please take note, the ancient 9 spirits godly coin is not a currency, but a special kind of magic treasure. It just looks like a coin, which is why it got its name. Try it. It is specially used to store faith points. Faith. Hearing this, Yi Xian seemed to understand something. Yes, this was the realm of the gods. Everyone, the strong people here, was a god. Gods were supposed to be worshipped. However, Yi Xian had been in the realm of the gods for some time, but he had never heard of such a thing. Why was that? The system notification continued to sound. Ding! In ancient times, every god and divine beast had their own believers. The gods used their own abilities to protect their believers, and the believers' faith would transform into a special power to strengthen the gods. This is the fundamental reason why many divine abilities have been lost. However, due to certain special powers and matters, the current divine realm no longer has the power of faith. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special hidden mission in the divine realm. Rebuild faith. This mission is accepted by the host by default. This mission is not mandatory, and there are no completion criteria or rewards. Ding! System notification. Rebuilding faith will greatly enhance the host's strength. It is recommended that the host complete it with all his might. Not a compulsory mission, and there were no standards for it. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Such a mission was rare. But the system had already made it clear that this mission wouldn't do any harm to Yi Xian. It would only benefit him. So of course, Yi Xian would do it. Isn't it just establishing a new faith? That's simple. In fact, those people in Yi Xian's devouring space could also be used to gather the power of faith, right? However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about this, he heard the system notification. Ding! Host, please take note. The power of faith is divided into 2 types, the power of faith of the divine realm and the power of faith of the mortal world. The values are different as well. Host, please take note. Could it be that the system knew what he was thinking, so it gave him a special notification? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. All right, so the power of faith was divided into 2 types. Of course, This wasn't a simple matter. Even if Yi Xian wanted to do it, he couldn't do it in a short period of time. So, Yi Xian turned his attention to the ancient coin. All right, system, you said that this thing can strengthen the God Slayer. But why do I feel that the value of this ancient coin isn't that simple? Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to strengthen the God Slayer? Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Every god's power of faith cannot be used by other gods. Although the host can obtain the power of faith left behind by other ancient gods through devouring space, the host can only convert 1/10,000th of the power of faith. It is not recommended that the host use it. So that was the case. It seemed that the power of faith wasn't that simple. All right, I understand. Since there was nothing else in the treasure hall that was worth Yi Xian's attention, there was no need for Yi Xian to waste any more time. So, Yi Xian took the ancient coin and walked out. Are you sure you want this? The treasure pavilion guard looked at the item in Yi Xian's hand in surprise. It had to be known that they didn't know what this ancient coin was used for. It was only because it contained a powerful force that they placed it on the third floor. Seeing Yi Xian holding the ancient coin, the guard was puzzled. I'm sure I want this. If that's the case, then fine. You can just take it away. Yi Xian nodded and walked out. However, his heart was filled with sorrow. It seemed that the current gods had forgotten about the power of faith. They didn't even know what kind of power the ancient coin contained. System, do you know the reason for this? Logically speaking, even if the current gods don't collect the power of faith, they should still know. Ding. System notification. In the past, the Annihilation Organization had done many things to target the power of faith. Among them, the greatest achievement was to cut off the inheritance of the power of faith. In addition to the help of other forces, this led to the current situation. It was the Annihilation Organization again. This organization really jumped out whenever something big happened. However, what was the point of other forces? One had to know that no matter what kind of god it was, whether it was a demon god or a spiritual god, they could all wait until the power of faith strengthened them. Who would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Who cares? These were all things from countless years ago. It was too far away from Yi Xian. After walking out of the treasure hall, Yi Xian was brought to the Void Shadow Pavilion. There were special inheritances of ancient matters here. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that there were only 12 Void Shadow inheritances in the Mo Shang training camp. Yi Xian could only choose one of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances. He wasn't allowed to look at the other Void Shadow inheritances. None of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances had been comprehended by anyone. Therefore, these 12 Void Shadow inheritances were basically the same. He knew nothing about them. Other than knowing that they were inheritances left behind from ancient times, he didn't know anything else. So, which one should Yi Xian choose? Yi Xian frowned slightly. This time, even the system couldn't help him. After all, the system didn't know which of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances was better. I choose you. Chapter 2161. You only have one day. After 24 hours, you will be forcibly transported out. Take care of yourself. Just as Yi Xian made his decision, a voice rang out. This voice was a little strange because Yi Xian could not see where the voice was. Needless to say, it was probably the guardian of this place. Yi Xian naturally understood this, so he did not say anything. Most likely, these 12 inheritance phantoms were the greatest assets and wealth of the Mo's Hang training camp. After Yi Xian walked into the hall of the inheritances, he saw that there was nothing inside. It was empty, and he could not see anything. However, just as Yi Xian was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly appeared, silently showing a battle. The so-called inheritances here were actually just images of a battle. It was no wonder that no one could understand them. If anyone could understand them like this, they would really be heaven-defying geniuses. However, if others cannot do it, could Yi Xian not do it? System, record the images and analyze them. Yi Xian said to the system. Yes, he had the system. Then, what could Yi Xian not do? Even if he could not restore the mystique, he should be able to gain something. In the soundless images, a powerhouse in golden armor was like an invincible emperor. He stood proudly in the air, as if he was saying something. Opposite him was a huge army, an army of foreign tribes. Yi Xian had never seen such people before, but he was sure that they were from foreign tribes. The army was huge, probably numbering in the hundreds of millions, and there were many powerhouses among them. However, after the powerhouse in golden armor finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the sky. Then, he seemed to be holding a ball of lightning in his hand. As the powerhouse in golden armor waved his hand, the lightning instantly turned into a powerful mystique that covered the sky and the ground. The entire world was taken over by the lightning. In the sky, on the ground, and even under the ground, countless people were wailing in agony. Unfortunately, it was useless. Wherever the lightning passed, there were no survivors. Although there was no sound in the images, Yi Xian could still feel the immense power. Just how powerful was this divine ability to be able to possess such powerful might? Although Yi Xian didn't know the average strength of this army, at the very least, these people were all able to fly and had all sorts of abilities. Not to mention that they had over 100 million people. Hundreds of millions of people had been insta-killed in one move. Not even a stone on the road or a blade of grass was harmed when he insta-killed those people. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. What kind of power was this? Could it be that this was the so-called divine ability of the ancient times? So strong. He was really strong. Unfortunately, there was only so little of the image, and there was no sound at all. The video repeated over and over again, and Yi Xian watched it over and over again. Yi Xian seemed to be fascinated by it. He kept trying to figure out what kind of secret it held. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out. Of course, the system was also constantly analyzing. Yi Xian did not know how the system had analyzed the situation, and he was not in the mood to ask. His heart had long been conquered by the astonishing power of this divine ability. To be honest, one day was a very short period of time. Suddenly, a voice sounded. "Time's up. You can go out now." An enormous force directly took Yi Xian out. Yi Xian did not even have the slightest ability to defend himself. Yi Xian looked at the Void Shadow Pavilion, but he was rather unwilling to accept it. Was it gone just like that? Fortunately, the system had probably recorded it again. However, how could there be 11 Void Shadow Legacies? Then, what kind of ancient divine ability was recorded in one Void Shadow Legacy? Yi Xian secretly decided that sooner or later, he would take a look at all 12 Void Shadow Legacies. Ancient divine abilities, those incomparably powerful ancient divine abilities. How many more were there? Even if he couldn't learn them, Yi Xian would be very satisfied just by looking at them a few times. This kind of power was probably something that no god could do now. Perhaps there were some incomparably powerful gods who could do such a thing. However, Yi Xian didn't think anyone could do such a thing if they didn't want to harm a single flower or a single stone. Yi Xian returned to his room. The two big rewards this time shocked Yi Xian greatly. At the same time, he was full of anticipation. Yi Xian had profited greatly from this reward. As soon as he returned home, Yi Xian asked the system without much expectation, "System, what's the result of your analysis? Can you crack it?" Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. System cannot crack it. Although it was within expectations, Yi Xian still felt rather regretful. What a pity. If Yi Xian could learn such a powerful divine ability, that would be awesome. Ding. System notification. Host, please pay attention. The system has made some simple analysis and is now going to further strengthen it. The next time the host fuses a skill, the system will automatically add this analysis into the new skill. Yeah, it seems that the system has gained something. The next time the skill is fused, it will be added into the new skill. In that case, all Yi Xian had to do was wait. When the next skill fusion happened, he wanted to see what kind of good stuff he could get. After toying with the ancient coin for a while, Yi Xian said to the system, "System, since the divine ability hasn't been strengthened yet. System, since there is no result from that divine ability, then let's strengthen the Godslayer first. I want to see what kind of special divine ability this Godslayer, which has the power of faith, can strengthen." Ding. System notification. Fusion begins. Ding. System notification. Fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Godslayer has gained a new ability, Soul Devouring. Soul Devouring. When the host uses the Godslayer to attack, there is a certain chance that it will devour the opponent's soul and transform it, turning the opponent into a loyal follower of the host. Puffed. Yi Xian, who was drinking water, almost spat out. Who would have thought that such an ability would come out of the system? Isn't this a little too awesome? He was clearly fighting with himself, but as they fought, his opponent's soul was transformed. Wasn't this a little too crazy? However, when Yi Xian saw the probability, he was speechless. What the F***? This was a completely useless ability, because the chance of triggering it was 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 was just a probability, not an absolute. In other words, even if Yi Xian slashed 1,000,000 times, it might not trigger. What could Yi Xian say about such a useless ability? He could only say that it was just for show. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, perhaps he could strengthen it. However, from the looks of it, with that 1 in 10,000 chance, how could he strengthen it to the point where it could be used? Forget it. Yi Xian threw this aside and treated it as if he had not gained it. Chapter 2162. The Withered Bone Sword Servants were constantly investigating this secret. However, their strength and abilities were limited, so they couldn't find much useful information. It was the same for the members of the Fire Clan. Their strength wasn't enough to come into contact with this secret. As for the news from the 100 Calculation Clan, they didn't report back. Yi Xian asked twice along the way. He only knew that the 100 Calculation Clan had already sent people out of Mo Shangji's sphere of influence to investigate, but they still didn't find anything. It seemed that they could only slowly search for Luo's whereabouts. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that the calm on the surface was just the night before the storm. QWPM at this time, a mysterious force had already gathered together for the sake of getting Yi Xian, or even taking Yi Xian's life. Finally, what was going to come would come. On this day, Yi Xian was bored in the training camp. One must know that Yi Xian was only interested in the history of the God Realm. If it was about the cultivation of any sacred art, Yi Xian didn't take a fancy to it. However, the originally peaceful days were disrupted by the intrusion of a young girl. Yi Xian Gongzi, quick, come with me. Yi Xian didn't recognize this young girl. Why was she looking for him so anxiously? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Yi Xian Gongzi, quickly come with me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fian will definitely be taken away by them. What Fian? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately stood up and rushed out with the young girl. On the way, Yi Xian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Fian would make food for Yi Xian every half a month. Although a portion of those ingredients were directly exchanged from the training camp, there were still some that were exchanged from outside. Among them, most of the ingredients for the divine beast could only be exchanged from outside. Today, Fian and this young girl called Luo Qi went to an inn together in order to get the divine beast ingredients that had been ordered long ago. This ingredient was something that Fian had exchanged for in the training camp long ago. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. However, when they arrived at the inn, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. These people came inexplicably, causing Fei Yin and the girl to be unable to react in time. Luo Qi was only an inferior heavenly god, and Fei Yin was only a deity. The people surrounding them were 5 low-level heavenly deities, 2 mid-level heavenly deities, and 1 high-level heavenly deity. It could be said that they had no chance of winning. At the last moment, Fian used a special method to teleport Luo Qi away. Luo Qi immediately thought of Yi Xian, because in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a very important figure, and even Fian was only his maid. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly ran over to find Yi Xian. The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at the inn. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the inn. However, they were all watching and no one interfered. Have you heard? That girl is actually a slave, and the people surrounding her are from the slave pavilion. Not only do the people from the slave pavilion often get some slaves, they also capture escaped slaves. This girl is really unlucky. Looking at her current appearance, she seems to be doing quite well, but who would have thought that she was actually a slave? What a pity. Yi Xian heard the discussion from afar, so he was naturally certain that it was Fian. Damn it! Who said that Fian was a slave? In Yi Xian's heart, he had never, not even for a moment, treated Fian as a slave. Slave Pavilion. What a good slave pavilion. Who gave them all their strength to capture people. Boom! Yi Xian's figure moved, and he directly rushed into the inn. At this time, a faint restriction was set up around Fian's body. Clearly, this was a defensive restriction that Fian had set up herself. And around her, 8 people were looking at Fian calmly. Hee, lowly slave, I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter, I have time to play with you. It turned out that outside the restriction set up by Fian, these people had set up a special restriction, which was constantly wearing down Fian's defensive restriction. With the strength of 8 people suppressing Fian, how could Fian resist? Suddenly seeing Yi Xian come in, the person closest to Yi Xian casually said, "Young man, watch the show and stand further away. My slave pavilion is currently capturing escaped slaves. Be careful not to accidentally injure you later." "I'll accidentally injure your grandpa." Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Once he attacked, it was with all his strength. Deity vanquishing slash. Go to hell. Yi Xian released this sword in anger, without the slightest mercy. Boom. One sword, just one sword, instantly killed that person. Even the rest of the people in the slave pavilion did not have time to react. It was not until Yi Xian killed that those people reacted. Damn it, brat. Do you know who we are? But before this person finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Xian. Moreover, it was interrupted with the God Slayer. Boom. It was another sword strike, and it was still as violent as before. Another disciple of the slave pavilion was directly killed on the spot. How could the remaining 6 people dare to be careless? They instantly retreated, pulling away from Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian kill people, the surrounding onlookers all revealed strange expressions, and many people also took the initiative to retreat. However, Yi Xian did not care so much now, but directly attacked. Without even seeing Yi Xian move, he directly broke the restriction set up by the people in the slave pavilion. "Girl, are you all right?" Yi Xian looked at Fian with concern in his eyes. "I've made you worry. This little girl deserves death." "What did you say? These people dare to have ideas about you. Come here and help me take care of the girl. I want to kill all these people." Yi Xian said the latter half of the sentence to Luo Qi. At this moment, Luo Qi was already dumbfounded. In her eyes, although Yi Xian's strength had risen to the intermediate true God realm, Yi Xian had not been promoted for long. However, Yi Xian was facing 8 disciples of the slave pavilion who were not weaker than him, and still did not hesitate to attack. He even killed 2 of them consecutively. "Oh, okay. Luo Qi was already stuttering, but she quickly came to Fian's side and carefully protected her. "Are you your master?" At this moment, the leading heavenly god looked at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his anger and asked Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian answer him? No, he would not. In Yi Xian's mind, there was only one path for these people, and that was death. Therefore, Yi Xian slowly turned around and clenched the God Slayer in his hand again. The environment here was not suitable for summoning the 1,000 beast sword servants. However, Yi Xian was alone and would not be afraid of these people. "Boy, since you are a master, then things will be easy. Our slave pavilion is willing to pay a high price to buy this slave. You can name a price." It turned out that they just wanted to snatch her. "Name a price?" "Okay, I'll give you a price. Deity Slayer." Chapter 2163. Boom. Yi Xian's price was death. Another slave pavilion disciple was killed. Even if they were at the same cultivation level as Yi Xian, they would be killed by Yi Xian if they were careless. Not to mention these people whose cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's. Even if there was no critical hit, Yi Xian could still kill them in an instant. Magic treasure? Using a magic treasure to withstand the power of the god slaying sword? Was that even possible? Killing 3 people in a row. How much time had passed since he entered? Yi Xian had already killed 3 people in a row. How could the people of the slave pavilion hold back? Damn it, kid, you're courting death. How dare you kill the people of my slave pavilion? Today, you will die without a doubt. Go, kill them together with me. Bring the mission target. A word caught Yi Xian's attention. Mission target? It seemed like these people did not find Fei Yin for no reason. However, Yi Xian did not want to ask so many questions. His figure flashed and appeared outside the inn. At this time, Luo Qi had already brought the weak Fei Yin out of the inn. That was why Yi Xian came out. He wanted to kill these people of the slave pavilion. Moreover, he wanted to torture them to death. He wanted these people to regret finding trouble with Fei Yin. Of course, even if they regretted it, they would die without a doubt. 5 people quickly rushed out and pounced on Yi Xian. The 3 people Yi Xian killed were only low-level heavenly gods. Among the remaining 5, there was 1 high-level heavenly god and 2 mid-level heavenly gods. Therefore, they felt that victory was in their hands. Even the onlookers were not optimistic about Yi Xian's chances. Some of them could see that Yi Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god. Moreover, he was only a first-level heavenly god. He was facing 3 people whose cultivation level was higher than him. One of them was an entire realm higher than him. Therefore, they did not think that Yi Xian could defeat his opponents. However, who told them that Yi Xian was going to do it himself? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. 1,000 beast parade. Suddenly, 1,000 divine beasts appeared and surrounded the 5 people without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he summoned thousands of powerful war beasts. Such a method shocked the people in the slave pavilion and the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was familiar with the battle beast, and many people would get their hands on a few. QWPM, but 1,000 heads. Let's not talk about whether you can control it or not. Even if you can capture it, it won't be that easy. To be able to raise 1,000 divine beasts, there was no doubt that they were all people of a certain status. Not to mention, he was so powerful. Of course, Yi Xian did not know what they were thinking, nor did he care. Yi Xian ordered as he looked at the people of the slave pavilion. Kill them all. Roar, roar. The 1,000 deity rank mounts charged at the 5 slave pavilion disciples without hesitation. Although Yi Xian had only summoned 3 platinum level and 17 gold level Ares mounts this time, he had only summoned 3 platinum level Ares mounts. However, such a valiant strength was more than enough to crush these people countless times. That's right, it was a crushing defeat. This was simply not a battle of strength. It was not a battle from the very beginning. Of course, at the beginning, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage on the surface. However, the outcome of the battle was determined from the very beginning. The 5 slave pavilion disciples did not have the slightest ability to resist. 4 of them were killed by the 1,000 beast sword attendants. Only the high-level heavenly god slave pavilion disciple managed to withstand the first wave of attacks. Could it be that you don't know why we captured him? Shouted the slave pavilion disciple loudly. He hoped that Yi Xian would forgive him because of this secret. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. Yi Xian did not care at all. That was because Yi Xian had his own methods to investigate this matter. I don't want to. After saying that, the 1,000 beast sword attendants directly attacked. They killed him without any suspense. The last slave pavilion disciple fell to the ground with boundless unwillingness. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he accept this mission in the first place? Back then, when that person gave them the mission, he did not say that this young man possessed such terrifying strength. If they knew, they would not have gone to the upper realm, even if they were beaten to death. Slave pavilion, what a good slave pavilion. I, Yi Xian, will remember today's matter. In the future, I will definitely exterminate your slave pavilion. Yi Xian's indifferent voice reached the ears of the surrounding people, but no one said a word. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and looked at Flying Smoke with some anger. Why didn't you leave? Others did not understand, but Flying Smoke understood the meaning of this sentence. Flying Smoke could quickly teleport to Yi Xian's side from anywhere. If she encountered trouble at the beginning, then she could teleport directly and definitely avoid it. However, Flying Smoke replied, "Yes, it's too late." As for Yi Xian, he also understood these words. Who did Flying Smoke mean? At the beginning, in order to cover Luo Qi's escape, she missed the opportunity, and later, it was already too late to leave. It seemed that this Luo Qi was Flying Smoke's good friend. Regarding this point, Yi Xian couldn't say anything. He couldn't possibly order Flying Smoke not to make friends or anything, right? I'll undo the slave imprint for you. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out Flying Smoke's divine deity fragment. Yi Xian had mentioned this request before. However, Flying Smoke refused. He didn't expect that this time, Flying Smoke would refuse once again. No, this little girl is willing. This little girl is willing to be young master's servant for the rest of her life. I hope that young master can fulfill my wish. Suddenly, Flying Smoke directly knelt on the ground. It seemed that Flying Smoke, who was not afraid of the threat of death, was actually afraid of coming into contact with Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Normally speaking, even if Yi Xian removed the master-slave relationship with Flying Smoke could still stay by Yi Xian's side. What was the difference between now and now? Why? Why was Flying Smoke unwilling? She was unwilling to remove this master-slave relationship, no matter what. She was even willing to die, but she was unwilling to remove the master-slave relationship. Yi Xian really couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what Flying Smoke was thinking. Seeing such a resolute Flying Smoke, Yi Xian naturally couldn't say anything. Instead, he took a few steps forward and swallowed Flying Smoke. All right, since you're still unwilling, I won't force you. Flying Smoke smiled slightly. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Why would Flying Smoke be unwilling to come into contact with Yi Xian's master-slave relationship? In fact, it was also because Yi Xian swallowed the flying feathered divine deity fragment in the space. As for the reason, it was likely that Yi Xian would only be able to understand it after a long, long time. Luo Qi couldn't understand Yi Xian and Flying Feather, this pair of master and servant. As the master, he wanted to remove the master-slave relationship. But on the contrary, it was the slave who was unwilling to be beaten to death. It was rare to see such a strange combination. And only at this time did Luo Qi understand why Flying Smoke was so loyal to Yi Xian. This wasn't because of the master-slave contract, but because Flying Smoke was absolutely loyal to Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. Of course, only Flying Smoke herself knew that her loyalty was not only directed at Yi Xian. Chapter 2164. However, this scene was clearly seen by a group of people in the distance. I didn't think that Yi Xian would be so strong. No, to be more precise, it's his war machines. I didn't think that he would have so many powerful war machines. It seems that I've underestimated him. These useless slaves can't even handle such a small matter. Clearly, this was the person who'd issued the order to capture Fei Yin. Fei Yin. Oh, Fei Yin, you mine. You mine. This person was none other than Yilishio. He hadn't defeated Yi Xian yet, but he couldn't wait to get Fei Yin in advance. Especially when the family guard beside him told him that Fei Yin was a slave and a virgin at that. He couldn't wait to get his hands on her. Naturally, the slave pavilion had a special method to make Fei Yan's godhead fragment lose its effect and create a new one to control Fei Yan. This method was something that almost no slave pavilion had. However, due to the special nature of Qi, very few people knew about it and rarely used it. This time, Yilishio had prepared a sufficient price to obtain Fei Yin in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he'd failed in the end. Go, pass down this prince's orders. Launch an all-out operation against that guy. War machine. I want to see how you'll deal with it in the training camp when you can't use your war machine. It wasn't that the Mozhang training camp didn't forbid the use of war machines, but the rule was that disciples could only rely on their own strength when fighting against each other. Clearly, Yilishio had also set up a big game of chess, one that targeted Yi Xian. And now, he'd finally made his move. Yi Xian brought Fei Yin back to his residence. Unexpectedly, Luo Qi had followed him. At this moment, in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a super perfect man. After finding out that Fei Yin was Yi Xian's slave, Luo Qi was stunned. Servants were more common, but slaves, to be honest, weren't that common. This was because many people would rather die than become slaves. Thus, the number of slaves was very small. Of course, if you're talking about ordinary people as slaves, there would be a lot of them. However, there were very few who were willing to become slaves after becoming gods. QWPM Watts more, a strange combination like flying smoke and Yi. The master wanted to get closer to the master-slave relationship, but the slave was unwilling. Is flying smoke beautiful? Very, very beautiful. As long as one had seen flying smoke's true appearance, men would fall head over heels for her. As for women, they wouldn't even be jealous of her. Was flying smoke powerful? Very powerful. In the 7th division, Fian was publicly recognized as a genius. Although her realm was not high right now, her strong learning ability and outstanding talent allowed her to be ranked on the genius ranking. However, because the light from the Yi was too strong, it was blocked. Moreover, Fian was even versed in many mysterious divine abilities. It could be said that flying smoke was simply perfect. However, such a perfect woman was willing to become Yi slave. For a moment, Luo Qi was even more curious about Yi. Fian did not rest. Even though he had just experienced a battle and had lost a lot of energy, she did not rest for a moment. Instead, she was busy preparing food for Yi. Moreover, no matter how much Yi requested, Fian only smiled and did not have the slightest intention of stopping. In the end, Yi also gave up. Only after watching Yi eat the food that she had prepared did Fian leave, with Luo Qi in satisfaction. What happened today undoubtedly gave Yi a wake-up call. It made Yi understand that he was not necessarily safe in the MO training camp. On the way back, Luo Qi kept asking Fian about Yi. Fian was very direct. As long as it could be said, she would say everything she knew. In fact, it was obvious why a girl was inquiring about a man. Unfortunately, Yi did not care about Luo Qi at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Qi was Fian's friend, Yi probably wouldn't even look at her. This Luo Qi was actually not simple. The Luo family also had a certain amount of strength in the 100 realms of Mo Shanga. And Luo Qi was the only successor of the Luo family. One could imagine that there were definitely many people chasing after her. So what if it was the God realm? Of course, things like love between men and women were also extremely normal. After the two girls left, Yi found the people from the Fire Clan. He needed to know who the slave pavilion accepted the mission from, and then when to find trouble with Fian. He wanted to catch this person and then deal with him ruthlessly. Unfortunately, this time, Yi miscalculated. He couldn't find any useful information at all. It was as if that mission was only accepted by those 8 people in private. When Yi received the report, he secretly snorted at the slave pavilion. Since that was the case, then don't blame Yi for destroying the slave pavilion. However, before that, Yi encountered trouble. Yi, get out here. Just as Yi was bored in the first section, he heard a shout outside the door. Yi frowned slightly. Who was looking for him? Moreover, he was so angry. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly walked out. Who are you? Yi looked at that person. He didn't know this person. It could even be said that he had never seen this person before. But why did this person come to find trouble with him? Yi, you hypocrite. Who am I? I am the brother of Han Yuan, who was defiled by you. Today, I must avenge my sister and kill you. Yeah, it really is Hong Yuan's brother. Han Yuan is from the 9th section, and she looks very beautiful. I didn't expect that this Yi would actually be such a pervert. Yi was slightly stunned. What Han Yuan? He didn't know her at all. Yi wasn't such a person. It seemed that this person had found the wrong person. I don't know who your sister is. Moreover, Yi would never do such a despicable thing. You should leave. You found the wrong person. You found the wrong person? Of course you won't admit it. Don't worry, you'll admit it after I kill you. That person actually attacked directly. He didn't care about the training camp's rules at all. He used a killing move as soon as he attacked. At this moment, many people, including the instructors, still didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, no one was prepared at all. However, this person clearly came prepared. The moment he attacked, he summoned the phantom of a demon god. This phantom of a demon god was obviously not something that a person like him could possess. This was because the strength of this phantom had already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Ding! Attention host, a powerful attack has been detected. Host, please prepare your defenses. Damn it. Chapter 2165. This was the phantom of a peak heavenly god realm demon god. That person was also a superior heavenly god. At this moment, not only did the phantom of the demon god charge towards Yi Xian, that person also charged towards him at the same time. Damn it! Yi Xian was slightly angered, but his hands were not idle. A ball of light exploded around the god slayer, protecting Yi Xian within it. That powerful attack was blocked the moment it reached Yi Xian's side. This time, Yi Xian did not control the god slayer. Instead, it flew out on its own. Of course, to be more precise, it was Wei Zhentian who made his move. Wei Zhentian had been residing within the god slayer all this while. Now that Yi Xian was in danger, Wei Zhentian naturally would not ignore it. When the phantom of the demon god and the superior heavenly god charged over, Wei Zhentian did not hesitate to activate the Soul Devourer shield, blocking all of their attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Above his head, the god slayer emitted a faint glow, protecting Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan's brother continued to surround Yi Xian and launch a series of fierce attacks. Of course, it was all in vain. At this moment, the surrounding people were also shocked. They were shocked that Hong Yuan's brother could unleash such a powerful attack. After all, Hong Yuan's brother did not have such a powerful technique in the past. At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yi Xian's defense. Ignored. He was simply ignoring such a powerful attack. To be able to withstand the attacks of a peak heavenly god realm demon god and a superior heavenly god, many people could do it. Some of them could even do it more easily than Yi Xian. However, that was because they were already very strong, surpassing Hong Yuan's brother. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian's strength was only at the middle stage, grand, profound stage of the first stage. In fact, a few months ago, he was just a true god. QWPM, however, it was this person who was obviously at an absolute disadvantage who was able to defend against the attack of a heavenly god who was many times more powerful than him with such ease. In such a situation, what could the surrounding onlookers say? It's that Dharma treasure, that sword, seems to be very powerful. Someone said. At this moment, the most eye-catching thing in Yi Xian's performance was the God Slayer's sword. It could be said that all of this happened without Yi Xian's control. Or rather, it could be said Wei Zhentian. In the eyes of others, it was natural that they were surprised. There were many weapons or equipment. There were quite a few who could fight on their own. However, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit, and its flaws were very obvious. If an artifact spirit was allowed to fight on its own, its power would be greatly reduced. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would allow an artifact spirit to fight on its own unless it was absolutely necessary. But what was Yi Xian's situation now? The sword was clearly fighting on its own. How could it suppress the demon god Shadow and Hong Yuan's brother? A weapon spirit could never surpass its master's strength. This was an iron law that no one could violate. They couldn't understand it. Everyone was confused. They couldn't understand the current battle. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian's sword was so strong. Yi Xian didn't want to fight. It was obvious that this guy was here for revenge because his sister had been defiled. Although this wasn't Yi Xian's doing, Yi Xian pitied him. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't want to fight with this guy. All right, that's enough. I've said it before. I didn't do anything to your sister. Although I don't know where you heard this news from, if I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. I, Yi Xian, will never hide my actions. You didn't do it? Yi Xian, you damn guy. I saw you walk out of my sister's room with my own eyes. Don't tell me you're still trying to deny it. Yi Xian was amused. She saw him with her own eyes? What did you see me? Last night? Yi Xian, you don't have to deny it. I'll kill you today. Haha, Yi Xian laughed. Last night? He didn't even leave the house last night. However, he couldn't allow this guy to continue causing trouble. All right, I said it wasn't me. But since someone dares to defame me, I'll catch them no matter who they are. Don't worry. I, Yi Xian, will handle your matters for you. Consider it for myself. I'll keep that person's head for you. Yi Xian indifferently said. His gaze had already looked around. At this point, Yi Xian naturally understood that someone wanted to frame him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some strength, then Hong Yuan's brother would be enough to kill Yi Xian. The person hiding in the dark had a good plan. He didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was too good. Yi Xian wasn't someone who would allow himself to be trampled on. Back off! Yi Xian shouted. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian had a tacit understanding. In an instant, two beams of light erupted. Deicide slash. Yes, it was the deicide slash. In Yi Xian's hands, the Godslayer could only release one deicide slash at a time. But when Wei Zhentian took over control, he could release two at once. Boom, 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 boom. The two beams of light forced Hong Yuan's brother and the demon god projection to retreat. Moreover, because the Godslayer was bound to deal a critical hit to the demon god, the demon god projection was severely injured. In fact, although Hong Yuan's brother was anxious and angry, he was still rational. From Yi Xian's refusal to make a move to Yi Xian's explanation, combined with his own situation, Hong Yuan's brother was still a little confused. The day before, his demon celestial phantom was merely an intermediate heavenly god. However, after the incident with his sister, someone inexplicably bought him a precious treasure at an extremely low price. It was a precious treasure that could temporarily increase the strength of his demon celestial phantom. That treasure could allow the demon god projection to unleash the strength of a peak heavenly god for 2 hours. Hong Yuan's brother had never encountered such a good thing in the thousands of years he had been in the training camp. Why did he encounter it yesterday? Also, it seemed that someone had deliberately led him to Hong Yuan's residence. At that time, someone had told him that his sister was in danger. That was why he had rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, just as he went over, he saw the scene of Yi Xian coming out. If Yi Xian had directly attacked him, he might not have suspected anything. However, Yi Xian had only fought with his sword and was already able to force him to retreat. Chapter 2166. If Yi Xian could force him to retreat without making a move, didn't that mean that Yi Xian had the ability to defeat or even kill him? Yi Xian didn't do that. Instead, he faced him calmly. Without a doubt, Hong Yuan's brother slowly calmed down. You really didn't do what happened to my sister. Yi Xian lifted his head and said calmly. I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. If I really did it, do you think you would still be alive to cause trouble for me? As for your sister, I don't even know who she is. Why would I cause trouble for her? Don't worry, since I'm involved in this matter, I'll get to the bottom of it. Just wait, I'll catch the mastermind very soon. Yi Xian always kept his promises. Moreover, Yi Xian knew very well that he had to find a solution for today's matter. If he didn't catch the mastermind, then similar incidents would happen again. However, Yi Xian still underestimated the methods of those people. After Hong Yuan's brother left temporarily, Yi Xian began his investigation. He asked Fian and the people from the fire division to investigate on his behalf. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that the power he could use now was far too little. However, Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. Since the mastermind had caused trouble for Yi Xian the first time, then there would be a second time and a third time. It could be said that as long as those people didn't achieve their goal, then similar incidents would happen again and again. Another few days passed. On this day, Yi Xian was originally just staying in the training camp. However, a sudden attack erupted. They were all from the training camp. 5 people, 5 heavenly gods from the 10th division. The strangest thing was their reason. It's him. That's right, it's Yi Xian. He's gone too far. He's such a bully. That's right. Today, we must find him for revenge. Why? He's a genius. Fine, we're just ordinary people. We can give in to him or even hide from him. But why does he have to force us step by step? Since he doesn't give us a way out, then let's die together. When the 5 of them arrived in front of Yi Xian, They first discussed amongst themselves before directly attacking Yixian. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move. It was as if he wanted to perish together with his opponent. Die, you damn bastard. Boom. Yixian didn't even understand what was going on when he was suddenly attacked. While the five of them were discussing, Yixian also heard them. However, he didn't expect them to be talking about him. However, the five of them did not hesitate at all when they said they would attack. Ding! A powerful attack has been detected. Attention host. Along with the system notification, Wei Zhentian once again controlled the God Slayer to automatically protect its master. Ding! Host, please take note. The host does not have enough soul fragments. The defense has been broken. Boom! Yixian was sent flying by a punch. Even with the God Slayer's defense, he was still sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, Yixian was not hurt at all. He only took a few steps back. However, this was still unacceptable. Damn it, what are you doing? Yixian looked at the five of them, anger rising in his heart. 5 upper-level heavenly gods. Could it be that these fellows had eaten the wrong medicine? QWPM, you know what we're doing? Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The 5 of them charged towards Yixian again. Yixian grabbed the God Slayer and prepared to summon the 1,000 beast sword servants at the same time. However, he suddenly held himself back. It was obvious that these people were being used by someone else to cause trouble for him. If Yixian attacked now, he might not be able to defeat these people. Even if he did, he would only fall into the trap of the mastermind. Therefore, even if Yixian was unwilling, he could only hold himself back. Everything was the work of the mastermind. As for these people, they were just innocent people. It could even be said that they were victims as well. All of you stop. All right, since you want to cause trouble for me, then tell me clearly how I offended you. Haha, how did you offend us? Yixian, oh Yixian, to think that you're number 1 on the genius leaderboard. With your talent and strength, we are no different from ants in front of you. Yixian, you can kill us. We're not strong enough. We're just ordinary people. We can't beat you, and we don't have anyone to back us up. We'll admit it. However, why do you have to toy with us, and even use our families? Yixian, the 182 people in Liujia village are all ordinary people I brought up from the mortal realm. What threat do they pose to you? Or rather, what threat do I pose to you? Why do you want to kill all of them? The 5 of them spoke one after another. Their voices were extremely agitated, and they were even a little incoherent. However, Yixian still understood. What these people meant was that Yixian had started causing trouble for them a few days ago. At first, he wanted them to hand over their families to Yixian and use them as slaves. Naturally, they didn't comply. Then, Yixian used all sorts of methods to deal with them. He even destroyed their families in the end. F***CK. Damn you. Yixian cursed after hearing this. Yixian, how dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, let's attack together. Today we must kill him. Even if we die, we must avenge our families. The 5 of them were extremely agitated. However, Yixian was even more agitated than them. All of you stop. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of god-level mounts instantly appeared and surrounded the 5 of them. However, they didn't attack. At the same time, Yixian spoke to the 5 of them. A bunch of fools. What do I need your families for? Slaves? Do you think I, Yixian, lack divine crystals? Damn you. Are you trying to label me as a pervert again? Previously, you labeled me as a pervert. Why? What is it this time? Yixian was extremely agitated. Wasn't that person in the dark a little too much? Slaves? It seemed like he had to pay a visit to the slave pavilion. You 5 pigs, come with me now. Yixian looked at the 5 of them and said in an unquestionable tone. To be honest, if the 5 of them hadn't been forced into a corner, they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Yixian. After all, Yixian's strength was quite strong in the training camp. Other things aside, just his title as the number 1 on the genius leaderboard was enough for Yixian to enjoy a lot of privileges in the training camp. After being scolded by Yixian, the 5 of them shriveled up. They had mustered up their courage to look for Yixian. In reality, they were already prepared to die. They had no intention of leaving alive. However, cultivation wasn't easy. Chapter 2167. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, although family was important, their own lives were important as well. The five of them weren't crazy enough to do anything for their family. At this moment, Yi Xian directly walked forward, and the five of them followed. QWPM, it wasn't just the five of them, but also the surrounding onlookers. Yi Xian had been in the limelight recently, and it was hard for him not to be noticed. Now, Yi Xian was finally going to make a move. Regardless of whether they suspected Yi Xian or believed that Yi Xian wasn't a good person, they all wanted to see what Yi Xian was going to do. Yi Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god, so they weren't afraid of Yi Xian. In an instant, more than 100 people followed behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away his god-grade mounts, frowned, and went straight to the Lingxiao Pavilion branch in Mo City. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was related to Ling Xian Pavilion, but no one knew what that relationship was. However, when Yi Xian arrived at Ling Xian Pavilion, they knew that Yi Xian had an extremely high status in Ling Xian Pavilion. This disciple greets the Pavilion Guardian Elder. This time, Yi Xian didn't hide his identity at all. Instead, he flashed his token. Yi Xian didn't care about hiding his identity. Since the plan was to attract Mo City's attention while the Withered Bone Swordsman, Fire Division, and the others investigated in secret, he had to be arrogant to the end. Almost everyone in Ling Xian Pavilion's branch knelt in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Pavilion Guardian Elder's token was the real deal. Even if he was just a general without an army, he still had a lot of authority. You, send a message to Elder KU and tell him to come see me quickly. This Pavilion Protector Elder, Vice Pavilion Master Moonless, this lowly one doesn't dare. Although that person didn't say it explicitly, his meaning couldn't be any clearer. What he meant was that Yi Xian was just a Guardian Elder. Although he was powerful enough, KU is now a Guardian Lord. It was unreasonable for KU to meet Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath. He immediately released a voice transmission talisman. If these people did not dare, then he would do it himself. In any case, Yi Xian had never paid much attention to this Pavilion Guardian Elder from the very beginning. He was only looking for Missing Moon to ask for his help. Behind Yi Xian, the people from the training camp were dumbfounded. They did not understand what Yi Xian was doing. In fact, perhaps even Yi Xian himself didn't quite understand. Under normal circumstances, what was Yi Xian? His relationship with Master Moonless was probably not good enough to order him to do anything. However, Yi Xian could only ask Missing Moon for help now, so he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Soon, a figure walked out of the transmission array of this Ling Xian Pavilion branch. It seemed like he was still doing something and was still holding a pile of materials in his hands. Grandmaster Yi, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Master Moonless came to Yi Xian and looked at the angry Yi Xian in confusion. I need your help, Yi Xian said without hesitation. Ha! Grandmaster Yi, are you kidding me? Given Grandmaster Yi's abilities, what can't he do? Although Yi Xian's cultivation base was not high, his restriction Grandmaster clone was extremely powerful. At least, in the eyes of someone like Missing Moon, Yi Xian definitely had a lot of super powerful followers by his side. After all, any powerful restriction master would have powerful followers by his side. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yi Xian didn't care about restriction masters at all. Seeing Yi Xian's cold eyes, Master Moonless could tell that Yi Xian really had something to ask of him this time. Therefore, Master Moonless stopped smiling and said directly, Grandmaster Yi, what do you need from me? I owe my life to you. As long as you have any orders, I will do my best to help you. Boom. That one sentence made everyone go crazy. Who was Master Moonless? He was the Deputy Pavilion Master of Ling Xian Pavilion. Although his cultivation base was not high, it was the result of being trapped for countless years. In fact, Master Moonless' status was equivalent to the second Sect Master in Ling Xian Pavilion because even the Sect Master had to give in to him. However, such a person had said that he would do his best to help Yi Xian as long as Yi Xian asked him to. What did that mean? Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Xian was willing, the entire Ling Xian Pavilion would be at his disposal? This time, The people from Immerse training camp truly understood how terrifying Yi was. As for the two people following behind Yi, their faces turned green. There was no doubt that these people had participated in plotting against Yi. Now, when Yi was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality, they knew that they had seriously underestimated Yi's strength. All right, I'm glad to hear that. I'm currently in Immerse training camp, and I'm very annoyed. Someone has been plotting against me one after another. I want you to help me find out who that person is, Yi said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a strange expression on Master Moonless' face. Wait a minute, Master Yi. What did you just say? Where are you? I said that I'm an apprentice in the outer camp of Immerse training camp. What's wrong? Is there a problem? This, of course, you could do whatever you want, Master Yi. However, Master Yi, even if you wanted to set up a training camp stronger than Immerse training camp, it would only take a few words. Why would you run off to be an apprentice? Don't tell me you have nothing better to do. Master Moonless' words left Yi somewhat unable to react. Of course, this kind of misunderstanding couldn't be blamed on Yi or Moonless. After all, Master Moonless couldn't possibly know that Yi's restriction skills were completely dependent on the system. Yi also couldn't possibly know that Moonless meant that he wanted Yi to use his status as a restriction grandmaster. Yi was in a daze. However, Master Moonless said somewhat helplessly, Master Yi, you really like to joke around. Grandmaster Yi, you really like to joke. You came to me for such a small matter. However, this also shows that Grandmaster Yi doesn't treat me, Moonless, as an outsider. All right, this matter, no matter what, I, Moonless, will do it beautifully for you. Just wait for the good news. After Moonless finished speaking, a dumbfounded Yi led the similarly dumbfounded members of the training camp back. At this moment, no one doubted Yi anymore. After all, even someone like Ling Xian Court's Vice Pavilion Master had been so submissive in front of Yi. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that Yi identity wasn't simple. This matter was just a momentary impulse for Yi. However, he didn't know how big of a crisis it had caused. The few times Yi had been targeted, there was no doubt that it was Yi Lixio's doing. He was the one who arranged for people to scheme against Yi. According to Yi Lixio's plan, he wanted to play Yi to death. Chapter 2168. However, when Yi exploded, he realized that he had provoked a powerful figure. Ling Xian Court was actually going all out to help Yi. Yi Lixio had no choice but to seek help from his family. As for Master Moonless, he immediately met with the sect master of Ling Xian Court after Yi left. Master Moonless had never expected that Yi, who had originally been prepared to use his own strength to help Yi because he owed Yi a debt of gratitude. However, the sect master of Ling Xian Court had asked everyone in Ling Xian Court to help Yi. Take note, everyone in Ling Xian Court. In other words, this included Ling Xian Court's allies. Moreover, when he said this, the pavilion master of the Ling Xian Pavilion was actually extremely happy. It was as if being able to help Yi was a glorious thing. Master Moonless had always known that the pavilion master paid special attention to Yi. From the first time he had met Yi, the pavilion master had asked if Yi had participated in the training. Then, the pavilion master had given Yi the status of a pavilion guardian elder without hesitation. It seemed that all of this hadn't been unintentional. In the beginning, Master Moonless had thought that the pavilion master was trying to rope in Yi. However, it now seemed that this wasn't the case. After all, there was no need to mobilize all of Ling Xian Court's forces to help Yi in order to rope in Yi. It seemed that there was more to this than met the eye. A huge storm was brewing. At the center of this storm was the Immerse training camp, a place that no one had paid much attention to. As for the reason, it was simply because Yi was there. Of course, such a huge storm wasn't something that could happen in a day or two. Because of Yi sudden explosion, Yi Lixio had stopped all actions against Yi. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of power this seemingly ordinary Yi had. In fact, this power hadn't even been fully unleashed yet. Ling Xuanga alone was enough to force him to stop whatever he was doing. He was only the seventh prince of the Dark Knight Empire. He had some power, but it wasn't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to the Mo Shang training camp. At this moment, his family had already sent him a message, telling him not to make the slightest move. Otherwise, he would be punished according to the family rules. What had originally been a personal conflict between Yi Lixio and Yi Xian had now turned into a conflict between Ling Xian court and the entire Dark Knight Empire. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not give up on his ambitions, this conflict would continue to escalate. Of course, Yi Xian was still unaware of all this. So, he took advantage of his opportunity to cause trouble for the Slave Pavilion. The Slave Pavilion was a power, but in the 100 territories, it was only a small power comparable to the Myriad Beast School. Yi Xian led the 5 people who had been captured at the beginning to the outside of the Slave Pavilion. A huge ancient town. This was the headquarters of the Slave Pavilion. There were still many experts in the Slave Pavilion. To be honest, no matter how one looked at it, Yi Xian and a few people from the Mo Shang training camp didn't seem to have the slightest chance of winning. However, when Yi Xian and the others arrived, they discovered that there were only a dozen people left in the Slave Pavilion's headquarters. The others had all run away. In a fit of anger, Yi Xian burned down the Slave Pavilion's headquarters. When the people left behind saw Yi Xian coming over, they ran away without a second word. The weakest among those people was a mid-level sky celestial grade, yet they didn't even have the guts to make a move against Yi Xian. After burning down the Slave Pavilion's headquarters, Yi Xian's anger was more or less vented. Previously, all sorts of trouble had been stirring up in Yi Xian's heart. However, now that his anger had subsided, Yi Xian calmed down and started to think carefully. It seemed like there was something strange going on around him. There was simply no need for Ling Xian Pavilion to help Yi Xian. Yi Xian and Ling Xian Pavilion didn't have much contact with each other. They only had some contact with Master Moonless. However, Ling Xian Pavilion had helped him. Not only had they helped him, but they had also used all their means to help him. In less than 3 days, Yi Xian received news from Ling Xian Pavilion. He also knew that Yi Lixio was the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Yi Lixio had also run away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. When Yi Xian found out about Yi Lixio's identity, he found it very strange as well. Logically speaking, given Yi Lixio's background, killing Yi Xian should have been as easy as crushing an ant. However, when the local conflict had erupted, Yi Lixio had chosen to back down. What was this? What was all this? Yi Xian was really confused. This time, he was truly dumbfounded. Even the system, without any information, couldn't understand what was going on around Yi Xian. Of course, one thing was for sure. It seemed like there was a mysterious power helping Yi Xian from behind the scenes. While Yi Xian was pondering this in the training camp, the external conflict was escalating. The first conflict to erupt was between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. QWPM within the 100 territories, there was no doubt that there was an irreconcilable conflict between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. However, in the past million years, the two factions hadn't really had a major conflict. However, in one day, Ling Xian Pavilion had mobilized all their elites and destroyed thousands of Jubao Pavilion strongholds. By the time Jubao Pavilion had put up a defense, it was already too late. They'd attacked as soon as they'd said so. As for the reason given by Ling Xian Pavilion, it turned out that a young master from Jubao Pavilion had once targeted Yi Xian. Could it be that Ling Xian Pavilion had already made preparations to attack and was just using me as an excuse this time? Yi Xian thought to himself. This was the only reasonable reason he could think of. Otherwise, how could he explain why Ling Xian Pavilion was helping him with all their might? Clouds of mystery surrounded Yi Xian as earth-shattering changes took place in the outside world. The 100 territories, which had been peaceful for 1,000,000 years, suddenly erupted into conflict. Moreover, it was in the form of battle. Every day, countless people died. Every day, countless battles took place. Ling Xian Pavilion was like a madman, attacking Jubao Pavilion and the Anya Empire in the name of avenging Yi Xian. All this mystery was solved when a messenger from the Fire Tribe found Yi Xian to report to him. This made Yi Xian understand why Lingxian Pavilion was so crazy. Your subordinate pays his respects to the God Emperor. On this day, a messenger from the Fire Tribe came to Yi Xian's room. It's you. What's the matter? Of course, Yi Xian knew this person. After all, Yi Xian had seen him before. God Emperor, your subordinate has been ordered to investigate the matter of Imo Shanga and has made some progress. Therefore, I have specially come to report to you. In addition, there is another matter that your subordinate feels the need to tell you. Oh, what is it? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't know what this person wanted to say. God Emperor, this matter concerns Lingxian Pavilion. Chapter 2169. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Yi Xian's Realization. Lord God Emperor, in order to make it easier for our Fire Clan to observe various places, we have set up some organizations in many places. As for the 100 realms of Imo Shanggu, because the Imo Shanggu is somewhat special, we have increased our investment. That Lingxian Gu is a force that the third clan leader of the Fire Clan personally established to make it easier for us to investigate the Imo Shanggu. What? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the Lingxian court was actually a member of the Fire Tribe. In other words, the Lingxian court had been part of Yi Xian's force from the very beginning. Now, everything made sense. Why would the Lingxian court give him a clone of a court protector elder? And why would they go crazy when they found out that Yi Xian had given them an order? Because the Lingxian court belonged to Yi Xian to begin with. Or rather, it belonged to the inheritor of the ancient God Emperor's inheritance. Yi Xian was the new God Emperor. So wasn't he the owner of the Lingxian court? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this ancient lost clan. After all this fuss, Yi Xian had been tormenting himself for so long. But it turned out that he had always been under the protection of the Lingxian court. However, Yi Xian didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Happy? After all, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised that he had suddenly gained such a large force. It had also strengthened Yi Xian a lot. Angry? Damn it. If he hadn't gone to look for the Lingxian court, the people of the Lingxian court would never have told Yi Xian the truth. Damn, there were so many good things in the Lingxian court. If Yi Xian had used them directly, he would have broken through many levels by now. All right, I understand. Yi Xian sat down speechlessly. Lord God Emperor, the third clan head still has something to tell you. Go ahead. I'm listening. Yes, Lord God Emperor. The Fire Tribe member suddenly knelt on the ground, which made Yi Xian frown slightly. Then he said, Lord God Emperor, the three clan heads wanted me to tell you that because the strength of the ancient Yi clan is very limited and the enemy we need to fight against is extremely powerful, Lingxian court is the strongest force in our Fire Clan. Therefore, we can follow your orders this time. After all, some conflicts have already existed, but only this time. In the future, the Fire Division will not be able to obey your orders so directly. What did he mean? Yi Xian frowned. The man continued to explain. Lord God Emperor should know how powerful the enemy we are facing is. If we are not careful, our ancient Yi clan will be annihilated. Lord God Emperor, please use your strength to increase your strength and lead us to fight against that powerful existence as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will fight with all my strength. But for now, we have to hide our strength. These are the original words of the third clan leader. The third clan patriarch said that if Lord God Emperor wants to blame us, please wait until we eliminate that powerful existence first. Yi Xian nodded and said, Yes, you're right. Yes, your considerations are correct, I understand. Then, let's do as you think. However, we cannot relax our investigation of Imo Shanggu. We must find out the secrets of Imo Shanggu. Yes, Lord God Emperor. All right, there's nothing else. You can go about your business. Yi Xian waved his hand and dismissed the man. However, after the man left, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. QWPM. Although the third clan head's words were vague enough, Yi Xian understood the meaning behind them. Perhaps it was necessary to hide their strength. However, more importantly, the higher-ups of the Fire Division had not completely accepted Yixian. Because of their ancestral teachings and clan rules, they had no choice but to serve Yixian as their master. However, Yixian was too weak now, so they would not completely submit to Yixian. To put it bluntly, the lost ancient clan belonged to Yixian, but they did not belong to Yixian either. After all, too many things had changed in the span of hundreds of millions of years. It was still unknown how loyal the lost ancient clan was to Yixian. Perhaps they would follow Yixian without hesitation if he was powerful enough. However, Yixian was not powerful enough. Power. Everything depended on power. Sometimes, even if Yixian encountered a great opportunity, he would not be able to control it completely if he was not powerful enough. For example, Lingxian Court could be called the Lost Ancient Clan. However, Yixian quickly adjusted his mentality. Why should he entrust everything to others? Yixian was Yixian. There was nothing that he had to rely on others. Whether the Lost Ancient Clan was willing to obey him or not, Yixian had to improve his own strength. The next morning, Yixian appeared in a place he had never been before. Many people were stunned. The mission hall, in Immerse training camp. Many people usually went to complete missions in exchange for points. However, Yixian had never been there before. This was Yixian's first time here. At the moment, the matter regarding Lingxian Court had already exploded to a new height. Everyone in the training camp had a new understanding of Yixian. It could be said that in the entire training camp, at least in the outer camp, no one dared to say no to Yixian. However, he clearly had great power and authority. Yet, Yixian had come to Immerse training camp and was preparing to accept a mission today. The girl in charge of issuing missions was dumbfounded. It was not strange for anyone to come to her place, except for Yixian. Yixian's appearance made her somewhat unable to react. "Young Master Yi, may I ask what business you have with me?" "Oh, I'm here to accept a mission. Can I see the list of missions?" Yixian did not care about the gazes around him. They were not him, so how would they know about his affairs? The girl hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted immediately and directly placed all the missions in front of Yixian. The missions in Immerse training camp were divided into levels: easy, normal, difficult, and nightmare. These 4 levels represented 4 different types of missions with different levels of danger. Simple missions had an average casualty rate of almost 0. Normal missions had a casualty rate of 20%. Difficult missions had 50%. Nightmare missions had a casualty rate as high as 70%. Of course, according to the missions, the rewards were naturally different too. Moreover, every mission had a minimum realm requirement. Yixian did not have much leeway to choose. In fact, apart from the simple missions in front of him, there were only 2 difficult missions. Mission 1. A powerful divine beast has appeared in the 100-Flower Valley. The 100-Flower Valley seeks help from the Immerse training camp. The request is to defeat or kill the evil divine beast. However, the requirement is to be an intermediate celestial god.